squad viewers. Wait, am I zoomed in enough? Oh no, the door's just... Today is coaching. The topic is warding. Jupiter wanted to hang out a little bit though, so I'm gonna have him on. Hey, get in there, Jupiter. Get in there. Can you guys hear him? It looks like you can hear him. Yay. He actually wants to go. All right. Oh, I forgot to, What? Okay, there he goes. Jigs, we can... Thank you for the dedication. Okay, I will definitely do yours. You know what? Let's start with... I was going to start with another one, and I will get to that one. I have to. But you know what? Ain't nobody else ever said they had an alarm ready to get coached. Damn, the commitment. Okay, change of plans, pivot. This is my stream. I can do that. Hell yeah. Nobody else try that. It won't work. It won't work another time. But wait, hold on. This is supposed to be a warding topic, though.
Zuki_Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Shox_0.
Okay, Jigs, let me put forward something then. We're definitely gonna do one for you. Do you have a replay that is related to warding and or playing around vision from wards? Even if you're like a core player, for example, you don't do the warding yourself, but like interpreting the vision. We could do that today. Or I will save your match ID. We'll do it on Monday, next Monday. Wait. No, next Monday should be okay. Next Monday is open topics. I think that's how we're going to do it. Monday is going to be open topics. Wednesday we'll have a dedicated topic. Is that okay? Are you okay for waiting till Monday then? Which will be in like, what's that, like 5 days? I'm trying to keep it to the... Trying to slowly be better about keeping it to the topics. Sure, same time? Yes, just about... I mean, the stream does start a little bit different, but here, I will download this. I'm going to download this. I'm going to save your comment. So even if I start a little ahead or behind schedule, we'll start with yours. All right. I'll finish down. Oh, I forgot to put a comment in the... Hold on, I already pre-drafted it. This will be quick. Where is it? Gotta have our pinned comments. In each chat. Connected. Chat. Stream might be dead. YouTube has a limit on the text? Hold on, what? I can't... I didn't know that. No wonder why some people's messages get cut off. OBS integration back. Is the stream dead? Are we okay? I think we dropped for a little bit there, but I think it came back. Are we good? I'm back. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, these say they're back. Okay. I don't know what just happened. That was weird. Hopefully that doesn't happen too much going forward. Okay, we wrap back around then. Wrap back around to the other replay. We will do jigs next week when the topic is open and will help you out with your laning stage. And then type this one back up. Dazzle 5, Ancient. Okay. So yeah, before we fully get going into this one, it is the warding topic today. So any questions related to placing wards or reading the map, like based on the vision there, that would be great. There will be a future video. I was rewatching it. My old warding video is still pretty damn good. I looked at it of like, oh, should I remake this? But pretty much everything's there. And there's almost like the map that I used for some of the examples is a little different. But it was all conceptual in that video. And I don't think I should redo that. I think I will make, and what I'm trying to collect from today is examples of common warding mistakes. And that will be the addendum to the warding concepts video. We'll have a common warding mistakes video. And then also, I am going to redo, as was expected, we're going to have the best warding spots of 7.40B, whatever we're at, C. But as the map gets bigger, I realize that video gets longer and longer. And I tried a couple times and I realized like, oh man, I don't know, should this video be long? How do I cut this down? And you know what? I decided warding is the highest skill thing in the game. I'll say it. Carry players, eat shit. I want to talk about the execution, the impact, whatever. Nah. Warding is the most impactful thing in Dota. I will declare it so. Theoretically. If it's not used correctly, then, you know, a separate issue. But I think it's probably one of the most important things in the game. And it goes very underappreciated. And because of that, I decided if the video ends up 2 hours, it's going to be a 2-hour video. And the people who want to benefit from that will watch the whole thing and benefit from that. And if the viewership is bad because it was too long, then so be it. The real ones will get the true value out of that. The most important thing in Dota. So we'll see how long it takes me to make it in the end. I will try not to have it be 2 hours, but I'm going to say everything I want to say in that warding video, and wherever it ends is where it ends. Okay. Feel free to add any warding questions along with the coaching stuff we're going to get into. It'll also give me an idea of like what I might need to cover and stuff. On the topic of warding, are common spots better at lower ranks just to try and give vision to people that don't pay attention much, even if they will be dewarded more often? Oh, that's an interesting question, Slacks. I'm going to say no. It's better to have vision than to not have vision. And I think if you try to use common spots more, that like, oh, my teammates are more familiar with using that kind of vision rather than interpreting weird warding spots. It's like, that's kind of true. But if there's nothing to interpret because they've been dewarded because they're common and the enemy team is like, that's all they're checking, then it's not really going to do you much. So I want to say if you want to use some of those, maybe like more than you would at like a top tier level, that's okay. But I would still mix in the uncommon spots. I'd do like at least 50% uncommon spots that survive. It doesn't have to be super ultra tryhard pro, like tiny sliver of vision type ward you sometimes see the pros do. But it's better to have ward survive than not survive, is what I'll say. Just watch the Immortal Smurfs video. Wait, is that not the how Smurfs win their game, the one with the, oh yeah, with the Ogre Magi Tower? Dude, I actually just watched that yesterday too. You know something that makes me feel like a little bit of an asshole sometimes? Is when I watch my own videos and I laugh at some of my own jokes. I don't know. I usually, for example, the video that came out today, I hated it by the time I finished editing and everything. I'm like, this video sucks. I hate it. Release. So we can move on with our lives and get to other video topics. Other things I feel happier about. And then over time, you forget how you feel about the video when it released. And I've been rewatching old videos to check how relevant they still are to like create the playlists for 2026 grind set, prep. And I rewatched that one. I laughed at some of it. It was a little meaner than I remembered it being, though. A little mean-spirited at some point. Not like full mean, but maybe meaner than I could have. I could have been like still nicer while mocking some of the concepts. But the ogre thing, dude, I laughed again. It's so funny. Okay. Sorry, I did it again where I pressed the timestamp and then I immediately started talking about other stuff. Today we are looking, starting with this Dazzle game. The topic being warding. I will probably skip over the laning part of your question, maybe a quick look. And then as for the warding, what should I be doing against Slark Bounty? That's definitely a pain for Ob's sentry placement throughout the game. Usually I try to get aggressive deep wards in games where we're ahead to create plays and take over the map, and put up defensive wards when we're behind so we can outmaneuver enemy aggression. But with Slark, the aggressive wards get scouted and removed if we move too far away from them, and it doesn't seem like as much value. And then Bounty always keeps your sentry supply low if you overcommit to catching him out. Okay, great questions regarding warding. Before even looking at it, yeah, it's tricky. Slark players, don't worry. They're cores, so they really only know the common spots. So for example, they see their passives down here, and they're just like, okay, it must be here. They'll drop the sentry. But you're using, like, this sneaky spot, And he's like, where is it? It's not here. He doesn't know. And so sometimes you just have to, like, move your wards to weird spots and hope it's enough. For example, there's a ward spot somewhere in here that catches a sliver of vision, like, this way. And a Slark player, he's going to see it, and he's going to like, it must be here, drop it. And he's like, whoa, it's not here, where is it? That's kind of the best you can do, because, yeah, if a Slark is smart and he's, like, triangulating the spot, he'll find it. But you're going to make him take time, right? Like, instead of, like, easily figured out, he's like, wait, it sees me here, but not here, here, but not here, right? It's going from a quick 5-second D-ward to, like, 10, 20 seconds of him trying to figure out where it is. And that's kind of the best you can do. The other thing, though, is that if Slark is winning and he's, like, playing up here, he probably shouldn't be down here too often. And so now you can get a ward somewhere that lives, and he won't see for a while. Because, like, why is Slark? Slark cannot play the entire map. Same as Bounty is another element of this. Is that you cannot cover the entire map with sentries. Like you said, limited supply. And so we're going to have to pick where we want to play and what we can actually do. So for example, let's say all the tier 1 towers are down and you put a sentry observer combo here. That could be good to see Bounty coming in. And I'm not saying that's wrong. It would depend a little bit on the game. But I also won't really be able to punish that because it's so far away from any teleport locations that if we don't have the right heroes there already, he's just going to go. If you put it a little deeper into your jungle, it's closer, and so, like, one guy's farming here, you see the Bounty looking, and you can all respond and maybe kill the Bounty. I mean, not all, but, like, some. So there can be some value to that, where, depending on how you're warding versus the Bounty Hunter, put it closer to teleport locations so you can actually get something out of it. You know what? Let's just start from the beginning. That way, I will zoom through your lane a little bit, but if you're laning versus a Bounty, we do have to think about where we're going to put sentries, and so that's what we can look for right now. I would start versus a Bounty Hunter. I would start with 2 sentries and start with all the regen you need, because Bounty Hunters very commonly go for courier snipes, and you can't be, like, skipping tangos and then, oh, he got my courier. Oh, I lost the lane, You have to have everything you need, assuming your courier never makes it to you. Carry players, I would not skip regen versus a Dazzle to, like, max out on stats. Or, sorry, against a Bounty Hunter or any other courier sniping hero. So I would buy those so you're not floating on the money. And we need the sentry to see them in the lane. Okay, great. We got a first blood. We can immediately go back. Or if you guys want to try another kill, you can try for something like this. If you run straight through the middle like you guys are doing, there's probably an observer somewhere here. And so they're going to see you coming in this way. And if I was them, I would actually be moving this way to this side now. So if you want to try for another kill, you guys have to like loop around at least through here. You will still be spotted potentially, but you'll have a better chance. Just like beelining it this way, should be losing your bottom too. Shall we see what it looked like from their perspective? Lost the necro. Uh-oh. Okay, guys, go get these top runes. Oh, just kidding. You know, like, never mind. Get these two and get that one. You guys are actually going to lose your... You guys are going to end up losing out on bounty runes. So you end up with one, and then bounty actually grabs the other two. Okay, so we're going to come in. If you're going to block the camp versus bounty, you can consider putting it here to help you see him in the lane a little bit, but you're most likely to lose this. Against invis heroes, depending how bad the lane looks, you have to choose between seeing them in the lane and having enough sentries to fight over the camps. You're very incentivized to body block versus invis heroes, so you can save the sentries on that. If you are going to put it, though, either maximize seeing him in the lane or keep it, like, have it survive as long as possible. I would be willing, for how much damage you did, if you dropped your sentry right here, kind of knowing he's going to live through this attempt by going invis. So just be ready to place the sentry, and then just be ready to put it, like, here. And if you get a kill, plus then it's useful, I would say that's worth the sentry. Level 1, you guys are pretty strong here. This lane gets worse the more time goes on, because Necrophos gets stronger. It's not even like that bad, but it'll just be more annoying. So I would make sure we buy enough regen with your starting money, which I see we're floating, and it looks like you're trying to greed out to later stuff. But versus Necrophos and versus Invis heroes, you want to upfront some power. If you don't think you need it, then I mean, that's fine. But I would definitely get another sentry. We need one in the lane, and then stum for the pole camps. And then I want to have enough regen to constantly be aggressive. I never want to let the... pick my foot off the gas. Is that what's the term, right? Something like that. Bash, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. You didn't need to. Prime sub though, so I guess it's free if you guys already have Amazon Prime value. Hold on, a little too far in this lane. So attacking Necro is fine and all. You want your gyro a little closer though, because you can kill as part of like this level 1 kill attempt. You can do this. And you see he's not actually getting any CS right now, right? He's running away from you because he sees you walking up. You're actually good to just turn around now and hit these creeps. Because if you chase too far, Gyro's a little low, so he doesn't want to walk out too far, and then Bounty's over here. So the further this goes, the worse it gets for me. So the fact that I already scared him to turn around, great. I'm just going to deny something in front of his face now. And then when he turns back in, I'm already in a good position, and now I can harass for better value. It's tempting, but I know you're walking into a 1v2, and he's got a fairy fire. So I think you... And you've aggroed the range creep, so I think you should have backed out a little bit sooner there. Kind of see that come into play. Now we buy the salve. So this is where you should already have it. You're already healing full health, and while you're doing that, you're checking this camp, let's say, if it's blocked. And then you're good to lane immediately versus Necrophos, who is weak now. And so that's why we want to, like, mitigate all this downtime and send it. And we are sitting on this sentry, so Bounty is running around invis. It's part of why this is working. Couple sentry locations versus Bounty. In here, pretty safe, especially if you plan to just sit near your tower. A lot of people, especially the bounty hunters, they'll put their sentries in here or in here. These are some of the most common spots that you can use as well. I like to use it down here rather than over here. It's obviously worse because it doesn't see into this area, but it lives a lot more down here and still sees a lot of this area, which is quite important. And a lot of sentries over here. This is like the number one. These are the most common spots. So it's kind of just like bypassing that. But this sentry should be down. You know, it's like the whole reason I bought the sentry and why I mentioned having 2 sentries at the start. One is to block and unblock the camps, and then the other is to see the bounty hunter. And currently I'm just like letting him be invis and not using the sentry. This is looking for the Guardian Ward, and you can't be doing that. I'm not going to let you do that. Okay, nitpicks. First of all, if you're going to put the Guardian Ward sentry, it's got to be in the tree line. You're outside the tree line, so it's strictly worse. Inside the tree line, you hide it from sight, so it's just better. When they bring their sentries, they're less likely to see your sentry first, and you could kill theirs potentially. This is in the open from this angle. It is behind some of these trees, so from up here it won't be seen, but like in here it's surrounded, so it's better. Same reason when you're laning versus the invis heroes, rather than put it in the middle, it should always be in a tree line to hide it. And then this camp, like you're having to contest this camp because we didn't block it earlier. And then he hit you a couple times from invis because we didn't have the sentry down. There's my courier that now I don't have my regen. That should let you know there's an observer somewhere here. There was a decent chance of that anyways versus bounty hunter, but now I know for sure the way my courier just got killed. It is a good habit, by the way, to like micro the courier down by default. Separate topic. This is kind of what I mean though by like, now can I play the lane without any of my items? For you, a little bit right now, though we are low on detection. Now, there's my sentry killed immediately. He didn't even have to look that hard for it. Okay, another pull going off. And you're sitting so far back because you're scared of bounty, and it's because your sentry, you don't have enough sentries to fight him. Probably should have done this rather than go over there. Don't have enough sentries to unblock this either. So we have 1 sentry, and we're going to look for that observer. You will get the observer. You need a lot more sentries to do this. Also going back to why starting with 2 sentries is necessary. So I put this one, and I got the observer, but does it open my camp? No, unless he put it here, which he shouldn't. If he's going to put this observer, you shouldn't use these so there's no overlap. He should actually use an observer further in my opinion, like over here, and you would never have a chance of getting both. I can't open this pole camp. I can't see in the lane. I just don't have enough sentries. So against invis heroes, you got to buy a lot of sentries in the laning stage so you can... If you want to go for this kind of stuff, I can still get my pole camp open. I can still see him in the lane. He got killed because bounty's invis in the lane. You know? So we just need to... bounty, Weaver... It's those 2, really. You have to start with 2 sentries. And then possibly... I start with 2 sentries, I buy a 3rd with the bounty gold, and then I'm ready to buy the 4th and the 5th throughout the laning stage. We are at the 3rd sentry 5 minutes in. And that's why you're having trouble dealing with him. So even if the sentry is behind the tree line, it will detect everything in the circle. Yeah, the sentry doesn't care about trees. The observers are the ones that have their vision blocked by the trees. The sentries, no matter what, as long as it's in this circle, all they're doing is providing true sight, but not actual vision. So if they're in the trees, it doesn't matter. This is on the low ground, here's the high ground, doesn't matter. The sentry sees up there as long as you can actually see up there, like you move the hero there, for example. Can't see your cursor? Oh yeah, sorry. I disabled it while recording something yesterday. There we go. All right, so as we can see, these kind of fights are getting tough. At this point, Gyrocopter is going to shove the lane and then jungle. That's pretty much what's going to happen from here. It kind of would have happened no matter what, whether you're winning or losing. But this lane is going, okay, not crushing it. Yeah, we kind of see net worth wise, slight lead, but it's not like complete domination or anything. So he will probably shove the lane a little bit and then fall back to the jungle. He's not going to be like moving all the way here, and I don't think he should feel too comfortable jungling this area a ton. We are entering the phase. Actually, it's a little bit earlier than this as well. Let's go back a minute. So everything I said is still true. We're reaching the point where Gyrocopter is going to want to be left alone, and so I got to think about how I set up my wards to leave him here. So because I don't think Gyrocopter, because we're not crushing this lane, I don't think he can feel as comfortable moving up here on his own, especially versus an Invis hero. He's going to do more defensive stuff. So your Observer, you could still do something like here, something up here in the lane, but I also think something further back is a little bit more acceptable, except for the fact that there's a bounty hunter and that observers like in the lane would be more likely to be killed. But because I think he'll do more defensive farming, further back observers would usually be okay outside of the bounty hunter. Due to the bounty hunter, I think we should still use one of the typical spots like further out rather than like in the lane. But you could maybe consider this side, because a lot of the sentries seem to have been in this area rather than over here, and so you could maybe get away with an observer like back here near the Lotus. I don't think this would be worth it in a pub game. Sentry, he needs to have a sentry in the lane before I go. Something in here, something over here is fine with me too. For you, I would say probably like this tree line or this tree line, so that he can see the bounty in this area when I'm not here, and you can know to TP ahead of time or not. And as part of moving, I would want the boot over the Bassi. Thinking about the heroes in this game. Oh, this is an Invoker 5, I guess. I'm like just processing the heroes on the rest of the team now. Around here, you want to buy the Observer, the Sentry, and the Smokes, if possible, like one. So notice, because I don't have it now, I still can't move. And it would have been nice to do it earlier so we could come to the power room. That's why I went back in time to talk about it here. We still haven't done it yet. It's okay for a pub game, but I got to buy this soon. And then hopefully a Smoke as well, so that I can consider moving. And I can't move. I don't want to move until I put a ward down here. A ward and a sentry for the Gyrocopter, lest this kind of stuff happens, you know, where it's like, oh, I think I can go up, surprise, bounty. At least you killed him. Okay, he was dead, so it's kind of fine for you to farm, but notice I still can't place, I still can't leave, still can't ward and move on. He wasn't out of your sentry yet, so you don't need to dust quite yet. And Gyro didn't seem to be coming over. You see how his is in the tree line? So yours, this is infinitely better than the other one out here. I'll say this now, and I'll say it in the video later. A small difference in where your wards and sentries are placed is a big deal. I know there's a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, it's close, so it's good enough. And it kind of is, but at the same time, for warding and sentry placement, there's like a very steep drop-off from like minuscule amounts of difference. And it's worth taking the extra time and not being lazy. Because it's not like, I'm going from 100% to like 90%. It's good enough. You're going from like 100% to like 60 or 70%. It's worth taking a few seconds extra every time, if you need to like really think it through, put it in the best spot possible. And then over time, you do it faster, so you don't need to take a few seconds every time. But it's worth the payoff for it. Should you sentry before placing an observer? It depends on the situation. If you think if you're thinking about sentrying an area, you should always sentry before putting an observer. There are times you can just put an observer and no sentry, but you need like a pretty good idea of the vision of the game before you do that. So for example, it's pretty early. If I had left earlier from this lane, let's say that 6-minute rune rotation, and I go up here, the odds of them having an observer here are actually quite low at this time of the game. The odds of them having a sentry observer are even lower. So, especially if I smoked over here, I would probably just put the observer and not risk or not use a sentry, because I'm really hedging my bets that, like, I just don't think they would have a sentry nor an observer here right now, and so I won't use the sentry. You still could if you were really worried about it, and anytime you want an observer to live, you should put a sentry. Like, I know you always want the observers to live, but like, I really need this one to live. I have nothing on the map right now. This is my first observer. We've been losing. We lost every other ward. This observer must survive. You have to sentry around it to boost your odds of survival. You have all your wards down. You're placing your like 3rd observer, 4th observer. You're like, yeah, I could take some risk on this. And I also, you know, it's already in a weird spot. I don't think they would have any wards down. For example, we killed 3 heroes and we just took this tower. The odds of them having anything in this area at that point would be very low, because why would they have done it if they haven't lost any of the towers yet? They just lost the tower. So now I'm walking in with the understanding it would be very strange for them to already have this area warded, so I'm just going to walk in and put my observer in a weird spot and not have to worry about any existing observers and sentries. Could be wrong, but warding is all about just like increasing the odds. Okay, we've got them. We need to place them. I don't want to be seen. Now is an excellent time to leave. Necro is still dead. Earlier would have been better, which is why having the observers and sentries, especially around like the 5-minute mark, when you know this is around the time I should start thinking about leaving, is better, so that whenever I get the opportunity, I can use it. We still have a small window here, so like, let's do it. Which spot you use, I don't fully care. I would say the only way this guy dies is getting stunned by Bounty Hunter, and then usually into the Sunstrike if this was like mid-invoker, but maybe a invis support invoker's also here, and then they necro ult him. So like him getting chain stun surprised is what kills him. So a sentry in the lane to see the initial invis bounty stun will be a big deal. So I need that. And then the other thing that kills him is the OD rotation, which is either coming from a teleport or from walking down here. So I would say an observer here, here, or here are all pretty good to protect him. And then a sentry somewhere in the lane. Here, here, or here. But notice we've lost a lot in this area. So if I put it, you still could, but like I think you'll also lose it. To keep him alive is worth it. But if you want it to live, maybe you put one on the right side. Maybe you put it like in this tree line this time, you know, like mix it up. You don't want to show in the lane. Let's say you're planning to ward up here. If I see you walk over here, and by, like, not me see you, like the enemy see you. This is their perspective, right? I see you walk over here. I know you should be thinking about warding right now. Okay, so you move to this right side, and maybe I check your items, maybe I don't. Let's see the next time you show. Let's see if this is a demonstration of that. Okay, you stayed out of sight for the most part. It turns out you never actually placed your observer. A lot of cases, people move to this side through the creeps, they ward, and then they walk back through. That's what I was looking to see if you did, because then it's going to become obvious. Honestly, you baited me a little bit. If I was the enemy team and I saw you move over there, I'd be like, oh, I'm thinking about an observer here, but then I see you still have all this, I'd be like, oh, I guess I'm wrong. But if I hadn't clicked you, I actually would have thought you might have something here, and I might have checked later. I might have put like a sentry here if I didn't, like oh, I didn't click him in time, I don't know. Because based on the way you moved, I would have thought you were doing this. And I think you should have been, because now we still have this, and I'm still in this lane. It's 10 minutes. We possibly could have left at 6 minutes. So we're here, 4 minutes extra. Still yet to do anything. This is really stretching it, isn't it? You know, trying to make this happen. You're actually just splitting XP from Gyro right now this entire time. Right? Gyro doesn't want to do this stuff anymore. He wants to just shove the lane and then farm. And the longer we're here, the harder it is for him to do that. The more time the enemy carry is doing stuff like this. Mostly just watching me. Make him kill the sentry. Here we go. Now we're gonna leave. Are we? Oh shit. No, we're not. Oh, All right. It kind of worked out. That was a little messy. Lost my carry, unfortunately. Look what's happening. Pudge is here. TA is here, right? I want Gyro to shove and jungle. And there's going to be a separate video later, but I've been saying that a lot lately. It's just taking a while to get to all these video ideas. I am baiting people down here, which will slow the gyrocopter down. And because so many of my teammates are here and the enemy teammates are here, their carry is going to be alone. This is Invoker support. Their carry is actually the one that made the rotation, surprisingly. Though it kind of worked out. He got the kill. Or someone got the kill. You don't want that to happen in general. So the sooner we leave, the better. And for me to leave, I need the ward down. This movement didn't actually... I probably wouldn't have had a ward here to see the twin gate rotation from Slark. Props to him. Don't usually see that in pubs as much. Now is the time. They are dead. If you were too scared before to walk here, whatever, like, I'm not scared right now. I need to see you do it. Like, this is the warding time, is right now. You don't farm. You don't push with them. You go and place the ward right now. Possibly two, because I have two. So I need one down here, up to you where you pick. I don't care the spot. I care about the concept of, like, this is the warding time. And the next one you can say for, like, I'm going to go make a deep move in here, right? Like, I'm going to walk up, scan, and see if it's okay. And I'm actually going to come place my deep ward. I have two. So I, like, put one in here, put one in here. I'm okay with that. Let's see what you do. I'm in the lane with the TA. I also showed on the creep wave, so they know I'm here. I walk into the tower vision, so they know I still haven't warded. Maybe we kill the bounty. He's making his own mistakes. Okay, another big fight breaking out. So I still didn't get to place the ward down, but it looks like we should be winning this fight. Destroying this fight, actually. Ah, Pudge. Nice try, buddy. All right, great. This is second opportunity. A whole bunch of heroes are dead. Second opportunity to go put observers kind of wherever you want. Now, the downside is that because so many heroes came here and we didn't kill all of them, now I actually, if I walk into here, there's a good chance I'll run into Invoker or Bounty. Earlier, people were still in their lanes, you know? So you kill the two in this lane, you get a double kill. The mid's here, the other two are here. So, like, no one is anywhere. You know, no one's retreating back here. But when there's, like, a full 5-on-5 down here, this is where you do get people backing out this way, and it's harder for you to invade unless your team goes with you. Then that's okay. But for me on my own, it's harder. All right. Let's see. We're going to take the tower together. Kind of okay. We're getting real deep, though. Getting real deep. Separate topic of positioning. I'm here for the warding. All right. If it, you know, sneak an observer anywhere down, maybe. Anywhere. There's a lot of sneaky spots. There's here. There's here. Things around here are okay. Back here is fine. These are all okay, especially when this tower dies. We keep killing heroes. I would like to note, for the last, like, 4 minutes, guys, the entire map has been empty. There's not been a hero anywhere in here. Everyone just keeps coming bottom, which is, like, I mean, for your team, you guys keep finding success, so it's kind of okay. The enemy team should definitely stop coming down here, and you guys are a bit overkill on this, because it's only working because they keep coming here as well. I guess it's sort of okay because they keep doing it. Okay, let's see what deep wards you place. Surely, having spent the last minute and a half on their side of the map, we would put one, right? Pudge did it, but it's not that great of a spot. It's okay. Pudge's, it should actually be like further in, right? You have been bottom for 14 minutes and you actually haven't put an observer down here. You've been holding 2 observers down here, but you haven't actually placed any of them. So we definitely need you to think about that a little bit more. And this is why this observer spot's not that good. There it goes, instantly killed. To put that into perspective, your team had complete free reign here for the last, like, let's say 3 minutes. Complete free reign, killing every hero. Constantly, they were dead. And in that time, we put 1 ward in an extremely common spot, so it got killed. That's what we got out of that, vision-wise. With that much freedom, I should have the comfort to go into, like, a dangerous, weird spot that I'm usually too scared to do so, but, oh, they're all dead, and I put this, and it's gonna live. I could have put this, I can do this anytime. Even if they're all alive, I can walk up here and drop that and back out, and I'm probably okay. Especially if I smoke with it, like my team comes, I can do this literally any time in the game. And I chose to do it after I had complete free reign because they were all dead. So that is just not the spot I want to use in those kind of situations. Now I'm up to 3. I'm up to 3. I got too many. While you were walking through here, okay. 1 defensive, 1 aggressive, 1 flex ward, depending how the game is going. We're winning 19-9. You guys don't know the gold value, but the last few minutes I'm feeling pretty good, right? So 1 defensive and then probably 2 aggressive for the state of the game, because I want to be playing on their half of the map, and I think we're winning. Because they have certain vision heroes like Slark and Bounty, if you still wanted to do like 2 defensive, 1 aggressive, you know, I would understand. I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure, I see the logic. I don't care that much about like what you end up choosing completely. Maybe I do actually for a ward and coaching stream. But for now, at least the general concept of like 1 defensive, 1 aggressive, and then you make your case for like why that other flex ward is going where it's going, and I won't hate it, you know, as long as there's a logic to it. So let's pretend, you know, this should be a top priority. Not really pretending. I'm pretending we didn't have opportunities before, right? We're starting clean slate. I've got 3 of these, and sometimes it just happens, you know? So this has to be a priority in putting things. I have taken this tower, and I have taken this tower. The last tower to go for is here, and then a very good play to make in general is just to occupy the enemy safe lane jungle until we hit our timings. So if I were to pick a defensive ward bottom, sounds good to me, and then aggressive wards top. Now you could also swap that and do like 1 deep ward here because we took these towers and like, oh, I can invade easier. I want to invade that area. I'd say, okay, sure. So let's say we do a deep ward somewhere here. It could have been over here. We mentioned those spots earlier, but like here or here, there's a deep ward. Mid ward is our defensive ward. Even though I usually talk top or bottom, it's kind of like top, mid, or bottom. So defensive ward, mid lane. What's going on here? Defensive ward like here or here, somewhere in this area. And then our aggressive ward can go top. So we can use it to like, oh, I want to push this tower. I think it's going to take a while. I walk around. I deep ward the back. I think we'll take this tower quickly, and then we'll be sieging this jungle and sitting in here. Okay, so it's like a spot here could be great, or walk around, put it somewhere back here could be great, you know? And then I have a deep ward, my kind of defensive ward, and then another deep ward over here. If you want a defensive ward over here, then something like anywhere along this ledge is fine, because we have all the tier 1s still up. Okay, that's our kind of defensive ward. But I will say, if we plan to play here, I want the observers in front of me. So if I'm up here, this is like sorta behind me. Not completely, which is why I don't hate it. I just feel, I feel very like, it's okay. It feels like it could be better. It's close to this spot too, which is why like it goes back to like, yeah, it's like, it's kind of okay. It's kind of like, I could nitpick, and I am, right? Because now that I'm playing here, I feel that I am in front of this observer. And then like for TA, it's like, oh, well, it'll help mid. It's like, well, will it help mid? Because this is like a little bit too to the side. So like if TA is pushing up like she is, can't people still wrap around this way and get her? Because like my observer, like over here, it would have helped see this kind of stuff. Over here, it doesn't quite reach. So it's like, yeah, it kind of helps her, but like, does it? And that's why this one feels a little weird if I know I want to play here. Maybe you don't know that. And in that case, that's, separate. But here we are actually playing in this area. Leave me alone, Slark. No. Ah. Notice in that fight, this observer does not help us because we played in front of the observer. Now it's our team's turn to keep running into a fight. All right, where are we? I'm teleporting into the tower. All right, several heroes are dead. My team is here. I'm feeling good about walking up to go place aggressive vision. All right, I want to siege the tower. I am in front of my sentries. The sentries are the same as the observers when it comes to the invis heroes, right? I want to take this tower, so I need to stand in this area. And that means the bounty who walks through the front, who comes from the side, I won't know he's here. So then I'm going to have to put a third sentry here. And that means these two are getting kind of redundant. It's only after I fall back that these are going to start having value. Which is like kind of okay, but also I'm just going to leave. Like if I get pushed off this position, it's not like I need to sit here. I can just go all the way back and then not need these sentries. So I can save you 2 sentries and then just, I guess, save 1 sentry and then put 1 here instead. If you put another one, so like I do think you need this sentry to push this tower, but that means we have 3 sentries for 1 job. And this sentry, I don't mind. I'd still try to put it in the tree line, like over here maybe, or like just a little bit to the left of this area. The other question is, will you take this tower in one go and then we won't need the sentry anymore? For the way the game's going, back and forth, big fights, I'm not so convinced we'll get it in one simple push, so I don't mind you committing the sentry. This observer though, same deal. How long do you think this push is going to take? If you're setting up an observer, you're telling me, Zach, I think it's going to take at least 3 minutes to take this tower. And we're going to have to fight over it and any rotations that come in. Like, I need to see all of that. And if that's the case, then I'll say, okay. As soon as this tower's down and we move on, once again, I will be playing in front of my observer. I'll have 2 observers up here that I'm playing up here, and none of them are doing anything for me. So I would be hesitant to put this, but you have so many that it's kind of okay to like put one down a little wastefully if you end up hoarding a bunch of observers for a while. Nether mega fight. It is taking a while. It is taking a while to take this tower because we all just keep running in. I'm not here to break down the fights. I want to focus on the warding, and if we try to talk about everything, it'll take too long. Notice Gyrocopter is mostly farming down here. That's why I don't have to have a deep ward in this area if we wanted to do a defensive ward. Like, I just want him to go through this whole area with relative safety. And to do that, I just need an observer defensively here. And he's not playing in front of that observer because he's not like sieging this area on his own. He is just cycling through here. And that means he's behind the observer. So that's why this would be my defensive observer and these would be my aggressive observers. which we sort of did, even if I complain a little bit about the placement. I am dying at how bad this is. Don't worry, dude. We all feel that way when our mistakes are pointed out to us. The fact that you want it to happen is the improvement process. This one wasn't yours, but I'm going to talk about this. Because supports are often like, okay, well, Zach, you don't like these, so how do I go place a deeper ward? Well, earlier we saw some examples of I killed the heroes, so I felt I could walk in and do it, right? Here's Pudge, who's going to try to do that without killing the heroes. So let's look at this map, right? Where are they? Oh, right? This is the downside of all mostly defensive observers, like nothing too far in, which sometimes just happens. I've pushed in. I'm pushing in the creep wave here. It's not here yet, so no one is baited to respond. Mid is right by the middle, so they could be behind it. I don't really know. Bottom is not pushed in either, so I don't really have any information. I don't know at all about where they are. If we push in creep waves, I will get some information. People will show here, people will show here, or here. And then, even with all of them alive, I can maybe do something about that. Here's Pudge walking in, right? And note, this is a very common area to have observers. And Pudge is not doing this with a smoke or anything, right? He's just walking in. So not only do I not know where the enemy is, but I'm going through a very high traffic area that has observers in a lot of games. Grabs a shield rune, keeps going in, and he's like trying to sneakily place his deep ward. Actually just like runs into an invoker face first, because invoker wants to push in this lane, but he's scared. So Pudge has literally run into a hero who is waiting to deal with this, which there was a high chance of because the creep wave was right here. And then I'm kind of curious if they did not have any mid observers. So in this game, it didn't matter. But it turns out there's a couple mid heroes here. And I had no idea, because when I came up here, I had no idea. And so that was the wrong time to place a deep ward, and it will now cost his life. And this is where supports go. It was worth it. I'm a support. You know, I gotta take these risks. That ain't worth it. I did not need to take that risk. I was A-okay just sitting, waiting. Okay, let's see like one more example, and then let's get a replay from chat. If you guys want to submit a game, give me the match ID, let me know who you're playing, your warding related questions. Feel free to resubmit it if you already did it earlier. All right, whole team is up here, winning a fight. Gonna take Tormentor, sounds good to me. Jabate. Easy peasy. All right, do this Tormentor. Okay, what should I do now? Several heroes are dead. TA is pushed up to here. So rather than risk my life to place that deep ward here when there's no information, and look at that, we lost it, right? Now I have a lot of freedom to move this way. My strong core is in front of me. My other teammates are also with me, and I just killed a bunch of heroes. This is the time to place a deep ward. So let's walk up. Anywhere along here is fine with me. It is daytime, so it's a little harder to like walk up here. At night, it's safer because there's just less vision from this stuff. But because they're dead, I kind of feel okay if you were to try to like come up here and play something. Any of that's good with me. Where are we gonna go? OD is now dead. There are 4 enemy heroes dead right now. I am going to show in the lane with the Vengeful Spirit so they can keep checking to see if I've placed an observer. Now all the heroes have respawned. I'm going to smoke, and it's a blind smoke because I don't know where they are. Actually, I do know where they are, guys. This is not the greatest time to smoke for a couple of reasons. One, your 2 strongest heroes have left, so it's 3 of you. 3 of you versus what? Possibly 1 hero could be okay. They were all dead recently. They're all looking for things to do, and because you guys just killed them, a lot of the lanes are pushed in, which is generally good, but what it means is a lot of the heroes are going to go by the tower. So are we going to go dive a tier 2 tower to get a kill? Maybe, because we do have hook and swap. Like, it's kind of doable. But what if we try to kill this Slark, and then OD, who is dead, and he was thinking about going mid, he sees this fight, and he goes, oh, I'll show up for the fight, right? This is a little bit risky of a time to smoke. In 8 seconds, it's actually a much better time to smoke because OD will almost for sure TP somewhere right away when he respawns. It's a very bad habit of a lot of core players. They rarely walk from death. They almost always TP to the nearest farming spot until it gets really late in the game or the ranks get higher. This is Ancient to Divine. I have a very strong feeling OD will teleport within the first few seconds of respawning. And then once he does that, like he goes mid, he cannot help top. But if I go top first, he will change his spot from here to participate in the fight if he wants to. Also, I would have a better idea if they were scattered if I had deep wards from earlier. So right now, I think it's okay to just deep ward and then back out. There he is, straight mid. Right into the mid lane, guys. And then with our movement, top, totally free warding spot from earlier that we talked about. We wait for them to all respawn. We come into a more highly contested area between 2 lanes we pushed in. So of the places I thought people would go, responding to the farm that is in front of their towers was where they would go. We go in between that, so in between the most hot spot areas, and put the most common observer possible. Walk in circle while tracked. In case there wasn't an observer and a sentry here, while tracked, I'm going to cycle around this cliff just to really let them know, hey guys, I'm warding here. If you weren't sure, I'm circling the cliff to let you know I'm spending a lot of time here. Come check out this cliff and also kill me when you finish farming these areas. Just collapse on me. And now we will lose this. So we will continue to not have a deep ward down. Pretty much this whole game you haven't had a deep ward. 22 minutes. Not like this. I think there's plenty of learning things here. I would just Nothel projection here, by the way. In the end, it's fine, but I feel you're holding this more than you need to. This is scary. You know, like walking up to here, just like Nothel projection, send it in to save the Venge. Then you don't have to, like, if you walk up here, realistically, they should not all be focusing Venge, and one guy should be seeing you walk this way and then, like, tornado you so you can't grave her, right? Or, like, someone else is waiting at the wings and they come stop you. So the further you are, and then you Nothel projection in, they can't really do anything about it. It's my 4th game back since his ult got reworked. Oh, I'm with you there. I actually like Dazzle a lot, but I haven't played him much since Nothel projection, and it feels weird. It's weird to build the habit. You just have to make yourself do it, though. Just, like, chuck it out all the time, and then you can tone it back. What will the future topic be so I can look for things for future streams? So Monday will be general, so anything goes on that one. The Wednesday after that, oh, actually I won't be able to stream the Wednesday after that. So I guess nothing for next week. What topic should we do after that? I had something in mind, but now I'm blanking on it a bit. Oh, I hadn't decided to do this yet, but I had the thought yesterday of sometimes when I make hero guides, I am trying to be better about using stream content into videos. Like, I probably content create a lot, and I am just not being very good about converting it into YouTube videos, and I should be much better. And so I'm trying to think about how I can simplify that. Having dedicated topics is one way I do that, where I never actually finished it, but we had a day of pulling, and I'm going to use the examples I found there for that video. We're doing this warding video, and I'm hoping to draw examples into the common warding mistakes video. I also realize outside of casting, I spend a lot more time looking at the people's games, right? All of you, which does not actually look at like pro level, top level games. So I was thinking maybe some of the day should be dedicated to like a specific hero, and it could become like the hero guide. I would have collected examples from that, and then it would be the like deeper dive for people who want to look at it. So like bounty hunter support, you know, we can look at some of your games to find things to improve on and common mistakes. But we also look at like 1 or 2 pro matches of bounty hunter to highlight like these are the good things to do with bounty and like how are they making it work. And then I can either cut from the stream the video, or I can make note of like, okay, here's the examples I need, and I don't have to use extra time outside for that. I haven't figured out how to fully streamline that and commit to it, but that was an idea I had and might be a topic for the future, but I haven't really picked a hero of like what it should be. When are you going to collab with some VTubers? I don't know. Is there a Dota playing VTuber that is, I don't really follow the VTubing scene. Nothing against it. I only have so much time and I just never really got into it. So I know nothing about, I really don't know much about VTubers. If there's a cool VTuber that is like into Dota and you're like, you guys think that's worth it? Let me know. Let them know, I guess. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't even know where I would begin. Okay. Let's make sure we keep moving, keep getting these. There's a small wave growing. I'll look into it a little bit. Like I said, I really know nothing about the VTubing scene. I know it's not for everybody, and I suppose that would be my like business consideration of like, is this something I want to do and be involved in? I personally don't care if like, I have nothing against it one way or the other. I think it's kind of fun that people do it. But I think there's levels to it, I guess, as well. But that applies to anything. Z gonna switch to VTubing? I think you have to pay to have the whole setup thing, right? I don't want to do that. I also don't know what I would be for it. I thought about doing it just for lulz, like maybe an April Fool's stream, but then it's like, that's a lot of money to spend on a one-off joke. Chat would crowdfund you. We'll think about it. All right, let's do this Pudge game. Let's do this Pudge game, and then we can resume thinking about VTubing. Let's play in position 4. How many wards should I be buying as a 4 versus 5? I tend to buy more than my 5 at times. Feel like I might be griefing. That one's nuanced. It's not strictly bad. Like, if I'm playing Bounty Hunter 4, I actually should be buying more observers, because who has more safety placing an observer? Invis Bounty Hunter, who is meant to be roaming around the map, and he's moving everywhere, so it's just, it's on my way, I drop it. Or Chen, who wants to be like jungling one chunk of the area. Now he has to go out of his way to move somewhere. Crystal Maiden, who's like slow and fragile. Io, who's got to stick next to their carry or their mid, whoever they're playing with, right? It's totally fine for position 4 to buy more observers, especially when they play the roaming heroes. Observers are free. Sentries are where, how many should I buy? Again, it depends a little bit on the game. Are there certain item timings you need to hit, and then buying a bunch of sentries and lowering your net worth? Like, if you find observers, it pays off, but part of the reason you buy sentries is because, like, sometimes it doesn't pay off, but, like, someone's got to do it. That's why the position 5 tends to do it, because they're, like, the lowest in the gold priority and the least need for the gold. So that's where you can grief yourself a little bit as position 4, and I have the same issue. I think warding is probably my relative highest strength compared to my peers, and I've noticed it a little bit while playing offlane. I'm like, these wards aren't very good, but it's not my job. And so because of that, I tend to like want to buy more observers and sentries, but it slows me down in the usual, like, oh, I'm supposed to be a greedy position 4. I'm supposed to be doing this for myself. That's the weird thing. Where, what's happening here? Oh, okay, there we go. It does need to be done. And I think it's worth doing, even if it's not ideal, if no one else is doing it. So, like, you have a position 5 who's not doing it, you have to do it. Like, someone's got to do it. But you will, yeah, there'll be downsides to it. I don't know if you meant to throw your blood grenade. Maybe you meant to blood grenade, attack him, hook to kill. But you can just get CS on him. Pudge has 74 base damage. That's really good. Or I guess like 73 because you have 1 iron branch. But like, you have really high base damage as a support. So just hitting your own creeps is actually very impactful. Okay, kobolds, we don't need to do much. This camp's gonna push back. You have the time to place the sentry, and okay, my bad. I haven't made the warding video and taught you guys this. There's a lot of better sentry places you can put for blocking the camp, and the goal is that they have to look for it. 1 sentry will cover the entire box. So yes, they will find your sentry eventually, but drop a sentry, oh, it's straight in the middle, boom. 2-second commitment versus is it here, 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 is it here? Like, having to walk around the camp and go from 2 seconds to 2 auto attacks up to like 15 seconds is a big deal. And it gives you the chance in that extra time to kill their sentry, potentially. So you never want to just like drop it in the open. You want to put it behind trees, next to trees. I will make a video. Guys, when I was doing the warding video, which I'm now committed to just letting it be as long as I want, the first 2 observers, I was spending like 30 minutes talking about. Because, like, we got to talk about the mid ward and the tricks you can do. Then we have to talk about the pull camps and where the sentries are going to go. And then we can talk about the second observer and whether it's going to go in the lane or, like, in these bounty fights for here, like everywhere. I have like 30 plus minutes for the very first 2 observers. And that's what I'm trying to like cut down. Trent this morning was talking about how pros rename their wards to say observer, even for sentries. I've seen some people do that. I don't think it matters too much because there are some observer sentries which are not super obvious of like which is yellow, which is blue, but the sentries do have the little symbol over the head, which sometimes is a little hard to see. The biggest thing is when they're stacked on top of each other, but when they're stacked on top of each other, it's hard enough to click it anyways, and I don't really think you need to be like renaming. I think it's a funny idea, but I don't know how much it like really matters. Also, I'm pretty sure when you click the is this where the renamed part is? Hold on, those are our own. Is there an enemy? We're gonna have to look for it because I'm pretty sure you can see the time remaining on the observer sentry when you click it, and it will show blue or yellow. Like it shows the observer sentry icon in that like buff bar area. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom forward because we're gonna talk about we're here for warding, not for laning. Okay, speaking, earlier I mentioned the like, okay, hard support, think about that rune. The ward to get ready to like rotate. What the hell is this bullshit? Why do we got 2 observers in mid this early? The mid should start with an observer, and if they lose it, they can get another one. Otherwise, they should get the next one at like 5 minutes when the first one is expiring. In that mindset, if you plan to go mid, which a lot of roaming support should be thinking about, you can buy it and place it for them. Because you like walk over here for the power rune, and you place it like in this corner, for example. You sentry as well if like the mid went bottom. You like sentry, check for their observers, and then as you leave, you place it somewhere. And as part of that rotation, many supports either go through here or go through here, and that can allow you to place some of the first deep wards in the game. Against farming mid heroes, Skywrath Mage is not this type. Skywrath is going to rotate, so we want observers to see him moving left to right or teleporting. Heroes like Alchemist, Tinker, Shadow Fiend, Sniper, heroes that are losing in the mid lane and need to farm to recover, they're going to go here, and they're going to go here. Those are the 2 most common spots. And if they can't do Ancients, it's almost always going to be over here. And then also thinking about the gold rune here. Against those supports, as the position 4, you want to find time to ward somewhere here. You can do the cliff. It's kind of catching on. Something over here or like over here can also work. And you want to see them low and then just snipe them. Or just go and pressure them to mess with their game plan. Or to confirm at least that they're here and they're not somewhere else. And around now is when you would start thinking about buying the observer and holding it until you eventually go make that rotation. Because am I going to do it now at 4 minutes? I don't know. Maybe we get a double kill and then I do go. Maybe I'm going to do it at 6 minutes. Maybe that one doesn't happen. You know, like I don't know when I'll go, but I know I'm going to go. And so I have to hold the observer for that moment. And the smoke, sentries, all that, if I can afford it, could also be worth buying depending on how much money I have and if there's other things I want to buy instead. So for example, the boots, sure. I could also be buying this observer, sentry, smoke, and stuff. And I know it's like, but Zach, my tranquils. There's other things to be done, though. Like, it's good to get early items, but you can't cut out all consumables just to get your items faster, because the consumables matter. You can't skip tango salves, mangoes. Like, I just want the Bassi. They're different use cases. I want the tranquils, yes. I also want to be able to kill Skywrath and then buy my tranquils off the kill gold. I want to be able to like stack efficiently and like gank and all that stuff. And to do that, we often need the consumables. By the way, I think Rotting Core is actually the way you should play support Pudge right now. It's really good for these early fights. You pick up a lot of extra damage. So it may not seem like a lot when it's like, oh, this is like 14 damage, you know? That's like some core player having their phase boots done. It's surprisingly a lot. Like if you think about how much money it would cost you to get even 10 damage, let's do like Blades of Attack, right? We're level 2 and then you just have 450 extra gold. And the net worths at that point are like 1,000 gold. So it's like oh, I just have 50% more money than you with rotting core damage, right? That's kind of where it comes into play. This dismember one doesn't even happen till level 6. But also, a lot of times, you should just be choosing smart times to, like, ult and dismember. And many times, you won't even need the bonus strength. That's my take from, like, watching top-level Pudges, like Yamich. Here, we definitely could have gone mid. And potentially place that ward. Hook something in the jungle along our way. Let's see when we go. Yippee! Okay, leave. Leave this lane. Now, actually, Wisdom Shrine. So, unfortunately, kind of need to go prioritize that. So, for you, you're probably going to go this way and then pull back. At the same time, who's going to steal it? Because both top heroes are dead and then the mid hero died. Maybe one of these two in this off lane, like, are trying to steal it. So, I guess we have to be a little careful. But if you didn't want to go to the Wisdom Shrine, this is actually a reasonable case to, like, take it late. Otherwise, we usually have to go there. Ignoring that, though, let's pretend you just got this double kill at a different time. Now is the window to go place the first deep ward in this jungle. Especially if you think this tower will fall soon, because, like, yeah, the lane's going well, we just got a double kill, gonna take this tower, and we're gonna start playing this area. So you place this ahead of time. Zach, I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, but I have a creep cutter like Axe, and he might want to play in this area a lot. Okay, so then an observer deep in this area would help a lot. Okay, maybe I don't think this tower's going to fall yet. I kind of want to place a deeper ward. Well, how about mid, right? I talked about how a lot of them come over here. We could do just something in the lane like over here. You could do behind the mid tower, which would see a little bit of this, and it would also let you aggressively go for kills here with some extra vision, especially as a Pudge. So a couple options for you. And if you were losing, you could do something more defensive, like, okay, Axe is just going to have to jungle, so I need to make sure they don't invade the Axe. I could do something like here, or something in the lane to see them, like, invading this way. Axe should just be chilling right now. He's very low. If you try to start a fight with him nearby, 1, you don't have hook. 2, he's going to die before you get the kill. So coming top doesn't make a bunch of sense. Going somewhere else then, like using this time just to walk. Walking mid, so when Razor respawns, we're already in position to immediately go for a Skywrath kill. Or, okay, Axe is too low and needs to be on his own. These guys are fine. Let me spend my time walking over there to get a kill. And while I'm walking, I can place this Observer somewhere. Let's just see what happens, because currently all we did was kind of like mess with the lane. Okay, I guess, you know, like Shadow Shaman came and hook. Damn, that actually would have been pretty sick. Kind of worked out, but part of the reason you guys don't feel comfortable chasing harder is because Axe is low. If Axe was full health, he would tower dive there. This also required Shadow Shaman to come here, which is not strictly bad, but... Uh-oh. I got creeps on me. All right. It's 8 minutes into the game. Do you care that this camp is blocked? Let me show you the net worths. Is 60 gold a game ender for any of these guys? Not really. When the starting gold is 600 and people have net worths between 600 to 1,000 gold, and a small camp represents like a 10% increase, that's a big deal to have things denied. When like the level 2 to level 3 power spike is different. Those are really meaningful. At this phase, 8 minutes in, thousands of net worth on people. Small camp is like, inconvenience, no big deal, whatever. Look at Axe. Aw, man, I lost a creep. Well, let me just spin the hard camp. He doesn't care. He cares a little bit. It's just not that important, though. After the 5-minute mark, I wouldn't really worry about blocking any camps. There are specific times to do it, especially versus, like, Alchemist, for example. But otherwise, you don't really need to do any of that stuff. I do like this Observer, though, like the idea of it, getting the deep ward down. Fortunately, we need this tower to, like, fall to get better value out of it. But look at that. Seeing the supports potentially head mid. off of this kind of observer. Never mind, they're coming back top. Okay. Mega overlap. Might as well drop this and break it for how much new vision this is getting us. Very overlap. Also, we didn't even sentry. So let's pretend this doesn't exist. What are the odds the enemy has an observer and a sentry in the mid lane? Extremely high, because this is one of the clearly hotspot areas for wards and sentries. So you want to place a mid ward, that's fine. But it is, you best not be placing it into an existing sentry. And the only way to know that is to put your own sentry first and look around. Gonna be honest, I didn't notice the other one. I figured you didn't, because I'm confident you guys wouldn't typically do that, right? I also miss it sometimes, so I'm not like really, you know, I know it happens, but that's why part of the habit before you place a ward is to take a look and see like where are my other observers? Should I be placing this here? This is not warding related, but this is the kind of fight where it's like, why did you hook that anti-mage? Just a hook? I don't know. You know, we need to have a reason we're doing this stuff. Otherwise, the hook onto anti-mage doesn't actually do anything. The hook on a hard creep would have actually gotten you money and XP to get you towards your 6. So you would have been better off just like heading over to here and hooking a creep in the lane. These kind of sentries are very common, guys, which is why I recommend the observers go further out. And I actually recommend for you guys to also adjust your sentries. Putting it in the middle used to be great because people would put all their observers here. Nowadays, people are moving them to the side, so you should also move your sentries to the side. Move it to like here to check this and the middle. Move it like here to check this and this edge. Damn these Guardian wards. Okay, it worked out. We'll take it. You were gonna live there. Now, maybe you saw the Razor coming over, so you wanted to try, but I think Razor will now die as well. Maybe not. This is the funniest retreat ever. Yeah, I think you just run away, and I was gonna tell you to go ward after that. But now, I guess it worked out. I guess we're maybe getting a disruptor kill. Oh, look at the space made by that disruptor. Everyone came back to their own tier 2. All right, things getting very chaotic for your team now. I do want you guys to play top because you had this deep ward earlier. Yeah, I guess checking for what the disruptor did. Notice you were from your base. Your courier is like the closest spot your courier can check is this one and this one. So you guys really should build the habit that if you're gonna check your own base, you bring your courier out. And then you could have moved it down. Because disruptor moving through here, I think is a good idea to potentially place an observer. Now, should he place it here when all the tier 1s are up? Probably not. If he wants to place a deep ward on this cliff or over here or in here is the best spot for him to do, because it's like it's deep wards that also kind of help with this stuff. This is more necessary than like back here. So your sentry should have been like here, and then you have the courier on the high ground. No blocking camps with observers. It's not worth your time. Especially, it's a little better after the laning stage, I suppose, but it's just not worth your time. Would you rather kill someone or stop them from farming 60, 80 gold now? This is a medium camp. It's, you will give them more money with this observer than you will block in most cases. This should be used to help you make repeated plays into here. And so it needs to be back here. Again, though, this was a dangerous time to walk in. They were all alive. I did see a couple heroes on the map, so it's not the worst time. But if you're going to walk in here, we also need a sentry, because this area is very common to have observer. So they just watched you block their camp with an observer. They're going to come deward it for free, and then this is going to serve zero purpose. If you're gonna take the risk to walk in here, no smoke, I'm just trusting they're not here, you still have to sentry it first. And even if you're not gonna sentry it first, you should put your observer further back than like anything in here. Let's see if they have wards there. Nope, but they do have a sentry already down, I can see on the minimap. So they will eventually find your observer for free. So you take a risk and you don't really get much reward from it. Now my team, okay, this is what I mean, guys. I took a crazy risk to deep ward here, and then I didn't even put it in a very sneaky deep ward spot, so that one's gone. And there was a lot of risk to it. Now, just naturally, right, I didn't even try to coordinate this, my team ended up in here pretty deep. So this is much safer for me to come in here and now place a deep ward. This stuff will happen all the time in pub games. You don't know when it will happen, you just need to be ready for when it happens. And so here we are, pretty far in. This is the time to put the deep ward somewhere. Not near this cliff. I'm going to assume this cliff is warded. And I'm just going to move around it. I would probably sentry this area, because that's pretty common. And then this is going to die soon. This is from earlier. Something over here where Skyreth is standing would be great, but obviously not while he's right there. Something in this river could be okay. This sentry should be a little lower down. So, although my team came in very aggressively, we're going to leave without placing the deep ward. And Shadow Shaman didn't have one, so it was just us. And this is why we wouldn't have put it anywhere in this area, because it's very common to check. That's why the spots I listed, like over here, more likely to survive. Okay, enemy's perspective. Pudge here with a ward, showing the lane. Warding in vision, and then any moment I click him again, the ward's gone. Even if I missed him doing this, if I just check Pudge periodically while I'm moving on the map, and I know Pudge has only been in this area, I know there's an observer here. In this bracket, the bigger issue is that you warded in vision, because it was daytime, the tower saw you. At a higher level, the time you showed with an observer and then the time you showed without an observer was essentially zero, because we were in vision. But even if it's only 2 seconds, that's not a lot of time. There's not very far you can get in 2 seconds. And so it becomes very easy to triangulate where you could have warded. This map is mega huge right now. It's insanely large, and there's a billion spots you could put. So you just need to take your best guess. And if the enemy gives you information of like, it's somewhere here, that's way better than, is it somewhere here? 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 Here, 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 here. Any of these are viable spots. And the fact that I no longer have to check 8 different locations and I know like it disappeared here. It's got to be this side or this side. I come in with a sentry and I drop it like right here. I see it or I don't. I put one on this side. That's 2 sentries, as opposed to like the 15 needed to check this one quadrant. Not even a full quadrant, like a 1/9 of the map. If you like were to split it into like sections, like just that one section would take every sentry we own, and I wouldn't even be able to check all of it. So it's really good to think about how frequently you're showing before and after you place observers. And the longer you're out of sight, the bigger the window becomes of it could be anywhere up here. And I'm gonna need like 18 sentries to figure it out. Okay, let's speed up. Notice your team doesn't have a deep ward from earlier, so if we do want to make a play when you finish your blink, when this guy finishes a blink, right now it's pretty tough. The blinks aren't done yet, so hopefully there will be a moment to place a deep ward. And if we don't do it before then the plays are just going to have to be blind, which is very tough into an anti-mage who has blink to get away from us, or like a disruptor who will just like send us back. I'm more interested in playing with these two. They were nearby and then left. You should just leave Razor and go play with them. Razor is kind of strong, so like I kind of get it, but also, yeah, you don't even need to make plays right now. You're just trying to finish the blinks on everybody. So just farm. There they were making a play, and then we weren't with them. You could have walked with them, though, and, like, jungled the camps. They were last up here, and we're just going to walk in. This is pretty dangerous. I know you have this observer, but, like, why would they just AFK in the lane? They wouldn't. They're going to jungle, and that's why they're going to be, like, over here. And then you're going to walk into the lane, and they're going to stop jungling, and they're going to come kill you. Maybe they went this way. But maybe they change their mind. They walk over here, because who knows? Maybe they have an observer in this area and they see you walking in. It's pretty dangerous. I would wait longer before showing yourself up here. Oh, look. There he is. Shall we see what that looked like from their perspective? Oh, this one way too far back. Here we go. The 10-second rewind button's broken now. Right? They finish top, and what are they doing? They're falling back to the jungle. And he's like, you know, farm this stuff. Oh, here's a Pudge. Let's get him. Come on, sniper. Get over here. Get over here. Okay, here we go. Kill stealing sniper. Got our blink, though. All right, time to smoke and make a play into the dark. The dark. So, no aggressive vision down means it's very hard to make plays. And I'm a Pudge. That's what I want to do. Axe is getting close to blink. We want to find and kill people. And we've seen we have several chances to do so. They should now go place deep wards, guys. While you guys are dead, they should be warned. Did I just see a disruptor teleport over here? What was that? Where was he? Wasn't he in this fight top? Oh, he doesn't have any wards anyways. Look at them. All their defensive wards. Right? This happens all the time in pub games. Like, no one puts down aggressive vision. They don't see the chance to, or when they do, they put it in bad spots, like the Pudge who put it here. And then it's like, oh, my team is so passive. They're not making plays. No one has any information to make plays. Everyone's scared. You're scared to go ward. Your cores are scared to farm. Your cores are scared to make plays because every ward is defensive. We need to stick them out there. That's why warding is the most impactful thing in the game. It doesn't matter how much money the core has. They still have to pick smart fights. There's no... Unless they have like an absurd amount of money. Like we're talking like 10, 20k gold lead in the mid game. Then you can go wherever with absolute invulnerability. Otherwise, in most reasonable games of Dota, you still have to be smart. Even when you're ahead by one item, you have to choose good fights. All right, Skywrath mid, dead. We must place a sneaky observer. Notice we don't have a sentry. So if I want to go here and I'm like, oh, I want to check before I place it, I can't. 1-to-2 ratio, observer sentry purchases. For 4 positions who need to be greedy, you can cut that down to like 1-to-1. And then you aren't checking like defensively. You're saving your sentry for either a guaranteed D ward or like, I need this observer to live because I'm roaming and this will set me up for future plays and I need this to live. So I have my 1 sentry to check here, assume there's a ward here and path this way to go place my observer here. And I use my 1 sentry to check this stuff. If I don't check this stuff and I just walk through and I place my observer and then I walk back out, if there is an observer here, it's the same thing we talked about here. Okay, I know Pudge had a ward here. He disappeared and then he reappeared here. I don't know. Where could it be, guys? You think he just dropped it behind this tree and then left it? I'm sure he placed it like in this area. You just bring your sentry and you get a free D ward. All right, we're over here. Deep ward here, back here, over here. All sneaky spots. Kill the sniper first. Okay, okay. Now I've got free reign again. They're going to be retreating from this area until people respawn. So deep ward here, here, here. You want to come up here and place it in here? I'm okay with that too. Although this is a little bit more common. Okay, we place one down. I approve. Immediately walk through tower vision, creep vision again though. So Pudge walked in here with an observer, walked out with an observer. How you put this? Stay out of sight for longer. Let me, in case they didn't see me yet, let me walk into the tower again. Let me really let them, give them a chance to check on me. Really let them see if I put the observer down. Remember, not only for warding, you're Pudge. You want to surprise people with the hooks. So you should be trying to stay out of sight as much as possible as you move around. This is a big dive over commitment, so I'm not even going to worry about it. But let's take a quick look at the other heroes real quick. So, Sniper died. Disruptor actually used this observer for the fight, so I will accept that. And this makes sense because, like, there was a fight coming up. You know what? You know what? I'll write that down. Although this has been in other videos, so I don't know if I really need this. Now he doesn't have an observer to go place deep though. Like, see how they're all dead? And he had to use this one for the fight, which is like, okay, I understand. But if he had another one, now is like the perfect time to do a deep ward while they were all dead. Separate issue, like their whole team stayed defensive after that fight, but this is a warding video. So because we placed this one earlier, even though we lost that fight, we could now smoke and make a play into here. We can use that for something. This one, you know, pretty shallow, pretty common. Oh, you could choose to save or choose to kill, and you chose to do good today. I want to go back real quick. Was it here? Oh, a little further. All right, this is the mid Skywrath. From your team's perspective, just looking at the minimap, right? He's clearing the wave, and then where did he go? I want to kill him. I'll tell you where he is. He's in this triangle. Do you know how I know? Because I have this deep ward telling me he's not over here. So he's somewhere in this area. So if we're trying to kill him, we're smoking in, walking forward. And if he shows in the lane, we get him. If he doesn't show in the lane, he's over here. And if he's not in one of these two locations, he teleported. Then that's like separate. But I am not. I want to kill him. I walk in here, and then I have to take a guess. Left or right? Is he farming back here, or is he farming here? Flip the coin, get it right, kill him. Miss? Damn. Unlucky. Wasted smoke and 4 of my teammates' time, right? Huge difference on the degree of success by having 1 deep ward down for moments like that. I know exactly where Skywrath Mage is. He's right here. And if I wait 10 seconds, he's probably going to show in the creep wave again. And if he doesn't, he is jungling or he's moving somewhere else that he thinks is more important. And that's a separate mistake and why he needed to shove out the wave more. But that's the wave giving me information as I press play here, right? Let's just pretend I'm still interested in killing that Skywrath. Weird. He was bottom. He's not here. He's not in the wave again. I guess he's jungling or he's coming to fight. Oh, he actually moved really far forward and then wrapped back around. I guess he stopped at the secret shop or something. But anyways, there he is. You guys are doing something mid, but let's just pretend we're thinking about the Skywrath. Okay, he's still dealing with mid. He's coming to now to you guys because you guys are causing a fight. Oh, he's back. He pushed out the wave. Okay, where is he? I want to kill him. But maybe he'll kill me. Can I go into this triangle right now? I'll know in a few seconds. Because is this guy just sitting here waiting for the next creep wave? Probably not. He's going to be moving to the nearest jungle camp, which is either here or here. I don't see him. I don't see him. There he is in the triangle. And now Razor is dead. Should Razor have known that? Yes. Because Skywrath was here, and then he did not show here, and he did not show here. So there's a very high chance he was coming in here. Which, by the way, my team was playing without vision and without sentries. So there was a very high chance the enemy had a ward here. Yes, from earlier, that ward. So that's a completely preventable death based on using the deep ward. But if you don't have this deep ward and you only have defensive wards that'll help me survive along this river, then I never would have known. Off of Skywrath disappearing from the creep wave, I wouldn't have known if he went here, here, or here, which means there's no chance for me to ever go in here. But if I know Skywrath is over here, then I could kill him, but I could also have a little bit more comfort going into this triangle. So this deep ward is giving me safety and it is giving me options, just like any ward can, but why deep wards are very underappreciated for what they offer you. This one's kind of shallow when you have this one and this one. I'm confused what you want. Are we playing aggressive with these wards or are we playing defensive with this ward? This is an overlap in the bottom half of the map. So you should actually save that observer. Unless you think Roche is about to happen and it's in the bottom pit. Then that kind of ward makes more sense. But it's topside Roche. So this ward is kind of overkill. If they're going to be here, I already would have known because I pushed in the wave. So they dealt with the waves. And then these wards would let me know they weren't just sitting in the jungle, that they're moving forward. So then I don't need this ward. Did you ever manage to pull stack on minute 2? It happens sporadically. I haven't tried to make it consistent. Let me go back. If you have a way to consistently do it guaranteed, I'd be interested. But I think only certain heroes can kind of do it, was where I was last time. Okay. So you mentioned this ward was to help Luna farm safely. And so I'm mentioning when they come in through here, I'll know that they're in here, and I'll know to just avoid this whole area without needing a nether observer to know about it. Now, partly this ward just died. So we can say, okay, yeah, I did see them come in through here. So maybe the ward paid off. At the same time, notice how they're going to push the wave in a moment to go for the tower. And I kind of know they're here because they're not anywhere else. If we take this ward out, I think you saw them coming in through the wave. Maybe not. Let me see. Okay, anti-mage illusions are here, so I know he's in the area. And we're going to pretend this ward does not exist right now. Okay, maybe you wouldn't have seen them, actually. And this observer has paid off. You still stuck around, though, as if they weren't all here. Good thing you blinked out. Okay, let's pretend you didn't have an observer here, though, which now Disruptor has killed. Wouldn't you start to be suspicious when this ward doesn't see anything and this creep wave is by the tower? And earlier, this observer was alive. Let's say it was still alive. Okay, nothing showing there. So it's like, nobody's here. Nobody's here. Nobody's pushing in here. I don't know where they're going, but I know to be scared. And that's... even without this extra defensive ward, I would have known to be like hugging towers and staying in tree lines. That observer kind of did spot everything for you. So actually, I'll eat my words. It did kind of pay off for you guys. This kind of movement is really dangerous though, right? You guys are not all together and you're starting to move forward. Well, what if they're all right here, right? This tower is still up, but like, what are the other heroes doing? They're waiting. They could be moving through the back. It is possible. So you should wait for everybody before you group up and go like this. Okay, then we're going to put this observer to bait them in. I guess I'm okay with that to a degree. I do think you'll see them in the creep wave, though. But I'm kind of open to it. Notice how in the end, though, we jumped ahead of the observer and we didn't really bait them in. That's not really on you. But kind of shows like these observers and fights can be funny, where it's like this observer means you want to fight in this area so you can see the backline here. When you end up fighting here, this part's technically in the observer, but then it doesn't see the backline over here, which is now what's starting to come in to get you guys. So, you putting this observer, I'm okay with, and you can have the right idea even if the team doesn't. And so now we're all trying to rush into the back line to get them, which means this observer is over here. Oh. Just gotta carry some dust. Okay, the fight ends up kind of poor. I don't think that's completely your fault. I am open to the observer. Your team just needs to wait to actually, like, for them to push into the observer rather than jump at the edge of your observer vision. They better be warding right now, guys. Where are their supports? Notice with that team wipe, no observers ready to place. Are they available? 2 in stock. What's Disruptor doing while you're all dead? He's in his own half of the map. Picking up watchers. No deep wards. None. 2. Keeping an eye on the inventory. Screaming. Perhaps the observers have a bunch of eyes on them, but perhaps they need mouths to beg, please, look at this. Because by the time he gets them, you guys are all up. So does he feel comfortable doing a deep ward? No. So what does he do? Does a very defensive ward. On its own, it can be okay. And he did sentry first, which I'm glad about, though this sentry should maybe be a little further out. But that was his chance to place a deep ward, and he simply didn't have them with him, so he missed his chance. And now, because of that, he's settling for a defensive ward. Here and here, which means wherever he places the deep ward now is going to be a little awkward, because, like, he puts it over here, now there's, like, overlap. If you put it on the far edge, then the overlap's not as bad. But it kind of limits what you can do as a deep ward. I don't hate it, but now this one that he's got, he has to hold this until a big team fight breaks out and he uses it for that. That would be okay. Or he wins a fight and then he can go anywhere in this map for like the 4th time possible, and he has to go place it at that point. Let's follow him for a little bit and see where he puts it. Who put this one in the lane? Dragon Knight. We'll say it's for Roche. We'll let him have it for the Roche fight. Who wins this fight? You guys or him? I gotta know who to check for warding after this. All right, he's won the fight. This Disruptor has 3 defensive wards. Now, his team should go do Roche. And sometimes you can ward for Roche, but he can finish it before you guys are up. So you don't even need to ward this area with your Observer to protect Roche if his team goes for it. This is a pub game. They won't do it. So he can place it anywhere. I don't even give a shit where he places it. It just needs to be on your half of the map. And on the way in, he needs to sentry. And he has 2. So let's say he wants to ward over here. And I would say bottom is correct because Roche is down here. So if it happens within the next 4 minutes, if it doesn't happen right now, it would still be good to have. And even if Roche gets taken, it's not like having ward vision down here would be bad. So he goes this way into here. If they see him going into here because they have river wards, that's okay. Oh, I know Disruptor's warding my safe lane jungle. It could be here, here, anywhere in here, 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 here. It could be over here. He could be making his way down here. It could be anywhere here. So I may know he's down here, but as long as I don't literally see him, I have a hard time triangulating where it is. So it's much worse if I have an Observer here and I don't know Disruptor came over. Oh, but now I do, and now I literally see him place it. Or I see him walk this way and then walk back through the Observer. Now I know, okay, it was not here because I could see that. And I know he went this way, and then I know he turned around. So it's somewhere in this area. And I just cut down all the different possibilities it could be. So this is where you need to check if you want to put a deep ward. So Disruptor walks through here, ignores this stuff, even if there's an Observer that sees him. He sentries in here, checks, comes in. If you think they have something here, depending how the game's going, he could sentry that as well. Sentry check, and then based on where your sentries are, you place your deep ward. You don't walk to a new area. So like, oh, I checked this, and then I checked this cliff, and now I'm going to walk over here and place my deep ward. But what if they had an Observer here that sees you because you didn't check this area? Then it defeats the whole purpose. So depending where you're going to ward, you sentry along that route, and then you stick to that route. And then don't walk back through here, because I ignored this. I assumed, okay, there may be a ward there, but I'm not going to check that. The longer you stay out of sight, the better. Even if that includes just sitting where your sentry is for a little bit, and then like give it a lot of fake time. So Disruptor walks in here, he sentries this area, and then wards here. And then he just waits here for 10 seconds and then walks back out. From my perspective, with a ward here, I saw Disruptor walk in and he was gone for 20 seconds. I actually don't think it's here. I think he walked further in, right? For how long he was gone before he showed back up. And then it turns out he was actually just waiting here. So he got me. He stayed out of sight longer before showing himself. So then there was more area he could have covered. But if he just goes in, does this, goes out, I know it's here based on the amount of time that he disappeared and then re-showed himself again. Where's he going to go? He's actually going top. All right, going to kill a sentry. Going to capture a watcher. And he's going to ward over here maybe without doing any of the sentries behind him. He's going to come here in the daytime. Oh my. Okay, so he warded over here and now he's going to check. Just in case, I should better check. Now that they know I would have placed this or not, now I'll look. So, massive mistake. Sentry first. He's Disruptor. It should be on the low ground so he can use Kinetic Field. Your team, you have these towers available. So what are the odds you guys have Observers on this side? Very low. You guys put Observers here when you're defending your high ground. So right now, your Observers are more likely to be here to out here. So as he walked in, he should sentry up here, and then he should sentry over here. Check this cliff. And then if he wants to deep ward back here, that's fine. And then he continues to stay out of sight for a while, and then he walks back out the way that he checked the sentries. This is reverse order. Do you guys have a ward here? No. So you guys don't actually know. It is going to work out for him. Actually, unless you guys saw him go through here. But I think he did path correctly. It was just a little risky and a little scary in the daytime. Oh, but did you see that, guys? Hold on, let me show your perspective. All right, lost the fight, and after losing fights, you should click all the enemy heroes. It's a really good habit. Okay, I see Disruptor going in here, and I know he should be warding right now. Channeling the Watcher, I check one more time, although that one's kind of a bug. You're not supposed to see him, but maybe you guys had the Watcher, let's say. Let's actually pretend we just didn't see this, because this is kind of a bug. So I last saw him kill this sentry, so I know there is an observer. I know there is an observer or a sentry potentially coming down somewhere up here. I'm waiting. I'm watching. I ain't seeing nothing. I don't know what he could be doing. And then he shows here. And I click him. Now look at the path he took, the way he's showing. I know he came from this angle. Most likely. I mean, we can kind of mind game here, but it is the angle he came from. He came from here and he's walking back this way. His hero's going this way. It's very different from a hero like walking down this way and curving out this way. So I know there's a higher chance that it's over here or over here. I don't know if I would have expected it to be so far back, actually. He probably would have gotten me. But I know that an observer and a sentry got used somewhere over here. Like somewhere in this area. And although it could technically be top, for the way he is walking and where he is showing, I don't think it's up here or over here. I think it's like in this area. And he did admittedly place it pretty far back, and it might survive anyways. But I have a rough idea of where it is based on when I first saw him and then when I last saw him. Okay, I think we'll move to another one. And let's do I'll try to skip over the early game and go more to late game, because so far we've done a bunch of like early to mid game. Wait. Good final follow-up. Disruptor should show through here. Sniper and Disruptor don't have observers and sentries anymore, right? I'm pretending I'm you. I'm watching the map. I'm clicking heroes. I have figured out that it's somewhere over here. And then when you respawn, where do you go check? You come down here and check this area, which first of all was really dangerous because I saw them all walk into here, right? As they respawned, you wanted to fight. So fair enough, right? You all run in here, but then your team's over here and then you blink this way. So you're going to get into a fight farther from them than you would like. So you should try to initiate closer here rather than this far to the left. And just keep trying to walk in and hold the hook longer. That's just like general Pudge tip. This is pretty dangerous though, and the rest of the team isn't really coming. I like the idea. Oh, I guess they got caught up on anti-mage. I actually missed that. Okay, great. And then you check over here because you didn't check the enemy's inventory earlier, so you think there could be a ward down here. But I actually know he didn't have an observer as he was in this area. So now these two sentries are wasted, and your courier was literally right here. So you could have far better coverage for a little bit better micro, right? Like the courier was here. And anytime you buy observers and sentries, you really should make a habit to shift click it to the nearest cliff. It is a really good habit that will boost your warding a lot. And then you could have covered a far greater area. We did actually get a sentry here, but the higher likelihood was an observer check over here, and then you went for the lower check down here. I'm so sorry, guys. This has been zoomed in this whole time. I didn't even realize. I don't know how long it's been like that. Okay, submit your match IDs. The topic is warding. I see Cesaro. If you want me to check out the laning, Monday will be general review, and we can do it there. Today, Wednesdays, there's going to be a dedicated topic for now going forward. And today is warding. If you have warding related questions, you're free to submit those. But if you want the laning, then I'll have to push that till Monday. Have you tried LD support? I don't think I believe in LD support. I kind of want to because I like Lone Druid, but I don't see what he offers that's better than other supports. And honestly, I think that's why you're having issues making the mid game work. Because, like, okay, what does he do in the mid game as a support? And it's like, he right clicks things with the bear, you know? He's like, oh, I can fear people. I can, like, buy the shard and, like, pull someone. It's like, yeah, could do that with a lot of heroes. You have a much easier time doing it. He has to buy the items to become a support. Other supports are supports that can buy items to make their life easier. That's kind of why the mid game would feel very strange, in my opinion. Achilles, happy to help. I'm glad. Sark, I'm glad you like. I'll be honest, I hated the video. By the time I finished it, I was still thinking about, like, I think I should redo this. I think I need to add more. I think I need to do this. I actually really didn't like it, and I decided the more time I spend on this, I'll never make it to the other thing. So we just gotta, I just have to release it. It's, like, good enough. I hate it because I spent so much time on it. We have to move on to other video ideas. But I'm glad to hear it's being positively received by people. Yeah, I need to refill my water. Please submit the games, warding topics like we said. And anyone who's got, like, mid to late game warding is maybe even better, because we've done 2 games now where we go, like, early onwards. So okay, be right back. We do turbo replays. I don't mind. As long as the topic's about warding, because that's what today's on. But otherwise... that's fine with me. Oops. Hard support guardian. Is today only about warding? Yes, we're trying to keep the focus on warding today. And then Mondays we'll do open season for any topic. Okay, this time we got a Largo game. And you have a good question about the mid to late game stuff, which is that had a lead, lost it, stuff happened, and then you were dealing with split pushers as the game went on. And you felt like too often you were responding to push lanes and couldn't really do much. So how can I defend and ward versus heroes like Brood, NP, Anti-Mage? That's a really good question. The tip I'll start with, and we'll see where exactly this comes into play. Let's see, 33-minute game. So let's maybe jump to 15-ish minutes. That's when the ratting would start to happen. Well, maybe stopping the ratting earlier is also possible if we But I said I would try to focus more on the later stuff. Damn, look at that. Spike. Okay, let's jump to 15. And what I'll say versus rats is that you either need to see them coming ahead of time so you can get in position to kill them and then move on. And for example, although in the ultra late game it won't matter as much, killing a rat here at your base means you have the most amount of time to walk down the lane. Same here. Okay, we gotta go all the way around, or we gotta do this and then go to another lane and then push down. But if you see the rat coming in and you preemptively go and kill them out here, it doesn't seem like a huge deal, but it is faster, to punish a team that is ratting a lot. Pushing before they can rat you is the name of the game. And so any extra time save can add up to help you finish off buildings before they're back up, pushing lanes, all that stuff. Okay. So let's start from here. Our team has one defensive ward down. I saw you had one ward on you. Okay, so see, we have another defensive ward down here and here. Not strictly the end of the world, but notice no deep wards available. And that was your last observer. So if an opportunity does come up now, we won't be able to go make use of it. Silencer, does he have one? No. So maybe okay, just making sure it wasn't Silencer Core or Earthshaker support. So now we have no wards available if that were to come up. There are some in stock though, too. So let's grab those. I would grab at least one. You can try to leave the other if the other supports have been buying it, right? You can split them, and that's good because you'll be in different areas. Maybe one of you dies and you were holding every observer. Now you can't place them. So it's actually fine by me to split them up. Zach, he's not. It's my supports aren't doing it. Okay, maybe you gotta buy both. But you can also just buy one and save it and then buy it later. Maybe he does it. Either way, I want to grab that other observer. I actually wish you already had it now, but whatever. We'll get it now, and we wait to see an opportunity come up. Your team, you're not losing to a Broodmother, which is already pretty good. And if Medusa just hits her timing, I think you'll be in a decent spot. Might be some of the idea of the defensive wards of like, oh, we're not ready yet. And I am open to that. Earlier we mentioned like the 1 defensive, 1 aggressive, 1 flex. So if you have the idea, we're going to beat them in the late game, we're already in a good spot. Double defensive, 1 aggressive, that's fine with me. But there's still 1 aggressive ward, 1 deep ward for the chance to make plays, and the fact that a deep ward does help you be defensive, excuse me. Okay, I see 2. I need that 2-to-1 ratio. So notice this crown, this windlace. Do they finish the solar crest? No. So I'm gonna delay it, and I'm gonna buy 2 sentries, probably 3 sentries actually, at least. Could be 4 based on my 1-to-2 ratio, but you don't always have to like follow that to a science. Damn, I wanted that money to finish my solar crest. So it's coming out, and I'm gonna have observers to place, but I'm gonna have no sentries to give me more confidence that the observers will survive. And instead, I'll have a windlace and a crown, which are not bad to have, but also I don't even have the slots to hold everything, you know, like windlace, crown, and then where are my observers going? I was like, oh, well, I gotta place them, I'll swap them in. Yeah, kinda, but again, I'd rather have the sentries to make sure the observers aren't just dying. Because my team's kind of moving up, right? So, like, maybe from this position, I would feel okay about, like, maybe sticking my head in here and placing something in this vicinity, especially if I start seeing heroes show in other lanes. I would also feel fairly good about moving around like this. Moving along here. This area is rarely warded in pub games, so you can very frequently get in pretty far. This spot's good. This spot's good. People are catching on to it. Anywhere along here is okay. Come down this tree line, drop it in the lane would have been okay. You want to scan and take the risk walking up here. This is where things are getting more dangerous. But if you do scan and then breach from this lower ground so that this top observer, watcher, if it's in the enemy possession, it doesn't see you, you could do that. Run down here, place an observer like somewhere around here. I would say you have, despite all of them being up, you could take this risk. And part of that is because Broodmother is a stationary hero. Like, she is going to be top where her webs are. If I were to just like take a random bet. This one is okay, but notice the overlap with this a little bit, which is like, oh, I'm going to see people rotate from here to here. That's kind of what this one's doing too, you know? This one is further in than this, so it's like, it's a little different. It's like, okay, maybe some aggressive potential off, like, I see an enemy farming this camp, but it's not different enough. I don't feel great about how far apart these are, unless Roche is what I'm thinking about, and like, oh, I think Roche is going to happen soon. I want like really good vision around the pit, but I know this is too hard to get into. And then I'm kind of open to like double downing on this, but it's not down here. It's up here. It's also 18 minutes, so probably not going to be a consideration quite yet. Uh-oh, they're here. They see me. Panic. Ah! Get me out of here. So, unusual, but they actually probably also have an observer in this area. Now, if I was you and I was using this spot, I would have just blindly observered here, just trusting there was no vision here. But, damn, I was wrong. I have a sentry. I'll check for it. Not right now, because they're here right now, but maybe as a bait, because it looks like my teammates are actually coming in, so maybe I would. But this would be a great time to do that. At least now I know there's vision somewhere here based on how I got swapped. It could be here. So a sentry like in this spot right here will check all three. It'll check this like area here. It'll give you the sentry vision here, and it'll give you the sentry vision here. It won't check here. So then maybe if I don't get it, I'll have to come bring another sentry in this area. But that would be my top 3 spots, is like to look for these 3. And you can adjust that to your bracket. If you think like, oh, people are always putting wards here, actually, Zach, then we'll move the sentry there. Though if that's also happening to you all the time, then we shouldn't have done this without a sentry. Hopefully we win this fight, and this could be the chance to do a deep ward. And even in the middle of this fight, I could probably just drop one in this river right now. And in the chaos of things going on, nobody's going to even notice. It'll be useful for the fight, and it's a good deep ward spot. And I think their observer is somewhere out here, so they probably don't see me in here. Okay, we win the fight. So now, if I didn't want to do it in the middle of the fight, I can do it now. Oh, I do have a sentry, so I can de-ward this area first if I want. And then I have my pick of where to put it. Let's see what you do. Put our sentry down. Didn't quite look over here. Notice this didn't... You lost your observer here. You needed to make sure you covered this area, because either they have a sentry right there, or they have a sentry that covers this area, or they have an observer there. Like, there's a mix of things that could happen, and then you didn't cover that spot with this sentry. I believe, based on what happened, it's... Okay, actually, the observer's over here, so I was actually a little wrong. But that means I still kind of know. Like, I know there was vision of me here, and if I didn't catch it with this sentry that caught up to here, then I now know, like, okay, it's got to be over here. So I would come with another sentry, like, in this area. You put another sentry down, and then you put this. Okay, but let's think about this. So you are currently here. We feel comfortable enough to be in this area, right or wrong, ignore that. We're here, we're de-warding. Okay, time for me to put my deep ward. I'll put it here. A spot I could use at any time, because I can just run over here and place it and run out. And I have this one. So now there's like a bunch of overlap. Although this one's about to die, so maybe the overlap's not a consideration. This is quite shallow and will not really give you much aggressive plays to make. It will be good for Roshan once again. Like, this is not a bad Rosh ward, but it won't help me make plays, and it won't serve as a deep ward to see them like smoking, making their own plays, all that stuff. It's too shallow, even though I'm here. Like, this is my opportunity to do it. And it was a pretty common spot, so actually Venge kills it. Also, I think you killed a sentry here. I forgot to mention that. You actually killed this sentry, so she was going to come by with another sentry. Now, you at least, like, their sentry was here, and so you at least put your observer out of that common sentry spot. But it's not that crazy for them to, like, fidget the sentry a little bit. So in this area was still kind of dangerous, as we see. I would say up here would have been good. Anywhere over here would have been good. Running into the lane like this and dropping it somewhere in here, all pretty good spots. A river spot we mentioned earlier could have been good. As your team was down here, here, all would have been good. Oh, nice. Underlord, although this is a Watcher bug, so maybe I'm not supposed to know him, but we do. Underlord's over here. Broodmother's still probably top based on like where the web placement is, though she did make one rotation here, but there's only one web, so I think she would have gone back top. Shaman's dead. Feeling okay about playing this area. I do know Venge is down there last, though. Okay, I'm so wrong. Brood actually is down here. Hey, guys, you want to smoke after we finish this, and we can... I don't know. And that's why the deep ward is so important. Poggers on that massive stack, though. Holy shit. If I want a deep ward, these guys are pushing in, feeling pretty good, being behind them, placing my deep ward. Another defensive one. I don't mind defensive wards, but it means Once again, all our spots that we have chosen, we only ever see the river. I never really see into the enemy's half of the map. I have no idea how smart these guys are being, how dangerous they're being. They have no deep ward to play around. I feel scared, but I'm like self-fulfilling that prophecy. I'm putting shallow observers. That's why I feel scared. And with my team, Medusa no mana. All right. How is... Where's your money? Let's finish this fight. They're all dead. What does that mean? I can ward wherever I want. Once we finish chasing Brood, juked by the same move. I'm gonna ignore that. Oh shit, no, don't kill me. Space made by Brood. A lot of them respawned. But I still feel pretty good about moving in, especially because I see Luna has teleported top as she respawned. I told you guys, as soon as cores are up, they like to respawn, teleport. So if I had an observer sentry, I could do it now. I placed one earlier when I only had one left, and I picked a spot that I can do at any time. And now that I have my limited edition, gotta do it right now, or I'll never get to do it again until the next limited edition run. That's how the companies get you. In my FOMO time, I don't want to miss my chance to ward, but I don't have any because I already used them earlier. So it's really good to hold one, especially when you have the deep ward. Like, you have a defensive ward, you have one observer left, and you don't have a deep ward. You really should hold it until you get a chance to place it. Do I schedule my YouTube videos to be posted when you're streaming? Sort of. I tend to stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then video work is done Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, and then like also on stream days before and after. And there's no real reason typically for me to hold a video for very long, like finish it and be like, I'll release this next week. Unless I am specifically trying to time something, which rarely happens. I am almost always finish a video and just release it. There's only been a few times I've tried to like line things up. And it's often with a bigger, it's like there's a Reddit post with it, there's a stream planned with it. It's happened a little bit more now. Especially with like, here's a hero guide, and now we're gonna play that hero on stream. That happens. Though sometimes I think that actually backfires on YouTube because the thumbnail looks the same and it's confusing. It's like, is this the same thing happening twice? I'm not gonna click this. I actually think it can sometimes backfire, but I don't 100% know. So in general, it kind of lines up, but it's often more coincidence than anything. I'm not really like thinking about the fight too much to break it down because warding topics here, which if I had, like they were already in my inventory, now would be the time to do it. We are in the enemy's half of the map with the team. I feel very safe to do it, and I can't. Also, this one got placed earlier by Silencer, which is part of why that fight worked out. But again, look at the minimap, how dark it is on their half of the map. Sorry, you guys do have ward down. It's not like pitch black, but like... When did we start? 15 minutes? And we have the furthest observer we've put is like on their half of the river, which really isn't much. I was trying to save wards when I could place them outside the side lanes, but my team was pinging them. Mute them. What do they know? Never, look, listen. Never trust a core with warding advice. Every time I've listened to a core, if I started to track it and a core was like, hey, there's a ward here, over 50% of the time, they're wrong. In my games, okay? I'm talking 7K players. They're like, there's a ward here. Over half the time, they're incorrect. They don't know shit about what they're talking about. I promise you, your teammates are going to be even worse about it than my teammates, about knowing where the vision should go and where the enemy is putting stuff down. You are the one who is tuning into a ZQuixotix stream about warding. You're watching the videos. Your level of knowledge is going to be way higher than theirs, relatively. I'm not saying absolutely ignore your teammates, never trust them, whatever. But if you're like, I really think I should be saving this, and your team's pinging you, mute. I know I need this somewhere else. I will do it. I understand that it's like a little more complicated where it's like, but they're going to stop playing and blah, blah, blah. But we can all play together and then play badly because I have no useful wards, right? Like, so at some point you got to pick your poison. And I'd rather you build good habits of warding. If we go back to this, let's see where they smoked. Did they smoke in any of your river wards? Did you see any of them come through your river wards because they smoked? No. Where did they smoke? In their own half of the map. This is almost always where the enemy team is going to smoke. And that's why even if you want to be defensive, you need a deep ward down to see the smokes. Because once your smoke, like once the smoke happens, all the river wards in the world will not see this coming. So you have to see into their jungle to either see the smoke happen or to see no one's in that jungle, no one's in the river, no one's in any of the lanes I push, that must be a smoke. But from your perspective, if no one is showing anywhere, I don't know, they could be jungling. I don't know, they're smoked. They could just be jungling. If not here, they could be here. So you have to have the deep ward down to help you be able to suss that out. Their setup's actually pretty good, right? They smoked. Look at this. 2 sentries, smoke in this area, walk into where they have aggressive wards. This is actually a really good move. This one's not that aggressive, but it's a little, and sometimes that is enough. And so they have a target to work towards. They move into an area that is safe, approach from this angle, and then they get you guys. Right? This was actually a pretty good play from them. So good, I'm gonna write that down. Is it worth buying a smoke and just solo smoking into the enemy jungle to ward? You could do that if you need to. There are cases it's like, okay. However, without needing to do that, I've identified like 3 different opportunities you have had to do it without needing a smoke. So that's kind of what I would say, right? It's like, yeah, you could, but if it's not a good time to ward with or without a smoke, will it make a difference when you blindly walk in and then your smoke breaks and then you die to the core that turned out to be there, right? It's still going to be a lot of risk, and the smoke just mitigates that. But there are legitimately good times to do the deep warding that have reduced risk, and you don't even need to smoke. So I'd say the greater skill is to learn to identify those opportunities rather than to build the habit to solo smoke for wards all the time. Because that's actually, I would actually say that's a bad habit to build. It's not that you can't do it. I have done it. Pros have done it. But I actually don't think you need to do it in the majority of cases. Yes, this is free coaching. It's a little slower than usual. We usually get through more people, but today we're having to spend more time talking about warding and the buildup of it. So it's a little slower, but we are slowly getting through different people. Yeah, once you stop trusting the team with wards, queue them up. Shift queue them so you know when they're in stock. Buy them and hold them. Right, we have a couple, right? 2 observers, 5 sentries. Ah, damn. Okay, almost got her. Chase after her, getting kind of scary. Is she running to her team? Are the team down here? I don't know, because I only have wards on my half of the map, so 1 deep ward would help me know a little bit more. Okay, 2 mid. Brood top, Venge top. Okay, right there. I'll go back to show you guys, right? While you're jungling, oops, sorry. Back. While you're jungling, we're looking at the mini-map as you move around. Okay, Venge, Brood, Underlord, Shaman. Okay. So for you, Largo, it would be kind of hard to go ward right now if I wanted a deep ward. But as Silencer, And this is why it's good to split up wards if possible, and you know they're using their brains. This is his moment. The only hero missing is Luna. And yes, Luna could kill him, so it makes it a little scary. But it's better than when, like, all the heroes are missing. So even without a smoke, Silencer can just run into the bottom lane and take his best shot at it. And at really scary moments, like as he's about to breach this high ground, he can scan here if he wants. He can do that. This is his time to put a deep ward bottom, because we just saw 4 heroes here and here. There are times you just don't have deep wards down because you've lost them, for whatever reason. So throughout the game, you will need to look for these moments where you get the first deep ward down. And that first deep ward will help you with the next deep ward. Silencer, this is his moment to run down here and take the risk to put it somewhere. I don't really care where he does it, but like it needs to be somewhere down there. Yours, you're putting up here. This is not a bad spot. It's going to be very defensive, these two. So this ward is saying they are going to push and siege this area, and I want to fight. So if that's how you feel about it right now, I'd say that's okay. It means we definitely need a deep ward over here. Because now we have 3 defensive wards, and this one's like moderately aggressive, we'll say. Very shallow aggression. Brother. Look at this. There's too much in my own jungle. I see everything in the jungle and I see nothing else. There's too many together. You gotta scatter them. You can do this in like, this will end the game. You know, we lose this fight, they will take the base. We win this fight, we will get the 3rd Roche and then like run in to end the game. That's the kind of situation you like blanket an area, because you know the like massive 5-on-5 is about to break out and you have to win it. That's when you do this. At 28 minutes is probably not the case, you know. That's some ultra late game Dota type shit. Do you think it's not worth it even at low 3 to 4k MMR? That's average MMR. I smoke ward almost every game. If I feel like I need a deep ward and I'm scared to walk to their sides because they're missing, probably jungling because low MMR. Team fights are very random in my MMR, and smoke into good fights is very uncommon. I think, again, like, I think you can do it, but, like, we are in a Guardian game. No offense. This is, you know, but, like, it's not that much higher than a Herald game. This is... I know it's like a sample size of 1, but the other replays we've done, right? We've covered Crusader and Ancient as well, and previous times we've looked at warding. I promise these kind of situations where you can just walk in and do it exist. It just comes down... The real thing that separates it is that you need to have good mini-map awareness to see this. Because if you don't see the heroes in different places, you don't realize it's your time to go in. So there's actually quite a lot of opportunities that are just going unnoticed. So, yes, you could say like, well, yeah, but I am a, you know, Herald, Guardian, Crusader player, so I know my map awareness isn't that good. So can I use smokes to kind of like cover that? Yeah, you can. And, you know, I don't hate it, especially because smokes aren't going to be used perfectly at that bracket anyway. So like 1 or 2 used every now and then, especially to get the first one down, is okay. But the better habit will be to work on your map awareness and work on taking the knowledge from these streams into realizing like, oh, this is my time to go do that. Oh, my team is already in here. I'm supposed to place a deep ward now, right? That's the better habit. And I promise in the majority of games, you're going to get several opportunities to do it. There are some cases where there's like big stomps that are really hard to get out on the map. That's when the smokes become a little bit more acceptable. You're losing every lane. They're camping your whole area. That's when you kind of do need to smoke out. Most games don't immediately start there though, right? There's like some back and forth. we throw, they throw, we throw, they throw, right? Like most Dota games are like that. Would I play differently in lower MMR? Yeah, I'd probably just kill people. I think I would play like right-click heroes, like Enchantress, to clarify, not carries. I would play like Enchantress, Skywrath, the heroes that are really easy to harass with right-clicks in the lane. Just get people low and then solo, and like not solo kill, but like use the abilities to kill. And I could do that because, you know, I'm an Immortal player versus a, you know, lower ranked player. It'd be smurfing, but that's how I would make use of it. And then off of the fact that I'm strong from those early kills, I can just push into the enemy's half of the map whenever I want. And usually I'm a support, I am scared of the core, right? But like off of like smurfing essentially through the laning stage, I am the fear. I am the danger. They should be scared of running into me. So I'll just go into their jungle and like do what I want and then put the wards and kill things there. This fight, by the way, there's always some chaos in pubs. Part of the reason this Roche fight is so bad is because you guys have all your wards topside, right? So this play down here is bad for multiple reasons. One, they were all missing, and then your team just decides to go in, and then you and Silencer aren't even there with the team. So if you had been, it would be better. But also why, like, this many observers top when you should be thinking about where is Roche going to be, getting a general spread of vision anyways. That's why the whole team shows up, and you guys had no idea. You're like, oh, I didn't know they weren't just jungling, they weren't back here, they weren't wherever, right? Because I only know they aren't here. Which actually is still enough information. Like with this observer that you just placed, or Silencer placed earlier, it actually is enough information to know we shouldn't be doing Roche. So that's a separate, you know, a separate mistake. I don't know, maybe it's not a separate mistake. It's literally the vision of what's showing. Ooh, yeah, I wanna... Perfect. I was just about to say we should get some new match IDs in, but you have a good question, and I wanted to make sure we got a core game in here. Because I know cores aren't always the ones who have to ward, but yeah, exactly what I thought. In the like Herald, Guardian, Crusader, sometimes the cores have to do it themselves. Cole Blinder. That does sound like a good question. Today's focus is on warding. If you want to bring that question on Monday, Mondays are going to be general review topics. And then we can go into that, like the laning and all that stuff. Or like the itemization and everything. Death Prophet. Okay, so this one, the reason we're doing this is because... so was that game just down to one Roche fight? Sorry, to recap that last game... Kind of, like that last Roche fight game lost you the game overall, but also the lack of deep wards throughout means you can't really capitalize. Like you guys had a gold lead, but you never know where to go use that gold lead because you never know where the enemy is, and they're always surprising you because you didn't see their smokes coming in because you never had deep wards down. So although that final Roche fight, also no vision in that area, that Roche fight was a disaster and that's what cost you the game, but you couldn't build the lead further and avoid them coming back because of warding from earlier. And let's see now if that's a similar case to this one, because this Death Prophet, you were asking for wards a lot, but your team was maybe struggling on it, and this is Herald, so I'm not too surprised. So how can you do it yourself, and you know, what vision would have helped your team better? So let's just jump into it. How long is this game? Quite long. When did you buy your own wards? Let's see like when this issue like really started building up. Did you buy some of your own observers? Maybe not in this game. Okay, you didn't do it in this game. It looks like Silencer's doing all the warding this time. But maybe you're saying, like, should I have done it myself? Or, like, this is a trend. It wouldn't surprise me if this is a general trend where, like, sometimes I have to buy my own observers because my teammates aren't doing it. Let's see. How is our warding right now? You know, just jumping in. I will say, you should buy your own... you can buy your own mid lane ward to start. And against a Zeus, just don't put it here. Put it, like, further to the edge. And then around 5 minutes, you should also buy your own observer. To, again, see the power runes and the rotations. You don't have to stick it mid against a Zeus. Just, like, put it further to the edge. You should at least have 2 observers bought on yourself in a pub game. Pros, you'll notice the mids do buy more observers than that. As they make the rotations, they go. And for you, when you're, like, moving to a side lane with Exorcism, you could buy your own observer because you're like, I'm cutting through this area to go top anyways. So as I go, I'll put a ward, like, in this area. You could do that. You don't strictly have to. I'm gonna zoom forward till we find... Let's just, like, keep an eye on the wards. For now, it wouldn't have mattered too much. Around now is when you're first. If you usually have an observer mid, the first observer would be dying, depending when exactly you placed it, and it would be time to get another observer. So you'd buy it and then stick it top or bottom. In this game, I don't have strong feelings because if someone is gonna rotate more, you might check there. So for example, they have a Spirit Breaker position 4, so I would want to put it on the bottom half more than, like, top half. In this game, it's kind of whatever. And in Herald, I don't really expect a bunch of rotations. So as long as you can see one of the power rune spots, I don't really care this game. I will say, at a high level, Zeus's game plan is to shove the lane and then go jungle over here. So especially if you're winning the mid lane and you want to prevent that, mids will possibly still have the ward here, but they'll get another ward and they'll stick it over here to find the Zeus doing that kind of jungling. If you're winning the lane and there's someone who rotates, like Ember, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, then you're looking for more in the river, like them walking this way, especially through bounty runes sometimes, to make these kind of plays. You'd be more interested in that. Beating farming mids, have a ward here. Beating rotating mids, have a ward seeing the rotations. Those are the wards you would think about placing yourself as the mid lane in this early game. Oh, almost. I'm not going to worry about, like, chasing him down and stuff. We're going to try to keep it to the warding. Yeah, look where he is. You got him. Easy peasy. And then you just shove this in. You should, yeah, power in. Yeah, make sure you check that first when you kill him. And then you have extras. Oh, nice, rotating. Let's get him. Yeah. Yeah, just do it. Got one. We'll take it. Catapult wave here. Just take the tower. Just take the tower. You should just sit next to the tower with the remaining exorcism and you would do a whole bunch of damage. There was a big creep wave and a catapult wave. Kind of spent too much time running around. I love the idea of the rotation, but a little... Once you get a kill, or you can just go up to the tower, that's bigger for Exorcism. And now you're trying to make a rotation bottom, but I don't have Exorcism. Even with the Arcane Rune, it's still down. So I'd actually just want to go back mid. Zeus is recovering now. When you're in the lane, look how sad he is. Now that he's gone, he's free farming. So I don't want to leave too long. This is a bad time to rotate because we're pushed up to their tower, and I don't have Exorcism. You know how I feel when, look, he took my tower! God! That ain't supposed to happen when I have this lead over him. You know how I feel when, there's a topic and then I end up talking about something else? This is like, oh, why we can't gank and I'm supposed to be talking about warding? I feel like Syndrome. I'm like, you got me monologuing about, some other random shit. Alright, we've been here so long, we do have Exorcism. You should just Exorcism this tower down. Kill 200 gold for Alchemist and some assist gold for the heroes around. If you kill the tower, it is worth 120 on average for you, and then team bounty of 90. To whoever gets the last hit, it is worth 120 gold. So you would have gotten the same kill gold for this tower, and your team would have gotten far more gold, and you would get a lot of map pressure. So kills are great. If you can get kills and the tower, fantastic. But towers are actually one of the biggest things for early exorcism plays, is to take the towers. And we've now been out of mid quite a long time. You are still getting some money, but we're also kind of absorbing it from our teammates as well, rather than like from the other places. Like a good spread, I suppose. All right, around now, I am starting to feel the lack of vision that you may have mentioned. I don't see anything. What's in the stock? 4. So I'm definitely buying some as myself as the core. Core players, you don't have to do the 1-to-2 ratio. If you pick up warding yourself, I would do like 1-to-1 ratio when it really matters. And then you can also do like 2 observers to 1 sentry kind of ratio, potentially. Ooh, maybe this is getting a little advanced. Let's leave it at a 1-to-1 ratio, because you still need observers to live. And I know it'll slow down your farm a little bit buying the sentries, but so will playing completely in the dark. So you just have to adjust to it. Some easy ones for you. Again, at the edge to see the power runes. And then as you make these rotations you've been doing, even though some are a little bit too much, you are there. And so you could just place a deep ward. See how long the map is dark. Let's just... You can ward near that staircase while you're here, defensively for your team. Push up. Oh, look at that. We could ward in their triangle while we're there. Okay, our team gets 1 defensive ward down. So now, ignoring the Herald shenanigans, right? We have 1 defensive ward here. I want to leave Juggernaut alone. This is actually a pretty good game plan overall. I want to take these towers and occupy this area. So here's our 1 defensive ward, 1 ward in the mid lane. I would choose top side because it's closer to what we're doing. But it could be bottom side, doesn't matter that much, seeing the power rune. That's our other like kind of defensive, kind of flex ward, and then a deeper ward somewhere top to allow us to play more aggressive into this tower, hold this area. You're rotating in the back, so you could place, I'll come back to this. While you're here waiting and you had an observer, you could place it back here. Oh, Drow one to the left. Got her anyways. Got the Ancient Apparition. Great. Taking the tower. Fantastic. We're trying to push it, go to another lane, but you have to solo these guys, and it's quite difficult. And you're using... Think of the Town Portal Scroll as an ultimate, because it is pretty long cooldown, uses a good chunk of mana. You also have to pay for it. So there's a perfectly good objective right here that does not cost you another ability, but instead we're gonna like really push it to try to get this guy, and if it doesn't pay off, we're losing money on it. Losing money in the Town Portal Scroll, in the fact that I can't Crypt Swarm another creep wave at some point because I use it on this. I can't rotate to another play when it is a higher chance of success because I used it here. So try to take the towers. I think that's something I'm seeing for you is like, you're getting some kills and pushes, and then you're not, I don't think you're putting enough emphasis on the tower with Exorcism. Not warding related, we'll keep going. Nice Wisdom Shrine steal, and while you're here, boom, 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 boom. Any of those spots for a ward, all pretty good. I don't think we've known about like power runes for most of this game, like which side they spawned. That should definitely be something. If nothing else, that should be what you do. I don't expect mid laners to have to ward the whole map. 1 throughout the game would be great, but definitely cover your own power runes if your team is not doing it. Versus Zeus, warding is a challenge, for sure. But you just want to avoid Okay, here's the thing with Zeus. Avoid the most common spots. So mainly cliffs, and then like really common areas like this. Around here can be pretty common, especially in the early game. Avoid jungle camps, because he might use lightning bolt to farm a camp, and you don't want to have like, oh, there's a ward right here, and I was just bolting this creep, but I got a free D ward, right? Avoid that. And then same in the lane. He might lightning bolt random creeps, and then like, oh, there's a free ward here. Everywhere else, fair game. Weird spots like this, right? Okay, I don't want to do the jungle camps. How about like over here? You can argue this is like semi-common as a variation, but like if he's lightning bolting this, it's probably here, and if he's dragging in between, it's like in this area, right? So we're at least away from that. This camp we mentioned. So how about over here? Like, why is he lightning bolting this in terms of farm? He's not. It's only if he thinks there's a ward there. And against Zeus, against Slark, against any advantage hero, like who has this kind of true sight mechanic, there is no perfect ward. That's the reality. You just have to have your best odds and hope. Do it out of sight, right? Avoid common spots and just hope he doesn't check there. That's just warding. It's just like the percentage game of I hope this works out. I think you're a little too into kills, by the way. I would be try to just like push up to lanes a little more and then take the tower. I think it'll benefit you. Wards in this area. Ogre's mental warfare in play. It's not warding related, and I've kind of already mentioned it, but just to hammer it home, I think you're moving too much. The reason you make an aggressive play is to take that area from the enemy team. And if you move into that area and then immediately go somewhere else, walking has a downtime. Walking is inefficient, because while you're walking, you're not doing anything. It's unavoidable. We have to do some walking. But you want to minimize the amount of walking versus the amount of time you can do things in that area. And currently, we are walking a whole bunch of different areas, doing something, and then there's more to do, but we're like, I'm gonna go walk again. And you're like, yeah, there's kind of stuff to do there, but you're walking again, you know? So spend a little bit more time in the areas you go to, especially after you get the kills, especially when you're strong, you know? Like, they should have to chase you out. Right? When you are here hitting this tower and you got extra money over the enemy, they have to go, shit, Death Prophet's there. Like, how am I going to deal with this? We got to bring heroes. We got to do stuff. And then, she left. Oh, she went bottom. Oh, it's fine. Okay. I'll come back to lane. It's okay. Right? You're leaving for them, but you should make them have to bring the heroes. Then you go, now that all four of you wasted your time walking here, now I'm going to go walk somewhere else. And for my downtime in walking is balanced out by 4 of you wasting your time walking. That's good. But when you walk up here and you bait one rotation, you immediately walk somewhere else, you're like, it's like, it's fine for them. Matthew, thank you for the donation. Bounty Hunter. Ooh, that's a good one. That'll be some good warding stuff. I'm excited for that. Let's go a little further into this one. I am seeing your warding, like the map being quite dark for your team. Someone just bought a whole bunch of them. But yeah, I do think core players, don't be afraid to buy some observers, especially if your supports are not doing well. And this is very true in Herald. Don't get too frustrated over it. It's the same way supports have to play like flexible heroes so that when their cores are really bad, they have to like step up. It's just how playing in Herald and Guardian go. It is just part of it. You have to be very adaptable, and that includes warding as core heroes. And we've seen the Death Prophet go around to all these areas quite a lot, more than necessary, but they are there. And even when toning it down, they will still move. And in those movements, they can put the observers down to make their life easier, to know which power rune is spawning. For example, you got one in this empty slot. I'm already back here. I'll take this tower, and then why not just like come over here and drop it right there? That's a sneaky spot. Maybe against Zeus, I'd put it like more over here. A little further away from the camp. Right, here's a great time. I'm just, like, as a core, I'm just backpacking it. I don't know when I'm gonna get a chance, right? But right now, fantastic. I finish this fight. I start going this way to farm their stuff. I swap it back in for my wand, and then I drop it, like, as I'm going through somewhere here. This is where I would like it if you guys had sentries too, but I understand you don't want to buy too many as a core. Maybe you have one sentry, so as we come through here, we either check the cliff, which would be very common in these kind of brackets, though we just took this tower, so I don't think this would be here yet. Maybe you check this area, and then you put the observer down somewhere. Just avoid the really common spots is the main thing you need to learn as a core. Core players who ward for themselves, but then just put them in common spots, it's like, I appreciate the attempt, I appreciate the idea, but you are also not helping yourself nor the team if your observer immediately dies, just like your support is putting observers that immediately die or not putting any observers down. Like, if anything, you're just giving the enemy more gold. So the quick version, ignoring Zeus and like other vision heroes, if you're a core player who has to ward for yourself, hover a sentry on a cliff and put your observer anywhere else. Everywhere outside that sentry range of the cliff sentries, and you're miles ahead of the competition. That's my one quick tip to core players who have to ward. What are your thoughts on Monkey King position 4? It is something that can be done. It's tricky though. It has more value in Pro Dota where there's flex stuff in the draft. For pub games, your team has to be open to playing pretty, like, in pretty weird ways. Otherwise, there's like much more standard supports that are easier to play with. Cliff ward. Oh my god. Look at this cliff. Double sentry with the other enemy sentry with our observer. Where do you think Ancient Apparition's gonna check in a little bit, guys? As if there wasn't also a Zeus in this game. Do you think he'll put his... God... Oh my god, he's putting an observer too. Oh, this is your competition, guys. This is why hover the sentry. This range, anywhere outside this range. The triple sentry circle range. Anywhere outside this circle. Give it a little bit of wiggle room too, because the cliff has like some space. Just put it a little further out, and your observer is so... Guys, I've been looking through my old warding videos to see what is still relevant. I have used this exact cliff for years as an example. I can farm clips of this for forever. For the rest of my time in Dota, I will be able to show you guys people who keep coming to the cliffs and putting sentries and putting observers and putting observers and sentries and losing them and putting them again and losing them and putting them again and losing them. And if you just put it out here or out here or out here, your odds of survival are so much higher. I can only do this for so long. There's only so much my heart can take repeating this advice for years and years and years. But it will continue to be true. Observers will be yellow, sentries will be blue, and you will find them together on the top of the cliff forever. So just put them somewhere else, and your warding is so much better than the average player. You'll be in such a good spot. Let's see how long it takes. I'm gonna start getting ready to shift over. Let's just see how many more come here. Sometimes it doesn't always happen. Oh, look at that. A couple more coming in. Oh, look. Got any more guys? Where are you? Time 16 speed. Come back over here. Observer's gone. Better put a new one. Where are my supports at? Ah, there it is. There it is. We played it. Anyone gonna bring a sentry over here? Ah, there it is. You know anybody else? AA, you wanna bring a new one? Ah, there it is. No, Silencer, you gonna let that stand? Of course you're not gonna let that stand. Hey, Silencer's learning though. He didn't put another observer there. Pretty good, Silencer. Way to go, buddy. Ancient Apparition though. Take another look. Zeus and AA with another observer sentry lightning bolt combo. Silencer. You wanna come by, Silencer? Silencer. He moved it to the right this time. Silencer might miss it. Silencer, where you go? Silencer, come on back, buddy. Oh, okay, he had to run away. That one actually lived the whole time. Anybody else? Hey, there we go. There's another one. Ah, they're winning now. Silencer can't get over here to de-ward. Nor this other cliff. Nor this other really common spot. Or this common spot. Anyways, let's remain faithful to our cliff. Oh, look at that. Here's another one. Here's another one. Let's see if Silencer makes it out here. Oh, maybe this is the new hot cliff. Ancient Apparition. Buddy, come on, buddy. I bet you got one. Oh, you do. Come on. I know. Oh, no, he's using this cliff now. He's adapted. He knows he's winning, so he doesn't need his defensive cliff. He uses his aggressive cliff. Got any more observers? Oh, better check this. Gotta check the other cliff. Silencer? Silencer, you pushed him off. Ah, you know it. You gotta check the cliffs. Silencer, you got an observer? Holy shit, guys. 57-minute mech. Oh my god. Didn't make it over. No cliff. Oh, AA? You got it? Where are you going? Where are you going, AA? Which cliff? Which cliff, buddy? Which cliff? Which cliff? Oh, in front of the lane. That's a mix-up. No one's gonna find this. Except for the people that all put the sentries in front of their base. Here it goes, though. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, here's another one. Open Dota has actually, I'm sure several sites have a way to do this, but I know Open Dota does. There's a vision tab. If you put your match ID in there, you can parse it. I think it's better for like recent matches. They have a vision tab that you can look at to see the like a hotspot of the wards. And if you just zoom through a Herald, Guardian, Crusader game, I'm pretty confident the majority of wards will be on cliffs. And the majority will die. Just this view for a 15-second short. How long were we there? I think we were there longer than 15 seconds, though. I can maybe see. I can maybe check it out if it's short worthy. The thing is, it is a YouTube video. Like, if you go through my warding playlist, you will see me bring this up multiple times. If you look through Whose Fault Is It Anyways, replay review highlights, I talk about cliff warding so much. We can never have enough cliff warding videos because it's just so common. It is so common. I once again need to get. I should just let it play on that cliff ward for longer while I was getting the water. But I'm gonna go get more water and then we're gonna do this bounty hunter game. Okay. Just tuned in. Am I understanding correctly? We don't like cliff wards. Have I given that impression? No. No. Cliff wards have their place. They should be like 10% of the wards at most, though. And a lot of people use it as the default. Like, I don't want to think, I'll put it on the cliff. And it shows. It shows. There we go. Chapter marker. Okay. Bounty Hunter. Definitely a vision hero. So this should be fun. You're in Divine. I will be harsh on it. I do want your warding here should get better and better. It's part of improving in Divine. Is you probably have a lot of the game knowledge required to make it to Immortal. You have to consistently use it. Got to use it fast. And also the warding will help a lot with this to like see the different opportunities, right? And to make sure your wards are survived. It starts to matter a lot here. So you, lately I've been getting caught trying to get up deep vision. And in this game, I opted for a gem, which worked out well. Luck, bad decision, trying to close the map. Okay, let's take a look. You can, so even though you're invis, you still have to be careful when you're placing deep wards, especially in Divine, right? Lower brackets, we can be like, I'm invis, you know, they're not gonna be ready for me. But you're at the bracket where people will be keeping an eye out for the bounty hunters. They'll be putting down observer sentries, things like that. So you do have to be careful and still kind of read your map to understand when you can safely move in. Level 1 for this kind of stuff is pretty fine. Ooh. Yeah, can I give a slight? All right, remember the time on Shadow Walk is 20 seconds. So if you use it here, bugged out, you're invis right now, but we can only make it so far. And so when you take this kind of circuitous path, we're getting close to the end time, and then it may overlap with like, oh shit, you know, reveal. So the early ones don't matter. It's fairly cheap, and we have enough time to regen mana. So make sure you give yourself enough time to like end in a uncommon spot, like in here, like who's standing here watching this, you know? Or you like come through here, you step into here, and then you go again. Be careful about being in a high priority area, like invis ending in this area, ending anywhere out here. And then, yeah, carry players, the good ones, will actually stand in this area. So you just want to be a little careful of your Shadow Walk ending like right as you see them. And especially if you want to place a deep ward, actually, from where he is, you can go like around without being invis and then place your observer and then go invis. If you don't want to, that's also kind of okay. Like you just want to do this. It just means we're going to have to do a third Shadow Walk for sure. And then you used it a little too soon here. So you should actually wait 20 seconds invis duration, and you want to time that with the observers, or sorry, with the bounties spawning. If you use it now, it's not going to be, I mean, it's kind of doable, but you're gonna have to do a fourth cast of invis, and if you want to hit someone, it's gonna break, and then you're not gonna be able to use it again. So you want to wait till like 18 seconds, go invis. If you want to just grab the rune and run, you have a couple seconds to do that before you gotta cast again. If you decide to fight with your team, you can hit them and then have a second cast to hit them again. If you want to just steal the rune, you can hit them, grab the bounty, run out. A whole bunch of different options, which you want to line the timing with around the exact spawn. So for you, the going invis at around a little after the negative 20 second mark. And you don't have to like be super perfect, but like 19, 18 around there is pretty good. What is this ward looking for? I'm new here. So Bounty Hunter is great at killing couriers. If you're new, I wouldn't recommend this too much. Also, I realized I was kind of sarcastic to you earlier. As a new player, yes. Don't like the cliffs too much. Sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So Bounty Hunter is not the strongest laner. So you play the lane, and you mostly care about getting Equilibrium to come back, and you want to do something else in the meantime. And so this observer will see the couriers running out, and then Bounty Hunter from here will know to be like, okay, pretend to walk here, and then kill the courier and get money that way and delay the enemy items. So it's pretty good. There's a replay bug. You are invis right now, I believe. Okay, and from here, you should try to body block the creep wave. You came down a little too soon. Wait up here a little longer. Nice, nice. Yeah, you're good. Check them. Bounty Hunter, always click them to see what items they have. And we'll slow down to like regular gameplay a little bit. This will be a little bit less about warding. I'm going to go over your laning stage because you're an invis hero, and I want to talk about invis sentry placement if we see it come up. I don't know if it will matter or not. Because you did that body blocking, we're good to go. Tide will just go step back. You will body block. You're actually here a little too soon, so you could have been in the lane a little bit longer, hitting people. But then, yes, you should do this body block. You can, like, keep moving this way into, like, this corner if you want. You won't even be forced to go invis. I see a courier on the way. Ooh, he's trying to path it up. You're a little too soon, right? It's going to get here. You don't need to kill it here. You can kill it like here. So keep playing the lane for now. The main thing you need to look for is that Spirit Breaker does not pull this camp into the wave as your creeps are dying. That'll get you. So you can be here messing with them. And I know they don't have a sentry because I clicked them. So your invis will always be in escape. Unless he placed it way earlier, then maybe. But if you have the capability of doing math, you actually know he can't afford it. That's kind of advanced and requires some mathematics. But once you know they don't have a sentry here, you can play a lot more aggressive and know that you can always get out with Shadow Walk. Your money, by the way, if you don't plan on playing the lane, which I'd say you don't have to. Like, every time this pushes up, you're good. Tidehunter will just manage on its own. So saving up for a Windlace is pretty good, and then buy enough sentries to keep winning the sentry war. Even though we're not going to be in the lane too much, we keep them on their toes so they don't know when we're roaming and when we're back. So I'd probably buy a second sentry and save up for the Windlace. Oh, I'm sorry. You never even got tangos. I would probably buy tangos and a second sentry and then save up for the Windlace. And then after you like play here a little bit, you would hit this camp and drag it away, and then you would come look for the courier. So notice where we are going to get the courier, but we're just further out than necessary. I saw another one. I would stay on the high ground in case this guy is turning it around. If he didn't notice, it'll just keep running forward. So notice you couldn't, because part of this is because you killed the courier here. So Spirit Breaker had time to run it back and put it here. If you waited for it to come out longer, kill it here, even though Spirit Breaker goes, oh shit, you know, send the courier back, you have a chance at running the courier down just because you're faster. So that's like another advantage to not leaving too soon to go kill the courier. Once he gets to here, let him have it. It's not worth your time. This is where you 2v1 this guy, right? Because Spirit Breaker's going like, oh shit, I need that courier, I need detection. And to a degree, if you think you can beat him to it, I'm open to you trying. At the same time, I know he is running here, and I'm invis with the boots, so I have an easier time. Okay, this is actually a Spirit Breaker 5, so he is probably the best support who could come here and then back to lane. But usually you wouldn't be dealing with a Spirit Breaker 5. You'd be dealing with someone way slower, like a Crystal Maiden who has come over here to get the boots. And while you're here and you're racing them to the courier, you just don't. You just go, okay, see ya, right? I'm going to go hit your Wraith King, and he's going to sit back here until you come back up. And we're just going to, like, win the lane. So you don't even need to chase that one down. You could maybe creep drag that one if you wanted, but you don't have to do any creep equilibrium stuff. Oh, you did get the block off. Nice. See, like here, you could probably just kill Wraith King. I know his stuff is down. I'm interested in finding it. Now, did he use it in the camps or did he use it in the lane? I'm not 100% sure. I lost track of him a little bit. This is not the time to do it. I don't know where it is. I think it's somewhere. You put yours down, and it turns out we did see them. what if his sentry wasn't here? What if it was in the tree and you don't know? And you think, oh, maybe he put it down here to open up this camp. And you have to start looking. He's going to have a chance to kill your sentry before you kill his. Now, he actually is just out in the open blocking his own camp. I don't know. I couldn't have predicted this. But I can't get over that. I completely lost my own train of thought. The point is, you want to make sure you have time. Every time you put a sentry down, and actually this is a good example. I'll write this down. What time is it? 2:41. Okay. Anytime you put down a sentry, you want to make sure, well, I won't say anytime, there's always exceptions, but make sure you have enough time to look. When you put this sentry down, I have to be able to check back here. I have to be able to check this tree line, and I have to be able to like look all through up here. I need 10 plus seconds. And if I am going to get chased out before then, if the enemy might find my sentry first, I have to really question, is this the right time to put the sentry, or could I just do it later? This does not move. This sentry and observer are not going anywhere. I know he recently placed something in this area. I have 5 minutes plus to get it. So I can wait. There is a chance he kills it. And, you know, like, okay, fine. But besides that, I don't need to do it right now. I can do it later. And so I don't need to risk losing my sentry, which matters a lot in general. But as an invis hero, there is a limited number of sentries. So who does it benefit when there are no sentries in the game? You, the invis hero. So the more you take out their sentries without losing your own, you build that lead. Because for one sentry, you get 2 sentries, right? His initial sentry, and then he has to get a second sentry to kill this one. So he's at 2, you're at 1. You can then get a second one to do it, and then he has to buy a third one. So we're using a whole bunch of sentries down here. And if you ever beat him and actually stun him and kill his other sentry, you're getting another sentry ahead. Mid can't have a sentry. Top can't have a sentry. These guys are fighting over the camps. They're also burning through the sentry supply. And so now, even though they know you're rotating, they just don't have enough sentries to cover everything the more you beat them in these kind of things. And so that's why it matters a lot for these invis heroes to be careful of when you guys use sentries. One more courier for the road. Let's see, he got another sentry with that courier, so let's be a little careful. Ooh, Wraith King, I see you. Hey, look at that. See, I didn't have a chance to do it. I lost my sentry. Perfect. The blood grenade! What a guy. Oh my god, that's fantastic. I mean, I'm very sorry for your loss. Sorry. Why did you lose all your health? Because you had to fight over a sentry because you put it at a bad time. Don't let Wraith King get a sentry though. Get out here. Where is it? Where is it? What? I would just stay on the high ground, by the way. You'll have an easier time seeing this stuff on the high ground if you're unsure. Okay, let's move beyond the lane. I'm gonna speed through this, and let's talk about warding as a whole. So mid lane, see, doing it again, right? This time you kind of know where it is, but I once again have to fight him. If the hero comes over, if they rotate things in, it's just not the best time to do it. What do we got? We got a sniper mid versus OD. I got PL up here versus like Axe. Okay, so I'm interested in getting sniper killed. Sentries mid to see me rotating in could be something I consider. And otherwise, sniper's not really a ganking hero. So besides mid, he's probably jungling over here or over here. So I'm interested in putting observers there, especially this area would be my first one. So I would love to buy observer sentry. And as I leave this lane, I also want Tidehunter to feel okay. But I also know there's going to be a whole bunch of sentries in this lane looking for me. So when I place the observer, it's got to be pretty careful. You have to have like sussed out where their sentries are to keep your observer alive. What can I do to create an opportunity to get in there and de-ward? Good question. Okay, let's go back. All right, fight, fight, fight. Look at this big old creep wave. Let's look at the time, 2:30. So what's the idea of you running over here? I want to block this camp, and I want to look for the observer sentry that I know he had, but now is gone. Okay, so not a bad idea. Do I need to do that right now? It's 2:30. No, to block this camp, I have until 3 minutes. Okay, so what can I do in the meantime? Well, I got a big-ass creep wave here pushing in, and 4 of our creeps. Now, can Tidehunter leave right now? Not really, because he would lose this whole creep wave. So he actually wants to be in this creep wave. This giant creep wave will kill this pretty quickly, especially within 30 seconds. So I just play this lane right now, especially because I'm still level 1, because I've been doing so much moving. I just sit here, and I play this lane, okay? We're here, we're helping Tide do creep aggro. I'm hitting my own creeps to deny them when Wraith King's trying it. I help him secure the creeps. If he walks up, I mess with him, right? I play this area. I'm still here right now. As these creeps die, like right around now, you can even shuriken, like you would hit level 2, I think, shuriken this creep wave, this last one, and now Tidehunter's free. It's 2:44. If we want to wait for that creep to die, okay, here, 2:45. We have 15 seconds as Tide Bounty. Do I need to dive Wraith King? It actually might be doable. We could consider that. But otherwise, I might back out and do a hard pull. This camp is open. So we just come back and do a hard pull, and now we're denying more creeps from them while Wraith King is too busy with this creep wave to do anything. I'm not even thinking about this camp. This is a small camp. If he pulls this small camp, what happens? 2 creeps at most get denied in most cases. I can deny more than that with this pull, and I can farm this. So the gold difference is pretty good. What if I want to do both? What if as I come over here, hey Tide, can you help me, right? Maybe this camp's blocked. Sure, I've got nothing going on. All the creeps are dead. So now Tide can go with you, and then it's Spirit Breaker versus you and Tidehunter. Do you think he's going to charge you and fight when you put the sentry down? No, he's scared. He's like, Wraith King, help me. And Wraith King's like, look at all these creeps. I gotta do these creeps. He doesn't want to go over. So now you have the safety to put this down, check the whole camp. Tide's back, and he was like, yeah, I got you, Bounty. Like, if Spirit Breaker messes with you, I'm walking in. You're like, thanks, buddy. And you're running around, you're doing it. And then you back out, and you stack this. We missed the pull timing because Tide was helping us. Okay, I stack this at 3 minutes. Or maybe we go get the Lotus at that. Right, that's your opportunity. You just didn't need to do this now. And if Spirit Breaker and Wraith King work together to zone you out, again, okay, they got a small camp. It's 3 minutes into the game. I've already successfully killed several couriers. Tidehunter has taken some damage, but if we look at last hits, look at that. Tidehunter has already started to get a lead over Wraith King, and Tidehunter actually is getting his courier. I guess he hasn't done it yet. But if he had bought smaller items, Tidehunter is building up items. Wraith King is not. So even if we end up laning here, I'm in a much better spot than before. The whole reason I wanted to get the lane back was to get to this point I am at now, which is my offlaner is stronger than their carry. And now being in a more dangerous area is not as bad. So worst case scenario, this camp spawns. Oh well, don't care. And guess what? If I am absolutely forced to, from this tree line, 259, drop the sentry, get out. I will lose the sentry, but I will block the camp safely. Really fast heroes, like Bounty Hunter, you can run all the way around, wait here, 255, yoop, in the corner, back out. You can also go for that. Now, he actually has an Observer Sentry combo, so I guess he would have seen you. Honestly, he shouldn't. It's actually really bad to have the Observer there, but it will pay off in this regard. Most higher level games, you would be able to do that and get away with it. Grogor. I hope I didn't butcher that. Hello. Thank you. I'm glad you like the channel. Appreciate you dropping by. Okay, that was that moment. And then you tried to do it again here, right? So we run in and we immediately kind of go for it. Oh, wait, you're looking for the courier right now. This is not a bad time to try this. Just the question is, where is the Spirit Breaker? So you ended up looking for it. If you had done it earlier, actually it would have worked out. I think Spirit Breaker was busy, but now he's in the area. So now I know, okay, I can't do it. Oh, but I don't want him to stack this at 4 minutes. Okay, so I just wait here. And then at 4 minutes, zoom, out. Into that corner, get out. You can do this corner as well, right? There's like a whole bunch of corners you can do. Step in, step out, run away. If we lose some health, I got Tranquils and Wraith King's over here. I won't die, I'll just sprint over. If you have the Sentry from here, boop, drop it, 4 minutes, get in, get out. You have your Sentry now. I don't want him to pull at 417, let's say. All right, look at this wave. What's happening? Pretty big wave pushing in. The pull will have to happen in 10 seconds. I could also do a pull though, because this camp is up. So I play the lane for a few seconds, help get my XP, help creeps die off a little. Like, yeah, I could be denying this range creep right now. Spirit Breaker wants to do a small pull. I just come up and do a hard pull. And this is even stacked. So this is way more powerful than this camp. And this is a hard stack, small stack. Let's say he stacked it at 4 minutes. I am superior, so let's just both pull camps, and it's fine for me. So I don't have to feel forced to like rush in right now. But I shouldn't be over here. I should be over here making sure Spirit Breaker isn't doing a pull. And if he is doing a pull, I have to match it. Okay, no one did a pull. Okay, well, I guess it's fine. You know, like, okay, play the lane again a little bit right now. Is he pulling and stacking right now? No, it's the wrong time to do it. So if I'm in the lane right now and he's just sitting here, what's he even doing? Nothing. He's not helping at all. If I am not in the lane, what am I doing? I'm not helping either. I'm also over here. And so then this is fine. But if you were just in the lane 2v1, then he has a problem. You know, he's losing. Spirit Breaker will come in. You're invis. So then you will like, I'm out. Am I? Oh, you don't know. And they're like, oh, I don't know. And he has to stay here. And in that time, you run over, you put your sentry, and you look around. So you're just coming over a little too soon when Spirit Breaker's still here. Okay, we're thinking about moving around. 6 minutes, you should go for the power rune, I would say. Tidehunter, this is pushing in, so this is kind of bad, but Tidehunter's going to respawn in 3 seconds and then TB here. I don't think you'll miss too much. I think getting the power rune would be more important. So I would probably TP here and participate in this. Although I admit this is like a... This makes me want to TP here. I understand that. Okay, Wraith King pushing as Tidehunter. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have tried something there. I kind of get it. But OD helping out would be a lot. Look at that. Guaranteed haste rune for OD, and then bot kill would be easy. So, go back. What's our money? 238. I'm respawning. Observer, Sentry, Smoke. Oh, there's 2 in stock. Could I place 1 mid and 1 down here for my team? I can. 2 observers, 2 sentries, and the smoke. I spent 150 gold. I could even buy a 3rd sentry if I want. I can buy a blood grenade if I want. Otherwise, I'd buy like a magic stick as we're getting involved in more of these fights. Windlace to move around. Any of those purchases are great. You don't have any of those consumables. So as I now move around, your movements are going to be less efficient than my movements. Because I'm going to move around with those consumables, which means I can ward and de-ward along the way. I can smoke my OD for a more effective play. You can try to do all the same stuff. Like, you can make the same rotations to gank and, like, be here. They're all going to be a little bit worse, though. So you want to make sure you're buying those consumables. Hef, you want to be on camera now? Meow. I imagine this will work out because we have an OD here. How could I have guaranteed this OD would have been here? Smoking him, bringing in the detection. Could I have known Sniper was rotating in? Oh, perhaps if I had put a ward here earlier, I could have seen that and known to back out. Perhaps, perhaps. And now that the fight is done, I actually do have an Observer Sentry now. So should I sit here and make a play? No. I need time to heal up. So let's get out. Let's go place our deep ward. Where did I say Sniper was going to be? It's going to be over here. You know, Spirit Breaker 5, weird hero, but you know what he's going to do? He's going to charge to gank people. So he's going to be moving between here or through the Twin Gate. So any of those wards are pretty good, but to line it up, I'd probably put an Observer like here to hopefully see a bit of both. Sniper jungling here and Spirit Breaker maybe moving through this area. You'll go through the Twin Gate. Oh, you want to try to Wisdom Shrine steal maybe, but it's a little late. And also that means we're ganking Dazzle PL, which is like iffy, especially into Axe. You end up placing this Observer. Now this Observer is not bad, but let's think about it. All the other places I mentioned that could be good to ward, who can do that? I can do that. Can Dazzle do that? Probably not as easily as I can do that. Can he do this one? Yes. So if you had more Observers, I wouldn't hate this, but I feel that we have now put an Observer that someone else, the Dazzle, can do at any time, and I am going to miss my chance to put deep wards down as the bounty. We are going to get a kill. What does Axe do when he loses his teammates? Jungles here and here. I'd love to know. I'd love a deep ward here. Axe and Sniper go in that area. Could be good. You should hold that for a little bit to see if OD can come in. Oh, maybe he doesn't have his TP. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Buy these, buy this, buy a windlace. Well, you can decide at this point what item you want to build. Yule's is okay, actually. Write that down. Write that down. What was that? 45. Did you have time to look where this sentry was? No. And as a result, I instantly lost my sentry. And now the enemy builds the advantage versus the invis hero. Now Sniper continues to be protected mid. Look, you were even right. You would have even gotten Observer, but you gave yourself no time to check. You have to wait for OD to come back. You have to wait to know where sentry or where Sniper is, and then you can do it. I don't know if Dazzle didn't notice you did this one, but now I got 3 defensive ones. Oh, OD's gonna put the deep ward for us. Look, mid players doing it themselves, right? Looking for those kind of kills. What's that mean about my vision? I see all in this top lane. And bottom, no idea. So big overlap. Kind of happened all at once. Dazzle's is probably the worst because he should have already known these two were up. OD maybe didn't notice Dazzle placing that at the same time he was doing it. So that means 10 minutes into the game, our first, we'll call this the first deep ward placed. Not too bad, but I also highlighted times where you could have placed some much earlier, like even 6 minutes at earliest probably, as you rotate over, drop it, looking for Sniper. So I have 4 extra minutes to find an aggressive early play than you do. Because I see sniper jungling, I smoke my OD, I kill that sniper. I don't know if you had that opportunity this game, but I never would have. That deep ward will hopefully give me the information to work down here. We keep getting drawn top. Guess it's sort of okay if PL's farming bottom and Wraith King's farming bottom. This sentry's not as bad, right? You had time to look because they had all retreated, so you can check it out. 12-minute rune, we left. You should stay there. Double kill's not bad, though. Hey, get this guy. Get in there. Get this guy. Okay, team actually got him, but, your OD has rotated in. And you've got track going. You have 11 armor to tank this tower and tranquil boots to heal after. And if you die, you die. I'm just a support. We got to get in here on this guy and kill him. This is their top net worth hero. I don't 100% know that, but I know he's level 10. And he's been winning the counter matchup sniper into OD. Like, I have to kill this guy right now. You can't be like sitting here too scared to tower dive. And if you are scared, you should fortify and then run in. This almost didn't work, and then Sniper would have pulled even further ahead. If you have an observer while you're here, you could potentially deep ward, but not this time because we already have everything up here. Not going to do it. Oh, ho, ho. Invis. OD will get this. Don't nuke this out. You can just get the last hits that are here. Okay, OD's not. Oh, yeah, he TP top. Okay, just run into bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just run in here, place a deep ward. And I can do this because this deep ward is helping me. I mean, you have track, so I know Skywrath is here. But soon, you would now know someone is in here as well because I just saw the creeps move. So now I know where 4 different heroes are. I run in here to place my deep ward, and then I potentially TP as needed. Snipers mid. This is all empty. So supports, now just run into this area to go place your deep ward. Can I kill Sniper? What does this track do for me? OD, no gap closer. No blinks. Up here, over here. Can I actually get Sniper? No. Does that mean it's wrong to track him? It's kind of useful to track him, but it doesn't really actually do anything for you, but use your mana. Because I have actually no chance of killing him. The only thing it really does is confirm to the enemy that you're here, which means you're not anywhere else. So this guy who's like getting worried about tower diving, he's like, oh, bounty's mid, then I can keep going. So there's no point to being here. You should be setting up a ward. Like you're either with the team setting up kills or using the downtime to get vision. And getting vision of a hero showing in lane and tracking him, but there's no chance to kill this guy is kind of a waste of my time. I'm using a bunch of mana, right? It gave Sniper a chance to get denies. I could have just waited. Do you think Sniper's holding the creep wave here? No. He's going to shove it to go where? To go over here to jungle. So you don't need to do it now. You can go ward and wait for the creep waves to come in, and then you could come back and farm it, or your team will come back and farm it. You didn't need to fight over it right here where you actually have a risk of dying. Oh, look, there he is. Oh, no. 4 heroes. Okay, well, that's not too bad. Peon Tider pushing bottom. Where are we now? 15 minutes in the game. Still no deep ward over here. Bounty loves deep wards. OD likes to kill things. Sniper doesn't like to rotate. Spirit Breaker, we got to know where he is. Usually need to see him starting the charge pretty far back. There's a lot of reasons to have 2 deep wards this game and then 1 defensive ward. They also have like 2 mega junglers in the Axe and Wraith King. Sniper also being the passive jungler because he doesn't rotate. Here we go. No, let him... I guess we can participate. Ah! Nice. Okay, go back. Deep ward, deep ward. Acceptable. I think further back might have been a little better, but actually I'm okay with this. Now, let's get another one somewhere over here or over here. Where are you gonna go? Yeah, but I didn't check. I didn't check the super common sentries in this area, and I have one. This is what this one's for. Sentry, check this area, and then if I choose to put this, that's fine. But I should have checked first. Do they have one? Not right now. Coin flip. Worked out. This means our defensive ward, now that these are our 2 aggressive wards, we should defensively ward somewhere up here. Who just placed this? Dazzle. This was very bad of Dazzle because, well, at the time he placed it, I don't know if you had placed this. I missed what the order was. But now, once again, earlier it was like this, and now it's like this. It's just like, I refuse to play multiple parts of the map. I'm only going to play one area. And if we're using these wards, I don't need this ward. If I'm using this ward, I certainly don't need these wards. So they're just doing the same thing. And we're not getting a proper spread of vision. They're kind of happening at the same time, so I'm like, not fully blaming anybody, but the fact that it's happened multiple times now is pretty painful to us. Can you rule of thumb defensive and offensive wards? One of each, and the next one is flexible. If you are winning, you do 2 aggressive wards. If you are losing, you do 2 defensive wards. That's the rule of thumb. And then you flex it for the heroes. This is where the more you know different matchups and the way players will play, the heroes will play, the better. Maybe related to the hero spamming. If you've touched upon multiple heroes, you can draw upon this experience. I know Spirit Breaker likes to gank, so I want to see his rotations. If I was losing, if I have 2 defensive wards versus Spirit Breaker, I only see him charging once he's here, then he's got me. I need to see him start charging further back. I mentioned the really heavy farmers that are like going to defensively jungle a lot. That's part of why I know I need offensive vision. I have global heroes. I want to be making these plays. I want more aggressive vision. Mobile heroes, zippy heroes, aggressive vision. Let's go back to this. A little further. All right. Hold on. Okay, Skywrath, Sniper, Spirit Breaker. We kill the Spirit Breaker. Axe is mid. So my team now smokes. Now where are we gonna go? We can try to dive a tower. Like, oh, Sniper defends. Just go in and ravage and get him. How strong do we feel for that? That's up to you guys. We have 2 lanes approaching their tower. I'd kind of just like to take a tower. I don't even know if you need to smoke anywhere because you have 5 heroes versus 4. PL's probably going to be left alone farming. I know they're not here because I have these wards. I know there's nothing here. From the heroes I saw, I know there's a very high concentration in this area. There's 3 plus 1 missing hero. So even if I smoke invade this triangle, they have multiple teleports to get here. And despite having the kill and being like, oh, we have the numbers advantage, 5 versus 4, I know I am actually going to get into a 4-on-4 in this area. There's a very high chance for it. I know we are at max 4 because PL's here, And I know 3 of them are here, and the 4th can just teleport in. But also, based on what I see, I think the 4th is also up here. So it doesn't make a ton of sense to smoke in unless you're way ahead. What makes more sense is to just shove a tower, save the smoke for later. Or if you see someone bottom, you could smoke down there. That could potentially work. Get everyone in the smoke. Sniper's mid. Maybe we could just bum rush him and ravage, but OD's behind, and I need OD's damage. So we're kind of like running in here, but there's a lot of chances we're passing a very dangerous area where I mentioned like there's heroes missing. We're going through that. So there's a chance the smoke breaks as we're passing by, which is kind of what's happening to you guys. And then this becomes a very awkward smoke, and now like, okay, some of us made it, some of us didn't. And so like, oh, I do find Sniper here, and then me and Tide are going to kill him before the others all rotate right here, and then these guys have to continue like wrapping around. It's pretty awkward. And now we're moving into an area like, oh, well, let's keep looking. Let's keep looking in the area that I know nobody is in. I have all these deep wards telling me that it's very unlikely anybody is here. There might be someone, but like they're already not farming well. You know, they're already stuck back here and too scared to move out. So do I really need to stop a guy who's farming 1 creep wave and 2 camps? Or is there like way more potential up here? Towers, jungle camps, all that. A play up here makes a lot more sense, and it draws attention away from PL, who was free farming this whole area. This whole area is empty from my triple observers. PL is happy to farm everything, and I'm now bringing the other 4 heroes here to absorb what PL's doing and bait the enemy to come in, being like, oh, they're trying to get us. Let's all come here. And now the PL who is free farming is not. And the heroes who are farming up here, if they don't want to go, are still farming up there because we're not going. And in fact, now they know they can actually push up because we're showing everything down here. So I really think just pushing top or mid and forcing heroes to show up, and you do it safely, and you can do it safely because you have a Tide Hunter, you have the Dazzle, you have OD, you have a lot of saves. I think that makes more sense. And if that still sounds tough because like, oh, the game's rough, I don't know, just go back to your own half of the map. Just jungle. Just wait. Wait for someone to show here. Wait for some of these lanes to push out, make the gank easier, and then go at that time. Cat briefly. He didn't want to be here, though. Immediately jumped out. Do you prefer a spread of vision over the whole map or slice out an area to control from multiple angles? It depends what's happening. So for Roche, it's often worth a lot of vision. For Tormentor at pro play, right? Multiple observers are usually worth it. For some random play that doesn't amount to much, is like a kill or not, what's it matter? You know, you don't really need it. A spread for most of the game, from like early to late game, a spread of vision is typically better. And even in the late game, a spread of vision is still the default, but then only around like major objectives, huge team fights, would you put a lot down at once. MC London, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I was ranting there about smokes and wards. Totally zoned it out for a little bit. I.e. bad warding versus good warding examples. I'm okay with either. I'll need both for the videos later. I haven't been doing the best about writing down examples. I have a couple, but I should be much better about it. Yeah, we kind of see that smoke. I ended up feeling a little silly. Okay, I just saw 3 heroes down there. He is going to get our very common observer spot. Now's a great time to push in top. And as part of blindly moving in for a deep ward, Bounty doing this now is pretty good. Because I know multiple heroes are there. If they all TP back to kill me, I'm forcing that rotation. And otherwise, this is a good time to just run in and play something sneaky. Let's see what you go for. You will reveal when you do that. There is a fade time on Shadow Walk. So you gotta wait here and then do it again and then run through. If they were looking at their minimap, they know where you are. Boop. Oh shit! Ah! So if you're gonna do this kind of like really deep movement, I would avoid common areas like this cliff. Up to here was great. I would have just put the observer somewhere here and then been happy. Or like somewhere up here is also okay. Remember, the more ground you cover, the more likely you are to eventually run into an observer and a sentry. So you want to go out of the way, but as directly as possible to where you're going and get out. For the same reason smoking and like wrapping over everything, you will eventually run into something, for better or for worse. And if you're avoiding observer sentries, we're always playing a chance game of like, I hope top isn't warded, so I'm gonna go top. It's like, okay, I think the mid's not warded, I'm gonna go that way. But if I go through top and then in the mid, 100% I'm running into something. So you want to take your sneaky path and just go, but not go too far. Aw, thank you, London. I'm glad I'm able to help out. I appreciate the kind words. You did mention a gem to close out the map. I don't mind. I would want to be winning a little bit more before buying the gem, personally. I don't think you guys are quite there where, well, Pro Dota would definitely do it. The Chinese teams love doing early gems. But I still feel pretty scared of dying. I would probably just do another buff item at this point. I also think your timing is, like, Phantom Lancer is your true timing, and he's not there yet. You're waiting for this guy to finish farming. Okay, we kill Skywrath here. Move in. If you're gonna smoke your team, by the way, it's actually a little awkward to place sentries during smokes because you have to break your own smoke. And if they have an observer sentry combo, they actually see your sentries appearing. And if they appear out of nowhere, you know the enemy team is smoked. So actually, if you're gonna smoke, you usually just go and only place it at like the very last second. If you're not, and it's like, oh, this is just a smoke mission. Why though? Like, we killed Skywrath, actually. We have the numbers advantage. You don't have to do this kind of sneaky solo play. You can just go with the team into an area on your own. And if you don't feel like you can move right in, then just go through a lane, you know? Like, there's still towers up, still things here. Tormentor, Roche. We've seen opportunities for Bounty to move in on their own, like up here, for example. You don't need to brute force it. I don't mind if you did put a high ground ward here as part of this fight, like we're making this big play happen, let's do it. Or like maybe you drop an observer somewhere back here. I'd be okay with it as part of we're getting into a very big fight. But I would question, like, did I need to get into a really big fight? Snipers under tower, that's about what I'd expect from fighting in this area. I'm not surprised OD got killed. I need us to get to the sniper, and our team positioned in an area where sniper is going to be like way under a tier 2 tower. What would I recommend besides the gem? What auras does Tide have? Just the Vlads. Force Staff is pretty good. Any general aura would have been okay. Lincoln's as a greedy purchase, maybe as a 3rd or 4th item could have been okay. He did that on his own. That was like PL versus Sniper. That's the rest of the game right there. That's what we're waiting for, is for PL to come online. Yeah, these are where the early auras would come into play. It's kind of a weird fight for your team to force, which has been kind of the story of the game. But anyways, we'll keep going from here. We win that fight, and then I see 2 heroes here. So I have free reign down here. I wouldn't usually have a gem now, so I would just use the sentries to check this stuff. But we do have a gem, so let's, go check all this stuff. I don't have the courier. I know I mentioned courier control. This would be one where I don't have time to wait for the courier to get here, so I would sentry the cliff. If I find something, great. Don't find something, okay. There might be a sentry back here. If you feel you have time to get over there and check, you could. And otherwise, okay, there's not something here, and I have these other sentries, so I feel pretty good about an observer somewhere. Like, they wouldn't know that I'm placing it in this area. So I could do something here, but sentries here could be common because of this. I would actually go for an observer, like somewhere in the back, or go invis, run across, observer somewhere back here. Because they might put sentries back here to look for me, especially as we push up to a tier 2. But why would they have an observer back here right now? The observer would be here or like further up. And even if there's a sentry over here that I miss, they're not going to have the vision to see me walking by it invis. And I don't think they would have observers and stuff back here. So I would be down for a deep ward somewhere over here. I'm just a little scared because you have the gem of walking that far, which kind of goes back to that, but I'd probably still do it. Make sure you use your gem to check like these areas as well. Oh, one in the lane. They're going out of the way. I don't think you saw that though. Despite that free reign, we don't get any deep wards down, and then they're back up. So now here we are in this fight again. Now I gotta run. I don't feel as good about placing the deep ward. Didn't realize how many were there. Going back to the deep ward, might have seen them TP in. Not the time to move in. After they kill your... Okay. They kill Dazzle, a whole bunch of heroes. Push up, here's the sniper. So what do I think they're gonna do? Oh, don't worry guys, they're all walking home back to their base. No, they're gonna go this way. They're gonna go this way. They're gonna go to Roche. They might scatter, but we have to plan for the worst case scenario, which is, hey, they wanna push. This is a pub game, they're not doing Roche, they're pushing our tier 2 tower. Are they just gonna AFK sit here? No, they're gonna look for farm first. So your team has to be really careful. OD takes the risks here and lucks out, they're not there. You're like, okay, I'm gonna go risk it over here. So yes, 100% one of us has run into the enemy and now we're gonna fight. No, wait, no, we're not gonna fight because we just lost 2 heroes. I have no desire to fight, but we walked into the 2 most likely areas they would be, and we got a little lucky that we didn't just feed a 3rd kill. After losing your Dazzle, you guys actually should be looping all the way around, avoiding these very common areas, going to the side lanes as far around as possible, teleporting potentially, and we avoid all of this, and this. Those are the 3 most common areas. If they go back to their own half of their map, they're bad. So we don't, I mean, you can kind of account for that, but those are the worst case scenarios are here that we have to plan for. And we walked into 2 of them. 2 out of the 3. Does someone want to go check Roche with their face? Yule's this game's alright. It's a nifty item for Bounty who's running around. It gives him move speed, mana, and a self-dispel. It saves you versus Skywrath. Saves you versus Assassinate. You lift up Spirit Breaker, who charges in. Lift up Axe, who blink calls. Wraith King goes in. You waste his time. It's not a bad Yule's game. I'm open to it. Not every game is a Yule's game, though. Other forms of crowd control on Spirit Breaker especially, like he usually bulldoze runs in, and then he has 70% status resistance. So like he's ultra fast, and then any kind of stun or slow you use disappears instantly. So Yule's is a hard counter to bulldoze because you actually dispel the bulldoze, and Yule's can't be like shortened anyways. I like so many different cups here, guys. I have one with coffee that is now done. That one's mango. Yum. And then here's water. Okay. I think we collect a new gameplay example, guys. Won that fight? Get out there. Well, first, Roche. Guys, let's go Roche. PL, not the best Roche taker, but I actually think he's farmed enough to do it with a little bit of help. So you guys can try that. Otherwise, support players, this is the warding time. Sweep through to the enemy side. Do the dangerous stuff first, and then fall back to your own half of the map. Let's see what Bounty does. Wisdom Shrine, okay, sure. Kind of taking a roundabout path, wasting precious seconds. People are respawning, and now I'm getting scared, and now we are moving in. As they could be in this area, now I am here. And now, as I am here in the hot danger zone, OD is showing top as they are finishing to respawn. So our order of operations here is a bit backwards. Let's go back in time. Let me show you their perspective. Let me show you where they are and why you can just beeline straight in here. Skywrath is the one guy we're scared of, but it's a support Skywrath. It's not as scary as usual. Used some of his stuff in the last fight. So this was the time to just run in here. These, look at that, cores instantly TPing. So that's where it's a little random on like where they went. They could have gone down here. They chose to be safe and go here, which is why now TPing down here. Dangerous for Spirit Breaker. He knows his cores can't show up. And if you guys had a deep ward from earlier, you would actually know this. You would know that some of their cores are instantly up top, and you could maybe make a play here. And if they had walked out, then they could have TP'd back to help as they see you guys get there. Look at that. You pass your observer sentries to the Dazzle, and he immediately puts a sentry down next to the gem. I don't think I would pass him over, my guy. I think I'd swap these raindrops out, hold on to that observer sentry, do it yourself. Do you know your OD is still dead? I think it worked out. Spirit Breaker not here. Should probably wait for your OD though. Even though I do think PL is the strongest hero this game, and he's finally farmed up to that point, this is the timing you guys were waiting for, why the earlier stuff was a little too soon. Fights will be very easy with PL in the area, but you should still, you know, wait for OD. You swept around with the gem there. That's pretty good. That's what you want to do right now, and then stay out of sight. If you had any of the deep wards, you could have done it yourself too. Looks like Dazzle redeemed. That one's pretty good. I don't know about this camp block though. Pretty unnecessary. Gonna bait a sentry to maybe lose your own observer. Also, as your team sieges this area, you've now blocked your own farm. This is, look, dude, I take it back. I like this observer, and then I strongly dislike this. Don't give it to him. Don't give him the wards. Don't trust him. Oh, damn. They got us? Who got that ward? Skywrath? Observer first into the sentry. Tisk, tisk, tisk. put another. Some pretty heavy overlap from the Skywrath. Does cover this area. Oh, did bring the courier. Conflicted. I'm relatively happy, but you should do the sentries first, and then this. You also notice, okay, actually, let's talk through this, guys. So, first, bring your courier out. Sentry first. Okay, the observer's on the cliff, guys. Let me just check again in case there's another one. In case there's both an observer on the cliff and down here. It actually turns out it was here. But you gotta check, you should check the cliff first. You gotta finish checking the sentry before you're like, oh, let me check other areas. They're not gonna have an observer here and here. So if you just wait to see, like, if the observer's here, you don't have to check anymore. It's very unlikely they put multiple observers like here, here, and here. You wouldn't need to check all 3 spots. So you check, like, pick one, check it, finish checking it. If you found something, great, move on. If you haven't found something, then you do this. He's just kind of like, just doing everything at once. And then, yeah, there's nothing on the cliff, because why would you have 2 right next to each other? Okay, I'll be right back, and then we'll pick a new one. So, drop the match IDs with the warding. Any tips in general on how to counter PL? Okay, couple. First, no matter what your draft is, one of the ways you deal with PL is early. Because PL is not the fastest farmer, and his critical mass is like 3+ items. For example, this PL only really got scary after finishing like all this stuff, right? So it's now like 30 minutes into the game, especially in a lot of your pubs, the PLs aren't going to be like perfect farming. So try to beat him in the lane if you have the right heroes for it. And if not, it's still okay. He won't want to join very many fights until he has his items. You might not easily kill him if you don't have the heroes for it, but he will mostly have to run away. So try to take over his map, like play fast. You don't have to win the game within 20 minutes. You just need to slow down his item timing from like, oh, I hit critical mass at 25, 30, 35. Right? It's getting further and further back because you are taking up his space. He has nowhere to farm. So that's something you can do. You can try to do most games. Certain heroes counter him more. If you have a lot of AoE damage, you can kill the illusions. If you have instant catch, you can get the real hero before a million illusions come out and it becomes hard, right? So like the Shadow Shaman, like Hex Shackle, you kill him off. AoE damage and instant control are pretty good. Item-wise, Crimson Guard, very good at reducing his damage output. Various items do damage to illusions. They do less damage. This was a very recent change. But things like Radiance, Mjolnir, Shivas, they got nerfed, but they're still pretty useful to help kill off illusions and find the real PL. So I would still recommend having some of them. You don't strictly need all of them. But Mjolnir, especially, very good for dealing with PL, because you like just cast it on yourself and PL procs it 1,000,000 times while he's hitting it. That one's pretty solid. Blink Scythe in the late game, once again, to catch the real hero and kill him. I guess that's it. I'm running out of tips. I'm running out of stuff. Just all chat. Will the real PL please stand up? Yeah, I think he has to honor that. He has to respond, I believe, is how it goes. Okay, let's try. We've done some long breakdowns, so maybe now we just hop into the different games. Let's like speed it up, you know? Hop in, find a couple things, move on. I think it's been useful to do some of these longer games because we can spend more time talking about the flow of vision, which I think has been important. But let's now try to get like maybe some smaller moments to get to more people. I'm just going to start going in order of what you guys just sent in. I was playing Sky 4. Silence worked pretty well. Yeah, Silence early, pretty good before he gets the Manta. Laning will be very annoying. You have to be careful because if he goes on you, Skywrath is not the greatest at dealing with PL once the game gets going. But in the laning stage, it's very annoying because you just like constantly poke him. And then if you do have a good kill combo, like you said, the silence preventing him from escaping is quite strong. The thing Skywrath would try to do is to play fast. Not strictly against the PL, but like you're good versus most other heroes. You come online pretty quickly. So you're trying to like take over the map and trap him fairly quickly. Okay, we're just going down the line. I accidentally typed Nature's Prophet equals Guardian, which feels like a fitting message on its own, but I corrected it in my timestamps. Okay, and your question... I wanted to try ratting as position 5. Game went wayward. How could this game be improved with wards so I could rat like I wanted to? I have a questionable habit of hoarding wards early game to keep them bought out of stock and then doing vision spikes. That can happen a lot. That's a pretty common mistake, especially when like, I forgot to buy them and now there's like 3, like, buy them, place them. You definitely want to build a habit of like smooth, consistent warding, and it will happen. It's unavoidable that like, you know, sometimes more, sometimes less. But if it's happening to you all the time, you do have to try to smoothen it out. I will say Nature's Prophet support is a tricky one, because a lot of times for you, you want to be like jungling in the back. That's your thing. I don't really want to ward back here, you know? So it becomes awkward. For you, I would recommend trying at some point, you know, like you do a deep ward over here or over here, and you are stealing from the enemy, and it's still like useful vision. Or you just like, at some point you TP on this cliff, drop a ward, and you just like, you know, you wait. Especially when these towers are up, no one's expecting it. Do you have to do that? No, but you know, you kind of could. I'm gonna jump ahead so we can kind of see this. Some of these like vision spikes you're talking about. Oh yeah, we got 3 right now. We got 3. Let's see when you do place them. Everyone's missing right now, so now it's pretty scary. I would just be staying out of sight. Okay, now some heroes are showing up. Mid and top. Which heroes here? Just now, you probably had a window to just, like, move back here. Like, with 2 heroes showing here, probably just, like, whoop, place something back here, come back out. Stay out of sight the whole time. Oh, I didn't even realize this tower was down, actually. Okay, easy kill. And you are moving in here to deep ward. Yeah. Okay. Not the... This one's okay, and actually I like that you're further down than here, because sentries in this area are really common, so it is a little better to put it down. I would still recommend, like, even further out of the way if possible. But for the current rank, I don't want to spend too much time nitpicking that, and I want us to keep speeding along. They feel nice to hold. This is my stress ball observer. When I look at my core, I just grab it. I just like to have it. I just need a couple. Okay. We respawn. We TP out here. Sentry observer. This one's kind of okay. I would recommend a little further out. So, like, if we imagine them killing Ursa, you know, what are they doing? Let's ignore smokes for now, right? So, pushing in the lane, and then Ursa's jungling here, and they just jump him. They, like, the lane pushed up, Ursa didn't back on time, they get him. Okay, that's one thing. Okay, maybe Ursa's jungling here. So they go through here, they've pushed in the lane, and then they go through here. And then your ward will catch them. But also, they would have had to push in the lane first, and then they disappeared. They didn't actually take the tower. So this kind of gives you information. Like, anytime your creep wave is pushed up, it covers that same, like, okay, go through here, through here. And if they're like, oh, we'll go through here, again, if the lane is pushed up, it's like, where are they? They're not dealing with that? Kind of suspicious. We better start to be careful. Now, if they go this way, right, through here, standing up here, Ursa doesn't even know. He's like low ground. They're on high ground. They don't even need to come over here. Can I show the... Yeah, right? They're up here. They're looking, and they're like, oh, there he is. Maybe you have the Watcher. Maybe it's down. They could also path around the Watcher, stand here. There's several angles to get the Ursa that this doesn't quite cover. So it's okay. I don't hate it. But I think further out would do more for you that is unique from this. For example, if you were able to place it out here, you get a little bit more warning time of them coming through here, whether this is pushed in or not. If you just put it like in the river, you'd see people coming in through this area, which is unique from, like we mentioned, the creeps kind of help protect you from this area. It's not perfect, but it helps. If you manage to put one in the triangle... Now, smokes, we were talking about, if they smoke, it's probably somewhere over here. If they're not in the triangle, and they're not pushing the lane and taking the tower, once again, I am kind of like looking at my map and trying to predict where could they be if they're not in all these places, and that also tells Ursa, like, hey, it's time to be careful. Time to, like, jungle topside, if nothing else. So that's why I'm a little conflicted on that one. Wow, value sentry here. This is so dangerous. This is, okay, this is actually a great example. Congratulations, you're gonna be in the video. I don't know if you will or not. This is why daytime versus nighttime is very important. This place you're going to ward is fantastic at night. And I'll show you the difference in a moment. This is daytime. So, like, you get here and they see you. By the time you walk here, that's 3 seconds. Someone could instantly teleport as they see you going this way. and then kill you. And in fact, you're like, what is he doing? You know, get him. What are you doing? I know you're warding. I'm gonna de-ward you in a moment. Nighttime, let's go back like 3 minutes to here. This is nighttime vision. Now you would have made it all the way over into here. You could even stand here and then get out. So if you want to ward this area, nighttime is way safer to do it. If you're in daytime, you don't really know when heroes are right here and they see you and they're just like, oh, just let him. He is delivering himself to us, guys. Just wait here. Uber Eats is on the way. He's walking in. You're going to kill him once he gets there. You don't even have to leave your farming triangle. So if you want to do these spots, nighttime is way better. Daytime is a lot riskier, and you either need to know they're somewhere else. Well, that's mainly it. Your angle was not bad. Like, the way you did it was the right idea of... a replay bug there, right? You went through the river to here rather than, like, just show in the lane, right? So that part was good. The main thing that should have scared you is I don't see a lot of heroes here. I think your team just took this mid tower, right? So, like, where are they? There's a higher likelihood that they're in this area. And then Clockwork is here. So then his daytime vision does go farther out. You mentioned you might feel like you're over warding to protect your carry. Remember, you can do it indirectly. If you know the enemy is all here, they can't be killing Ursa. And so that's why sometimes to protect your carry, rather than put like a billion defensive wards, which can all be smoked through, the bigger thing is to show them somewhere else, or that they are all missing. And if they're all missing, we know smokes exist and they could be smoking. And so we should all start to be a little careful if those of us who are like farming need to be careful. And if we are like playmakers, like, yes, I want them to come in. You know, I've got the Underlord auras and team fight. Like, I want them to come here. Then it's okay to like continue to be aggressive. But otherwise, no matter how many observers you put up here to protect Ursa, they can smoke through it. And so you need to show other parts of the map. That's why this one's actually pretty good. This observer told me like there was a lot of heroes up here. Or there's a chance. Vision's all about chances. There's no guarantee. Sometimes they are like 5-man farming this camp, you know, like what? I don't know. I can't predict that stuff. Or just guessing the most likely thing. Guys, the tower? The tower? Okay, we're back. I didn't see we were right here to do the fast trip home. Okay, I'll allow it. Okay, you mentioned the vision spike. So yes, actually, funny enough, this one's still alive. They couldn't comprehend. But now we have this. Now we have this. Now we had this one. It actually got de-warded. So it's starting to be a little bit too much top. Especially like this is seeing the same things. And when this is a fantastic one, it's done a lot for us. It's going to expire soon. And then I'm not going to have it anymore. And I'm going to be in the dark. This is okay in that sense. But this like double up is definitely rough. And I would say if you take this one out, then this is great. Though actually I will nitpick you and tell you to put it in this corner over here. A very common sentry is around here, which will see like a whole circle like this, and it'll kill your observer. But this edge and then this edge cannot be covered by a single sentry, so you should pick one of these extremes. And most people will err on the right side with the sentry without even really thinking about it, because a lot of people don't realize, you included, I'm guessing, there's actually a spot here. And most people don't know that because, like, when you're looking at it, it doesn't, like, there's a tree. Of course there couldn't. Just kidding, there is. So most sentries will go on the right side, so just put yours here. Now, the tree will block the vision, so you won't see as far into this, but it's going to live, and that's the important thing. Okay. Maybe that's enough to move on. I did say I wanted to get to others, just do like a quick look. This could be a good example. We killed Jakiro, we made someone TP out. Hey, look, a PA, maybe we get her if she sticks around kind of greedy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get her. And now, where are they? Hey, the deep ward from earlier, it's working. Am I scared of them punishing us? I know Ursa's not here and like, oh, Kunkka's away. Like, are we in danger? Oh, we're not, because I had a deep ward somewhere else. Okay, great. Deep ward here, 2 heroes dead. 3rd hero, I'm not going to be too scared of. So now is the time to put a new deep ward. This one's starting to expire. So if you overlap this area for a little bit, it's fine. I don't want it on this cliff, too common, right? Down here could be good. If you want to go over here and we'll have minimal overlap with this, that could also be fine. I got time to like run around and do that. Otherwise, like here or over here could be okay. I wouldn't want anything here. It's too much overlap with this one, and it's too common. I want it further up, and I want to avoid this cliff, because this cliff is also too common. Let's see what we do. No, no, no. Let's see how long this lives. He's thinking about it. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what. You guys are protecting it. I'll give you that. I will. You know what? I'll take it back. If your team's plan was to play and protect this area, then this cliff is okay. But I would put the sentry first. Sentry the low ground. Check the cliff. Then put your observer. And then your team plays in this area. That's okay. And so far, you guys are doing that. Let's continue. Let's see if that keeps going. Maybe playing here too long. Why'd you leave, by the way? You're here for this fight. I would max this, by the way. You can max Sprout first, but you should max Teleport next. Sadly, Treants just aren't great. If you want 1 point, I think that's fine. I would leave it at that. Can you TP'd out to push another lane? But notice, you can't actually... if you want to do this, you should Town Portal Scroll out and push this. Because you can teleportation back. You can't Town Portal Scroll back. So if you do want to do this kind of greedy stuff, go ahead. But look how close your team is to being done. So just like stick around, finish the job, and then you guys can all scatter after that. That would be better. Instead, look at that. Here they are defending because they see you, right? You're telling the enemy team, hey, I'm teleporting up here so I can't help my team. Now, if you had Town Portaled, we could. But there is a delay, and they know that. And so like they can take the fight, and by the time you show up, it might be too late. So this is showing in multiple lanes, like actually showing in 3 lanes, right? Like while your team is taking the tier 2, you're telling them, also, we're here and here. So if you want to go ahead and bring 5 heroes here, we're not prepared. Clockwork, do it for me. This is scary. We do not need to take this tier 3 right now. Wait, you guys are going way too ham. Holy shit. Do we even have Blink on Ursa yet? What are we doing here? You guys don't need to do this. Oh my god. Oh my god. The quill spray. Alright, if I had to ballpark estimate, this is, once again, to add to the list, a bunch of videos in mind. If you team wiped the enemy right here, at this phase of the game, 1,500 to about 2,000 gold is my guess. Maybe a little more. Let's say 2,000 to 3,000 gold. Clearly a lot of risk to attempt a full team wipe right here. If you just backed up and farmed this jungle, like, let's do a split like this. That's nearly 1,000. Way safer. And then if you start accounting for this, we're at like 1,500. And then Ursa's like farming backwards. We're talking like 2,000 gold. Way easier. Way less risk. And you can continue to grow the gold lead to a more meaningful amount. I wanted to rat. You can do that. I would, Nature's Prophet does not need a specific item to rat, because you're rat by nature. What you need to see are opportunities to rat more than like having to build a specific way. And as part of learning that, I do think it's okay. Like teleporting home, again, the town portal home so you can teleport out would have been okay. Especially if that mid tower was more alive. Since it was so close to falling, you should just finish the job with them and then get out. What's the best approach to get high ground towers without Aegis? Either you have a long-ranged hero that you just sit behind and let them hit safely. There are no enemy heroes because you found a different team fight outside. Yeah, that's it. That's the two best ways to do it without Aegis. There's always a lot of risk going high ground. There's way less risk playing outside the map. As long as you're smart about the movements and you like watch what they're doing and what you're doing. That's the best bet, is to wait for a pickoff and then go up. And take it slow. A lot of times you only need to repeat, like walk up, hit, back out, walk up, hit, back out. You only need to repeat that for like a minute, and most tier 3s will fall as you get to the mid to late game to like any decently farmed core. But a lot of people lose the patience, and like if it's not done in 10 seconds, it's not fast enough. We have to do more, and then you throw. But you should have just like, it's fine. Half the tower is down. Just wait again. Go again. You know, shove a creep wave up. Creep wave did 100 damage. Not amazing. No risk. Do it again. It's okay. It's getting chipped down. It's getting there. So get their jungles and pick off. Yes, pretty much. If you've seen, there's a late game flowchart video on the channel that is pretty much about how you should go about the late game. And that's pretty much it, is the long story short. Get vision set up, farm carefully, and look for pickoffs. It is pretty much always the safest play. Okay, some specific questions for this Dawn replay are, am I over committing wards to a specific objective? And then how to reward the map when enemy throws on your high ground. Okay, those are some good questions. And then I think you had other, let me just double check. The earlier post looks like it was just some details about the game. Okay. 60-minute game, and then... Oh, did you check stats later? The enemy lost 12 out of 27 observers. Your team lost 5 out of 27. Nice. Okay. Where shall we go? Specific objectives, so let's just like speed up first to see. Let's like find an area to talk about, I guess. This is, I keep wanting to set up this screen a little better so we have like the time up front and everything. You can see the time, the hero respawns, things like that. I'll do it another day. One day it'll be prepared. 12 minutes into the game right now. What do we need to do? Looks like you guys are fine just farming up. Maybe we can say we're waiting for that opportunity to deep ward. Going behind Timber would probably give you a chance to get into the safe lane jungle. Maybe if this mid play works out that's currently going on. But you died. All right, a little bit forced. I think behind the Timber Saw would have been better. The mid lane's really tough, especially into, there's a Pudge, there's Jakiro with all his lined up abilities, right? Mid lane is pretty tough to siege even when ahead, because there's just so many different ways the enemies can come from, so many ways they can see us approaching. Specific objectives in mind were mid tier 1 and Roche. Okay, I don't mind like this observer and this observer. I just don't think you guys need to force mid super hard. And I think it would be easier to like go through bottom behind Timber. Like right now, let's ignore the whole mid fight going on and everything. When a creep wave is like this, what tells me is like there's not really heroes in this area. And that gives you the comfort to like, I'm behind Timber who's pushing this up, and then you see where Timber goes. If he goes up here, you go here. If he wants to farm down here, then you come down here. And you can put a deep ward in this area or this area. And it doesn't matter that much. It's just like, what can I safely push in behind Timber and place this deep ward down? So either side is okay with me. But let's say it's top. This would be better for taking mid. So whereas pushing mid, let me actually, let's go back to when we lost that fight too. I think around now. So like if we look at mid, they don't even have observers down right now unless I'm missing one. Yeah, they don't have anything. And then this is what they see, right? They see quite far. That's just the nature of the mid lane. The like the river down here, the high ground, the open areas. It's just hard to push into mid in a sneaky manner. Because even if you're trying to wrap around, at some point you show here and they see you and you can't see into this. Okay, let me go this way. Well, I mean, there's like so many ways they could be coming in to like fight you on this. It's really tough. Ignoring Juggernaut giving vision in this area, off of you guys pushing bottom and then taking all this stuff, it's much easier to siege mid from here and surprise them and like get a quick kill and move in. Here, there's just like so much warning time coming from the front. That's why like over here helps a lot. But why it doesn't hurt to have like this kind of observer, like these are fine, but they don't help you suddenly just dive mid like this, you know? Because the enemy can always respond in very easily. Can you center screen minimap and replay? Oh, maybe we could do that. Yeah, we use this instead of the full zoom in. I could change the opacity to be fuller. I kind of like the idea of the zoom in though. Maybe this is just better. Can I make this larger? It's probably not necessary. Oh, it's still not 100% opaque, huh? I guess I'm not surprised it's not. Do you think this... Isn't this still kind of messy, though? And, like... So much junk going on when we're trying to focus on the... Maybe it's better. What do you guys think? Is this better than doing the, Okay, let's pretend. I do this. Let's say I make a dedicated scene. It'll just cut this out. It'll have this stuff. This part will be like blacked out maybe, and we'll have like the heroes so we can see the screen and we can see the time. Maybe I could even squeeze the net worth in here. That or the center center screen thing. The reason I like the idea of this zoomed in is because I really want to hammer the point home that, like, sometimes the main screen, everything in the middle is fake, right? That a lot of decision making is like right here, and this is all you need. That's the idea behind it. It's like to fulfill the purpose. I don't know. Net worth graph could be nice to have in there. We can try. Let me play with it. How about that? Let me play with it to see what I can create and what kind of abomination it looks like. Do I have to like cut this stuff out? This would be a pain. I don't know how to... Do I know how to do that? Oh, I think I know how I could. It's a little bit of a pain, but I think it's doable. I'll try. That'll be my homework, guys. I'll try to make a new scene that is just the minimap with extra information, and we'll go from there. While we're at it, can we get some Subway Surfer footage? Oh, truly live up to the Zoomer TikTok. Maybe, wait, guys, maybe this is how we do vertical shorts, right? It's just the mini map. It's us talking over it, and then Subway Surfer. I'll even shrink my camera. Okay, I'll be like on the side, and then here will be Minecraft footage of someone hopping block to block and whatever. This is how we grow the audience. That's pretty funny. I can only learn when the surfing's happening. Ooh, I missed when this got placed. Sneaky. Maybe because we were so zoomed in. I do like that. Pretty useful. Damn. Oh my god. I cannot believe Skywrath Mage made it into that circle in time. That's crazy. That had to be the last millisecond into the circle. It was changing color and everything. It was into it. Damn. Barely. Nice, nice. Okay. So if we still want mid, your observer setup for that is plenty. And so we can do a defensive observer top for Wind Ranger, or like an aggressive ward in here is still okay with me. Okay, it looks like Earth Spirit actually placed this one for the team. It is good for what it needs to cover. It's just really common, so we might end up losing it pretty fast. But we'll accept it, and then I'll say you can hold your observer. We actually have two, so I'm saving one for a deep ward. I don't know when I'll get to place it, but when I get the chance, I'm going to go for a deep ward. And the other one, I'll leave it up to you. If you think like something defensive, something like comes up in the heat of the moment could be useful. This area is suspicious. Jakiro just killed some of my stuff. I want to be careful. I'd be a little careful about walking up top. Though at the same time this happened, I guess they showed mid. Maybe... okay, maybe you saw this happen and then you like committed, but I would say otherwise it's kind of scary because if they do have an observer, right? Pudge here, whoop, pulling you in. And I feel like you were already walking forward before they showed, so I don't know if it was related, but it worked out. You get this, shove this in, back out. Yeah, we got a sentry check some of this stuff. Okay, so then you do another one here. Yeah, I think you don't need this one because you have this one. So if we're trying to push mid, this is already enough. And this is too shallow for further in. Now, I did mention you have two. So actually, if you're going to go in further and put a deep ward, then I'll say it's okay, but does feel a little bit overlappy now. Well, let's see. It seems like you're going to place this other one. Let me see what you do. Okay, you walk in here and place that one. I would recommend, so if you want to do this one, I would do it from, I guess you can't, because you sentry'd over here. The thing is, so usually I would say if you sentry'd here-ish to check this area, you could walk through here to place this one. We didn't check this further area. The sentry's here, so check some, but it doesn't see all of it. And then I don't think they would have a cliff ward right now because this tier 1's still up, but maybe. And that's what makes me nervous about like moving in like this to place this one. I guess I'm okay with this, but I would definitely say these two together is too much. And then especially with this third one. This one does feel, like you were saying, like, I think a bit too much of an overcommitment into the mid lane. Oh my god, that guy's health just got deleted on that last chunk. Pretty sure from the enemy's perspective, you showed here and then joined a fight from this angle, so I think they should know there are observers somewhere in there. Whether they should know you have that many, I don't know. Yeah, the mid tower can be hard to get. You guys are kind of like bashing your head on it. Let's see, did he know you had something here earlier, or is he just checking? I don't think he should have seen you in that area. And they didn't have anything at the time. Maybe he just knows you guys have been trying to play mid so much. He also does have 5 sentries, I guess, so why not? He too will commit to the mid-sentry game. True. I would definitely not expect another observer there after getting that first one. Pudge has no idea I see him right now. I do feel we're just like bashing our head on this mid tower, like both teams. There's more to the map to play. I don't think we have to keep forcing it so hard. It's tough for both of you. One more time, baby, yeah. All right, I think we've understood the point. Too much. Let's jump ahead. Let's find something else. You mentioned Roche. Okay. Drop that one there. If you're placing a ward to like, hey, we're doing Roche, we're gonna lose it, but I'm okay with that, I would opt for this one. If you think you can get away with it and like, oh, maybe the ward will live after, this is better for that. But most of the danger is like from up here, I would say, because the outpost, from people teleporting or running in. So if someone wants to stand here, especially you who can like try to hammer down, I would say like you stand up here if you don't want to ward over there. But this is where I wish I had an observer to know, even if I end up losing it. This is reverse. Walk up and then hammer down. Hammer up, walk down, gets you killed. I think you just whiffed on Sanity's Eclipse. Uh-oh. Why would you choose to roll this way? Clearly rolling this way is... I don't know. It's a choice. It's a choice. What do you think of Weaver position 4? I like it. It is a little greedy. You need your team to adjust to you a little bit, but I think it's completely viable if you play it appropriately. Greedy Weaver 4, who's like, I'm just building pure damage every single game, that's no good. Weaver 4, who's like, I'm thinking about Spirit Vessels, thinking about Atoses, Yules, like, that's pretty good. And then if you do need to build damage, then you can do that. That's okay. But it shouldn't be your default Weaver 4 build every single game. You already have a ton of damage with like Vessel and then your regular abilities. No, there's not a way to do the minimap on another monitor without... You could do something like use OBS and then just... cut the screen to be the screen capture to be the minimap, and then like, you know, blow up OBS. Essentially what I do when I do this, and I would just leave it open on a second monitor. You could do something like that. Let's I don't know how many more we'll do today. Monday we like did a crazy long stream. I don't want to do that one again. Let's get through more people. You see how you have 3 like river wards essentially? Boop, boop, boop. One of is like, a couple are on their side of the river, so it's a little better, but it is still all river wards, so not a great mix. And now I don't know. Like, essentially, this map might as well be dark for, like, are they smoked or not? I have no idea. And that's the downside of these kind of river wards, which is maybe something I should jot down as an example. Let's actually zoom through to see if a smoke happens. Turns out they were doing Tormentor. My mentality is that river wards let me see if they're coming into our half unless they're smoked. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Is like, if they're smoked, they do nothing. And I know you can kind of say that for like any ward, but like, people don't smoke through their own half too much. Outside of like, we're smoking from our base and running out, you know, that's kind of like one thing. But like, from our half to their half, the smoke happens on your own half, and then you cross the river. And that's why it's really helpful to have one deep ward, so you can tell, like, it's weird that no one's showing, because I know this bottom jungle's empty. But if they could be in their jungle, like, you can spread 5 heroes through the jungle and everyone's farming, and it's like, yeah, okay, that could be reasonable. But when like one section's shown to be empty for a while and you know they're not there, that's what lets you know the smoke could be happening. With these kind of river wards, I would just like always have to be scared. And it kind of does happen. They kind of do smoke, but it came from the Tormentor side, where they just did Tormentor. A little different, I guess. I'll have to see if I find an example of like, I'm sure it exists. I probably have had some in the past of like seeing the smoke happen. Is this one such example? Where did they smoke? From top half. Funny enough, they did smoke from the enemy jungle. Roche is taken at 29:38, 51. Okay, we can jump to... Let's see the setup for the 38-minute Roche. Okay, this spread of vision is okay, and with Roche coming up, I would say we would try to get something in here while a couple of them are dead. My team's pushed in mid, so I could have come through here, check this cliff, and like put a deep ward somewhere back here. Maybe in this corner spot. This overlapping. This is a good Roche ward, but it just feels weird with this. At least this one's like dying in the next minute. But if it happens too often, which is kind of what's been happening this game, then like we got to think about that. I will also say, if you constantly break trees and ward there, it should be easy dewarding for the enemy. Like they should keep checking these spots. You may need to fake it, like cut all these trees and then ward like here, you know? Not Shakiro. It's like deforestation is good. At least we have a lot of tree cutting heroes this game, so maybe we can get away with it. What's the other one? 40 something. Okay, you got your ult, so you're over here. This might be a good example of where what time is it? 47. If your team has some deep wards here, it becomes a little clearer what's happening. So like I'm pushing out bottom, my team's pushing top. This is fine as like general Dawnbreaker play. Here, let's try, let's do it like this. Let's try this. How's this feel? So they're falling back. Okay, Pudge is here. And the question is like, are they still just in this area or are they actually pushing out bottom? And by having wards bottom, it actually helps me know if they're going top or not. Because if I have a ward bottom and it sees nothing, okay, so they're not going bottom, not pushing out lanes potentially, right? Smoke play, it should be my concern. Ignore the Juggernaut bug. Are you Juggernaut showing here?
Who's that?
So then is Juggernaut here? And then OD is farming here and like other people are farming here. Are they just like in a farming pattern? Or are they like behind Jug getting ready to smoke? I don't know right now because I don't have that deep ward showing me these jungle camps. But if I could tell that this jungle camp was being farmed, okay, then I know it's probably not a smoke play. And if I don't see anything, then I know could still be nothing, but it could be a smoke play. And that's something to work with. Something that these river wards don't really let me know. Then turns out it was a smoke play and then they got him top. Oh, thank you. Wait. I can do this. El Guisti. I feel like we're butchering it. Thank you for the Prime sub, though. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like the videos. Thank you. Glad we're able to break down some stuff into a convenient form. Sometimes it takes a while. Sometimes I'm like sitting there like, I don't think I'm explaining this well. We gotta do it again. It's always nice to hear when it's working. Oh, God, it freaked me out. Cat. Ah! How rude. I thought you wanted to be pet. I just had my hand hanging there and then my finger got bopped. Okay. Let's do a nether and then see how we feel. Wait, gotta watch the ending. Very funny. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's go back. prepared for comedy. Are we here? Oh, too much. Okay, we are losing. I'm gonna type up the other stuff while this is playing out. Okay. 40 seconds, no timber. Get megas, win game. Easy peasy. Certainly. Oh shit, he had buyback. How did he do that? I guess barely had gold for it. Came back up. Space Maker, Dawnbreaker. I would actually say you should probably fall back towards the rest of your team, but Space Making's kind of working, keeping OD distracted at least. Oh, you definitely buy back. I think you should buy back and join this a lot sooner, actually. The late game halberd, it's working. Go, go, go. Get him. Oh shit, we're doing it. The armor change. The armor change. Maybe if you killed the range barracks doesn't refresh the fortify. I think getting the range barrack might speed you up. The base, guys, someone, one person. No. Oh, damn. Damn. Creeps are objective gamers. They stay focused. You guys almost had that. I think one person going back, and I think you'll get that. So it goes, though. Okay. I only noticed the base, so I couldn't TP out after I got hooked. Rip. Okay, this one. Let's see. Felt good about the lane. Oh no, sorry. You went even in a lane you thought you should be losing, okay, which is good. And then things got out of control in a positive way. Other lanes went very well. My team stomped them. I think it would be interesting how the ward game should play out in this scenario. Okay, so like, it starts to become a stomp. How do we capitalize on that? Yeah, pretty stompy pretty early on. I'm up for it. Usually we don't cover stomps too much, but I do think it happens, and to make sure, like, I'm glad you ended up winning, right? But sometimes we do have early leads and we throw it. So it can be worth it to talk about this from two sides. One, how do you take advantage of stomping the game? And then we can also just flip the perspective, look at the enemies and say like, okay, how do you deal with this warding wise? If you're stomping, you can clearly go for the more aggressive wards, and then vice versa as the losing team. But oh my God. I would like to remind you still though, one deep ward, even as the losing team, is still quite helpful. It doesn't show the amount purchased here. That's too bad. It's too bad. Anyone else with an absurd amount of tangos? That's nuts. That is nutty. Where is he? Because he's laning versus Slark. What? What? Game was too fast for me. I felt like I was behind in my thoughts. All right, let's speed forward to the part where things start to go out of control, perhaps. So it was all like okay up to this point, and then I'm gonna guess this Slark starts to handle Magnus, who's still got 9 tangos left. I thought it would be like Magnus versus the Warlock, and he was preparing to deal with Shadow Word, and I was like, okay, this is overkill, but maybe. Into Slark is definitely sus. Okay, actually, he probably thought it was Arc Warden mid and then Slark carry, and so maybe same logic. It's like, I'm gonna get poked a lot by Arc Warden. 15 is still overkill, but let's see a little bit of logic there. Okay, so we're starting to win. Maybe you didn't realize it like you said, but starting to get some kills mid. How can I enable Slark then? Or just mid laners, right? Take out this very bizarre mid lane matchup. My mid laner's doing well, theirs isn't. The recovery pattern for mids losing is to farm here. Here's the equivalent. And then triangle if they can. And Magnus actually is one who could potentially triangle farm a little earlier with his stuff. So I'd be interested in putting a ward somewhere there. As the hard support, the way I would do that is buy 2 observers, and then when I get a moment down here, I ward to protect my carry, and then where? Up to you, you know, up here, over here, here are all fine spots. And then if I plan to move here, especially for like the runes, right, I can detour in and then drop an observer somewhere in here to look for what Magnus is doing. For support, same deal. I come over for the rune, maybe I stack, and then I get the rune, and as I go back, I actually go up through here, and I ward this area. Or maybe I just like go here, ward, and then come back for the rune. Could also be an option. But a mid who is starting to get out of control, I want that to happen for my team, right? So how do I enable him? Let's make sure he can get power runes easily. Let's make sure I have smokes ready to bring him along. How can the enemy recover from this? Well, if they killed a Slark. So let me get some wards down maybe to protect him. Now it looks like Slark's doing it himself. Pretty aggressive just in front of the tower. So maybe I don't need to put one here for him, but maybe I can still consider these spots. Okay, I do have 1 observer, and I do need that sentry, so let's get these out. I need to make sure this observer lives down here. Call it. Bring it out. Bring it out. Yeah, get out of hand. And I like that guy. I'm gonna go with him. I want to win. I want to play with him. Directly in the lane. Actually, I don't mind this too much. So if you want to do that one, we just need to make sure we stay out of sight. I wasn't looking at you when you did it. Let's see how you went about it. Actually, let me show you from the enemy's perspective. Okay, Warlock's here. Steps away. Click you. Oh, it's gone. So if someone was clicking you a lot, they might have realized. But I don't think you were too obvious about it, and you placed it from at least Fog of War. So they may not have realized you did that. I think that's not too bad. Sniper just happened to catch sight of you again going through here because he has the extra night vision. I think a regular hero wouldn't have seen you. To be a little bit more careful, you can even just make sure you take a wider breadth around. Okay, but overall, the ward is placed, so now I'm just looking for a moment to leave. Really? Anytime. Like, look at this. The wave keeps getting destroyed. Actually, even right now. No kills, nothing. When's the next creep wave? Here. And when will it get here? A while from now. And when it's here, Arc Warden is fine on his own back here. So you can actually leave right now, and until it shoves out, which will still take like 30 seconds at minimum, you can be gone and then be ready for like the 10-minute rune. So Warlock could already leave, and actually the only thing they could really do is pull the creep wave. So as you get out of here, if you want to hit this hard camp, drag it away so that it's not here for the 917 pull, you're good to go. So you could be standing here right now, hit it, walk out, and then I'm going to go ward here, And then I'm going to wait for this 10-minute rune. I definitely want to enable him. The enemy mid should just be trying to farm these areas. Madstone! Oh, hey, Slark, what's up? 14, jeez. All right, I'm not needed down here at all. We got a kill. That other guy had to TP out. We should leave the lane. Yes, yes. Where'd the other sentry go? Yeah, put one here. What happened? You had another one. Ah, but we came back. We should just keep going. Deep ward at any moment. I think we've seen a couple instances where we could have left the lane and deep warded at this point. I was really scared to leave Arc Warden. They weren't interested in pulling. They wanted to dive my carry. I'm okay hanging around to like adjust to that, especially because Slark is clearly doing it on his own. But I'm sure you've experienced games where your mid is doing well and then they start feeding. I think you'd be better off playing with the Slark and then just TP home, kind of like this. You know, like how can they dive Arc Warden if they're all responding to the Slark? And then we're walking out of the lane. So if they do dive the Arc Warden, I will TP home as necessary. And it's not your fault. Like, it should be very clear, especially if you ping, like, I'm on my way to the mid rune, you know? It's not on you to be like, well, Arc Warden, why did you step too far out and die before I could TP? Like, if he's just here, you'll make it in time. That's his fault more than you. 6 stacks, oh my god. You don't want to TP away though, because then it is your fault. Go back in time. Okay, here's a Warlock with 1 Observer Ward. He's moving this way. Here's a Warlock, no Observer Ward. So, can anyone figure out where it might be in this area? Where could this be? Can't possibly figure it out. There could be a million places. No, wait a minute. There's only one place. There's only one place that could be. So make sure you stay a little bit more out of sight. I'm going to jot that down. All right, you're not even needed here. You can just be in this fog of war. Full contribution, because my full contribution is this golem, which is still alive, hitting this tower. So you just sit here out of sight and you're good to go. And they'll never know you warded here. And then eventually you back out going this way. You don't show in the lane. You don't show in the tower. They have no idea you warded here. Because you've been gone so long, you could have warded like... You could have walked all the way up, warded here, warded here, warded here, warded here. The longer you're gone and out of sight, the area expands on how far you could have made it. Let's spend our money. Wait, where's our boots? I think you've gone too fast. Let's get our arcane boots, unless it's also in here. We're just so rich. No, not quite. Going for the invis. I don't mind the glimmer barrier versus them. I think that's fine. Like this, yeah, we would just teleport to show up. Just gotta have the teleport. Gotta cover the consumable needs first. But I also don't... You're like winning so hard, I don't even know if you need the glimmer. Okay, things are kind of already out of control at this point. Let's go back from the enemy's perspective before things were too terrible and think about the problem this Slark is causing. How do we deal with it? And I can't help but notice, as I was jumping through the times, how dark this minimap is, right? So really, if Slark is the problem, we need to know where Slark is. So we need a mid ward to see where he's rotating or if he's teleporting out. And it's got to be in a weird spot because it's Slark. And Slark actually warded just in vision right now. If Magnus, who is dead, was clicking Slark to keep an eye on him, Magnus would see this kind of stuff. So actually, this is a free ward, D-ward mid from the Slark that should have been for the Dire. And then they just continue to... Okay, so where's Slark going right now? Is he waiting for the creep wave to shove out? Is he rotating? Or is he jungling? I need an observer to help cut down possibilities. So an observer far to the left or to the right would help me know he's at least not going to the right. Could be going up, could be jungling. I don't know, you know? But at least I know this side can continue to play a little bit more aggressive. Unless he's teleporting. Yeah, but we can't really, like, you can't cover every single possibility. Okay, he's still mid. It's fine. Until... Where's he going? Now, I did last see him, like, face top, so maybe top's my concern. But what if he just loops back around? He's actually going bottom. I need something to help me see this kind of stuff. Even if I lose the observer, I need it to slow down Slark. Okay, and then here, Magnus actually teleports top. But based on when I last saw Slark, I think Slark's coming up here. So you only do this if it's like, oh, we can take the Slark. You know, like, let's preemptively rotate and we'll fight him. I don't want to mess with this guy. Slark's out of control. It's like I see a Huskar going top. You know, let me go get the Huskar. No, thank you. I'm going where Huskar is not. I'm going where Slark is not. And that's what these awards are for, is to let you see where Slark is, and that is where I am not going. I'm going everywhere else besides where the Slark is. This decision wouldn't have been made with wards because we still don't have any. But I actually just caught sight of Slark looking top as the like fading vision, which is what ends up happening here. It is kind of a cool bait, but then oh shit, Slark's here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. When do you even use Black Grimoire? Hit level 6 ASAP is the #1 use for it. If you can use it at like minute 8 for a kill and then a tower, that's like peak. The sooner you can use it to hit level 6, peak. As long as it's actually early. Hitting it at like 10 minutes, you still do it, but like it doesn't feel as good. It feels best if you can have a couple charges and then do it like off the Wisdom Shrine. That would be best case. After that, I have an old Grimoire video that is still kind of true, which is like, I guess we can go for the 10 talent. I guess we can go for level 12. Those power spikes don't feel as good as like, I have Golem at 7 minutes. It's just an early Golem usage to get a kill in a tower 3 minutes early. That's really good, relatively, and I would use it that way for the most part. Sorry to interrupt. Nah, no problem. Is there anything like deep commenting on pro play or even casual play? I feel like I play non-demanding micro heroes and focus on macro. I could improve rapidly. I had some really old stuff. It would be really out of date. I think my channel is not... It's not that my channel couldn't do it. I think there are other channels for it, though. So if you've seen Seb, ex-pro, kind of still pro, kind of... I don't know who knows. One last ride. He does video breakdowns of pro play that are pretty good. He's probably the #1 in my mind. There's other channels as well that do it. And it's very interesting from like a pro player concept. You will not see all those concepts, nor a lot of them in your pub games, which make it kind of like, can you apply? Which brings me back to my channel. I used to have some of those, and sometimes we still do, but I don't know. Lately, I feel my place in the Dota ecosystem is the people's channel. You know, it's like bridging the high level concepts with the pub reality. And I've been doing less like pro player breakdown because people do find it interesting, but then like there's always a significant amount of comments, which is like, this is not useful to me. It will not happen in my games. And so it puts me in a weird spot, especially because I am not a pro. You know, when like Quinn and Seb do it and they're like, this was good, this was bad, I think there's a lot of value there. I think I can put forward my thoughts on that, and I'd like to believe in myself that I'd be like kind of accurate, but I feel like I would just never compare to Quinn and Seb. You know, like anything they say will be what I say, plus, you know, minimum 10-20% extra accuracy, extra detail. And that's kind of why I haven't lately like really bothered to do that. But I have been thinking like maybe I should, as a way to like, hello tournament organizers, would you like to hire me for being a caster analyst, weatherman slot, you know, type thing. Maybe I should do that kind of stuff to show that I can talk about it and it's like interesting and useful. But currently I haven't been doing it because of that. Yeah, there's things you can take from the pro play and then things you can't. I think it's good to have like this theoretical, conceptual, perfect gameplay. If we put the pros on that pedestal, you know, it's like, this is absolute best. And then this is my reality. It's still good to know like what direction that theoretical best play is, but then have to adapt, I think is what we have to go through as people playing the game. What were we doing here? Oh yeah, we were just seeing if the enemy ever put up vision to look for Slark. And as we zoom through the map, notice there are really not a lot of observers. Okay, now we're getting there, right? But look at this. This is overkill from Chen, right? Hey, Slark's going top. Hey, Slark's like really, he's really going top. He's like really doing it. You know, it sees the exact same thing of the Slark going up to kill Luna or whoever. Well, is he going bottom or is he jungling or is he smoked, right? That's what I need a deep ward for. That's what I need a spread of vision for. Because like, okay, maybe top is safe when I don't see him, but like everyone mid and bottom is uncertain how far they can push and whether Slark is waiting right here to kill them or if he's actually like AFK jungling, because why not, you know? Who knows in a pub game? That's, you know what? I'll write that one down too. I think that's pretty... I don't know if how many of these I'll end up using, but, it's nice to at least have more examples than less, and then I'll cut what I do or don't need. By the way, see where this Magnus is? This is the I am losing AFK farm mode kind of positions. It's like over here, it's over here, it's over here. That's where you want to, you would like to get some observers down. So for you, notice where your wards are. We have one here, 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 and here, but we're winning like crazy. So the areas they're likely to be are pretty far. And if I don't see them there, they're trying to make a play. And everyone just be careful. Even though I don't know specifically where, I probably do because I'm, you know, I see all these spots, so I know where they last were. I know the areas I should be careful of. But even if I don't, and I don't see them in the despair farm recovery pattern places, they've got to be doing something. They've given up or they're making a move. This kind of place, this ward, this is not bad, what Grimstroke has, but you have to protect this, which actually kind of limits Slark. It's like, hey, you need to play this area. It's like, well, I actually just want to run around killing people the way I have been. It's like, no. If you go kill this guy, we're going to lose this ward. So when you're winning this badly, I actually think you don't even need this kind of stuff, right? You just need to catch glimpses of people to be like, get him, Slark, he's top, get that guy. And he's like, you know, he gets him. And then you're like, look, Slark, over here. Running over. You don't actually need, you don't want to keep Slark here. You want Slark to be, you know, sprinting everywhere, killing people, freaking them out. And I also, look how poor they are, guys. 11K to nothing is the current gold lead. If I gave Sniper a D ward, his net worth increases by like 5%. I don't want to give him nothing. They're so poor right now. So I don't want to, even observers, I don't want to give them. That's Slark gameplay in a nutshell. Yeah, that's winning Slark gameplay. Losing Slark gameplay is just baby raging in your jungle, pinging people. That's the other side of it. It looks like this. Trash, 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 trash. While he's over here pressing Q on the camp. And then trash, trash, trash. Now you've experienced both sides of Slark gameplay. Pudge pickers, delete the game. I hate you. AFK farm, mid, useless. You're okay. I missed my Grimoire timing so much. I mean, you were 6 pretty early just because the game was so good. I would say if you don't need it for the level 6 timing, I think the level 15 timing is pretty good. I forget the amount of charges you need because I actually don't play Warlock very much. It's in the old video. They haven't changed XP since then. But I think jumping to like level 2 ult plus upheaval giving attack speed is like... We are taking tier 2, tier 3s, and Roche, and like maybe Tormentors are happening, who knows when. But I think that's a really big power spike that the Tormentor could go for, or sorry, the Grimoire could go for. But usually you don't need it because it's like, I'd rather do the early level 6 in most cases, and then if we're winning, I don't need that extra power spike. Champion of Goroth does work for pubs, actually. For a lot of pubs, because they tend to go late. If you want to do Champion of Goroth, I think that's fine. I think the proper, you know, talking about the pro play we were just saying, you would do Black Grimoire, try to hit the early 6. I think that is the peak way to play Warlock and his place in the meta that pros are doing. But for pubs, there's a guy buying 15 tangos, still got 5 of them. You know, there's a Slark with 9k net worth from the mid lane. There's room to wiggle in these kind of games. Do I want to do one more? I think I'm kind of tired. I can't get over 15 Tango Magnus. It's been a while since I've seen that. Maybe this guy's come back after a long break. Or maybe he misclicked. You know, his mouse has... It's really bad. It's not even the double click. It's like quintuple click. Ah, man. I only meant to get 1 Tango. I got 5. Nuts. Didn't realize. Couldn't sell it in time. The funniest thing, if he didn't buy them all right away, you just see like, oh, he did, okay. I thought it'd be really funny to see like Tango quelling and then like you see 2 more Tangos and like, wait, yeah, 2 more sets. And then you like spend the rest of the money. Really hoping to see that. That would have been great. Man, what a dream Slark game. Honestly, is this a sus account? No. It's just laning into Magnus with 15 tangos kind of Slark game. Can we get a Crystal Maiden coaching sesh? I don't mind. If someone's got one for Monday, you know, bring it on Monday, we can do it. I like Crystal Maiden. It just so happens that hasn't come up in a little bit. I haven't played her in a little bit. Today was about warding, so it was less about specific stuff, but if I recall correctly, you said in your latest video about limit testing. So true. Time to find out if 15 Tango build is the way to go. Oh no, guys, it doesn't seem to have worked. Maybe I needed one more tango set. You know, let me sell the quelling blade. Let me buy one more tango. Maybe that could have done it. I did have, honestly, the last time I even remember this happening was in one of my own games. It was so funny too. This was when sharing tangos was still good. I think I was in Immortal at this point, but maybe I was a little lower. Tango sharing was still good, and to a degree you could buy like 2 to 3 sets and plan to share them. This was when they still lasted a long time. Like mids were still asking for tangos. And I had a Warlock who to me seems like the worst hero to buy multiple tangos because he has the best heal in the laning stage game. He bought like a bunch of tangos, several clarities, and like a Sage's mask. And my whole team was like pinging him like, what is this garbage build? Like GG, just like report end. But he was trooping, dude. He was playing his thing. He gave it to me. The other support, he gave me 2 tangos. He gave the mid like 3 tangos. He gave the carry tangos. He gave the offlane tangos. He still had tangos. And we won the game. Like the laning stage went really well because everyone had so much tangos. And I was like, you guys remember this. Who flamed this Warlock? Look at this champion Giga Chad build. Distributed like 500 healing to everybody. That's the last time I remember seeing someone buy that many tangos. That was years ago. I haven't even seen it in your replays in a while. 15 tangos? That's pretty absurd. I'm sure it's happened and maybe I'm just not remembering it. Usually like 3 is what you see. You don't see 15 quite that often. I thought Valve made tangos in shop have a limit to prevent this. 5 is within the limit, let me tell you. I can still buy 5 tangos and be within the limit. It's like Slasher's Way, but slow. It really was. Now you can't do it anymore, I guess. Thank goodness for that. Should I have solo smoke to get the deep wards for catching mag farming? Nah. I don't think you were here earlier, Juzzy, but you could. And for a pub game, it's like, I would get it. Because a lot of smokes are not used. And they're a little bit wasted. But pretty much every game, there is some opportunity once you start to think about it and look for it. You don't really need the smoke. You can just go with your team forward. And with this Slark, right? Slark was going crazy, running in, taking fights. You just follow him, and he brings you to the enemy's half of the map safely. You don't need to smoke there. Like, this guy's he's just chasing people. You're like, okay, yeah, I feel safe behind my 21-0 Slark. You know, let me follow it along, drop my observer while I'm here. You don't even need to smoke to look for these people. Usually you have to smoke to ward when you're losing really, really badly. That's typically when it happens. Most other games, they'll give you a window to do it. As long as you are keeping an eye on your minimap and looking for it. You typically don't need to intentionally ward that way. I bought Boot to Travel BKB on Crystal Maidens. The best play. Prove me wrong. That's tempting. That's tempting. Even though I was about to end, I know where we're going. I just saw who's streaming. I'll pull up the game real quick. I don't think we're going to play through it. I'll take a quick look at just the scoreboard. Let's see. Do you have any tips for when to pick up creep wave behind enemy safe lane tier 1 as off laner? Was playing an impossible lane as Centaur versus Drow, couldn't get any CS. If you've already watched the off lane beginner video, I would recommend that. There's also creep cutting as Axe was an easy MMR. And then there's actually an old replay analysis too. It's in the playlist of a Legion who needed to do this. I found that again recently. I was watching old videos. Those videos might help give even more insight, though I can't actually remember exactly what was in that Legion video. I just remember it was about dragging things. For you, if your lane is truly terrible, let's say, really anytime, because like if the lane is so bad that any regular laning, you're losing horribly. They're getting all the CS, you're getting nothing, you're dying. Then creep dragging to force it to a 50-50 split is a massive improvement for you. So once you feel you're losing that badly, just at any time, start creep dragging. You just need to be careful that you choose a good time to go grab the creep so you don't just die. But with that said, if the creeps are distracted for at least a little bit, they kind of double up and they will shove back out. The downside for Centaur is that you have Retaliate, so it can be a little tough to creep drag actually, because the creeps die on you if you like hold them out too long. So that's a bit of a downside for Centaur. There are a bunch of different creep aggro tricks though to get something in bad matchups, and that's what I would, whether that's creep dragging or any like the first creep wave tricks, doing your own pulls, doing a lot of creep aggro. There is some way to get farm typically. I don't feel comfortable cutting waves on any offlaner than Axe. Just to clarify, cutting the creep wave, like dragging them to another jungle camp on the enemy's half of the map, Axe is the best. And Centaur could be okay if you have some items, like especially Vanguard, you could do it, but it would be harder than Axe. However, creep dragging, as in to bring the enemy creep wave to your half of the map, anybody can do that. More movement speed, the better. Because you're going from a dangerous area to a safer area. And as long as the matchup's bad, you can do that. Anyone knows specifically good warding spots for Slark or Zeus? Avoid common areas and avoid jungle camps and lanes for Zeus. Put them in spots that aren't near any of that. And to go into more specifics is kind of hard. I'm going to have a warding video hopefully coming up soonish. It might be like 3 hours. But I will highlight some of those warding spots there. For those guys, you just need to make them work for it, though. Like, they're going to get sight of, like Zeus is going to be checking common spots, because why wouldn't you? If you only have so many lightning bolts, of course you're going to default to the common stuff first. And Slark, he's a carry player. He's not thinking that hard about warding. So he sees, like, oh, my pass is gone. Let me check the nearest common spot. Make him work for it, though. Like, put it weird, and he's got to, like, is it here? They see me here, but not here. They see me here, but not here. It's weird if he's even thinking that hard and not have already put the sentry down. So you just need to go, like, really out of your way into strange spots. Now, I know that's what you're asking, like, what are some strange spots? Just kind of hard to show in general. But the mapping now is so large that there are tons of spots that are uncommon but see kind of useful stuff. And so you have a lot of liberty there. Okay, let's see what this Crystal Maiden's item timings were on this. Tranquils. I was promised boots of travel. What the heck? Yo, what is this scam? It's all the way back here. I thought we were getting it right off the bat. What did you get? You got the energy booster. You didn't even finish the Aether Lens till over here? Oh my god. Do it earlier if you're gonna do that, surely, right? Do like, honestly, Glacial Guard, bleh. Do the other one, Arcane Boot, Shard, Aether Lens, if you're gonna do this like BKB build. I'd be up for that. That'd be pretty funny to me. I don't think this game I would do it because, wait, we like built and disassembled his boots. What's going on here? I don't think it's even worth it this game because there's a BKB piercing pull on this one. I probably wouldn't do it versus Venge. Bot Ags, Refresher, Octarine, Double Rapier on Physician 5 Zeus. Prove me wrong there. Should this be one of the topics, guys? We're still gonna end today, but should I just ask you guys to bring me the most grief build you guys are doing and winning, and you're like, look, I firmly believe in this build that everyone says is absolute trash. Should we do that? It's like a whose fault is it anyways done live with you guys. Do we have enough people? Do we have enough people doing these kind of extreme builds? You guys think so? Okay, I can't do next Wednesday. But maybe after that, everyone start griefing your games. Bring the replays. It could be kind of funny. What would we call it? Grief or good? Off meta? What else? Gigabrainer grief? Trash? What's the like comparison here? Trash or try hard? Dude, that's kind of funny. Now everyone will prepare weird AF builds. Hey, it's your behavior score is on the line. Mine's not going to be affected. It's up to you guys to do this. All right, I'm kind of on board for it. If you guys want to bring, I mean, I'm not here to encourage the intentional griefing or anything, but if you do have a build that you think is like, this is the way, Zach, you're willing to get roasted a little bit on it, let's do it. We had one the other day. That one ended up kind of toxic. Someone brought in a weird hero, weird role, and I took the bite on it. They did not like the feedback they received. So that one kind of backfired, but it was also kind of funny to see. But if you guys have like some more, I mean, as long as you're up for being like kind of lightly roasted on it, I think it's fine. 50-50. I miss that. I miss when we had that. Those were the days. Does it have to be support? No, it's probably funnier if it's not support. It's probably even better if it's cores doing it. Choose your grief builds here. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'll leave that up for you. If you guys want to do that, I think not next week, but about 2 weeks from now, that could be the soonest we do this. If you want to save your weirdo games, you can send them to me ahead of time in case the replay would fade. I can download it and save them. We'll pitch this again like in a week or two from now, because Mondays are our general reviews, and then Wednesdays are going to be our focus topic. That's what I'm going to try to do. So we can remind you guys down the line, and you can bring your wacky builds at that time. Where did he go? Did he stop streaming? Oh no, he's here. He's here. Where does one send it? In Twitch chat? Yeah, if I'm streaming, you could send it there. You can find me on Discord, the YouTube channel. Might be a little random on whether I see it or not. YouTube is kind of funny with the way they organize comments. I have to intentionally sort by like the newest stuff, but I try to read most comments, or at least brush over them. I can't always respond to everything. Sometimes there's just like not much to respond to anyways, but I generally try to respond to most questions, but still have some limits, so I'm not like doing it nonstop, since otherwise you could just like constantly be looking at that stuff, and I think it's like unhealthy almost. It's like my job, so I kind of have to, but it's also, I think it's dangerous to be reading too much feedback all the time. It becomes too much in your head. Roast fest. Yes, something like that. Okay, guys, I'm gonna send you guys to Malibu Jesus, at least the Twitch gang. He's covering some PGL doesn't really cover their closed qualifiers usually, and I believe it's usually just free game for people who want to, so he's doing that. I'll send you guys there. We will be back on Friday, I believe, and we'll actually play some games, which I'm excited for. There's stuff I want to do. Tomorrow, I will, again, try to continue the videos. There's so many in the backlog of my brain of things to do. So hopefully tomorrow we make some progress and actually knock out several videos. That would be nice. I suspect I'll spend the whole day on some 3-hour warding video, though. We'll find out. You guys will see. You guys will see what we end up with. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Be back on Friday for some games. And next Monday, we should have another replay stream. It may not happen. I need to check some schedule stuff, but it should happen. Okay, Twitch people, I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Send you off. And then YouTube gang, have a good rest of your day.